The story begins in a world where the center of it is a snowy white wasteland inhabited by dangerous, vile creatures like white serpents, grizzly gray bears, and even giant rats with fins. There was an emperor in this world who made it out alive from this white wasteland and told the people that the most dangerous thing in the entire place was never the deadly monsters, but the barbarians that lived there. As the scene shifts, a group of barbarians is strolling through this field, splitting monsters in half. Katal, however, does not seem to fit in properly with these simple-minded beings. He complains about how long he has to hang out with them, calling them ignorant brutes, while a lady barbarian begins to drool, asking if this ignorance he is talking about is something they can eat. Katal tells the buffoons he is stuck with to avoid eating a particular monster, as it might kill them. The others end up eating all of it anyway, and instead of worrying, they sparkle up, calling it a noble challenge. The bald barbarian Greta suddenly feels nauseated and starts choking really badly. The female barbarian rushes over to check on him and asks him to hold it together, even slapping him hard as he collapses. Katal never wanted to be a barbarian in the first place. He recalls how he used to long for a life full of fantasy in a magical world. He was a mad otaku lover who got angry one day and decided to quit his job. He set off on a journey, leaving his life behind, and traveled all across the globe, climbing Mount Everest, reaching the center of the planet, and even making it to the southernmost point of the globe. Everything went in vain, as it should, because reality and fantasy are two completely separate things. Every night before he slept, he prayed to be reincarnated in a magical world, and one day the impossible actually happened. As the scene shifts again, a noble's carriage and escorts are passing through the white wasteland for some reason. One of the mercenaries complains of the freezing cold, and a blonde, muscular captain tells him to wear more clothes unless he wants to freeze to death. Another person joins in with the protest, arguing that it is a foolish plan to cross this land, even if the prize is hefty. The blonde captain shuts them up, arguing that they had all already signed up for the mission. The other guy replies that they never thought the situation here would be this bad. Inside the carriage, a butler asks the noble lady of the Akasha family if she is all right. Milena replies with a yes, while an escort outside complains he is going to freeze. The butler finds the intervention pretty rude. However, Milena stops him from being so harsh, as they are the ones who have volunteered as escorts. She even asks the butler to let them in for a while, but the old man refuses, reminding her about the dangers inside this white wasteland. When Milena asks if he means the monsters, the butler tells her about the legend of the emperor who wanted to claim the entire world. For this purpose, the emperor traveled inside the white wasteland alongside numerous warriors and soldiers to conquer it. He stayed there for many decades, and just when his empire collapsed, he returned alone with a stick in his hand. The man had lost all his men and spoke as if he had gone mad. He explained that the wasteland was full of monsters. However, the most dangerous thing there was, not these monsters at all, but the barbarians. The butler, however, adds that this is surely a legend which they cannot be certain about. Milena argues that his words held so much weight, considering many of the monsters he described have already been confirmed to exist in this place. They then discuss that although there has not been a sighting of these barbarians to confirm the legend, some weirdo named Euron told countless tales about these beings. Just then, the captain asks everyone to stop, as he can vividly see someone approaching them. As he could barely catch a glimpse of him, he tells everyone that he had both good and bad news. The good news is that the thing coming toward them is small in size, and the bad news is that he is not certain if it is a human or a barbarian from the Emperor's legend. Unexpectedly, when the barbarian approaches them, he politely says that he was just wandering here and there after he got sick of looking at the other barbarians. Katal says that he had not expected that he would run into some outsiders and greets them, saying he is happy to see them. He asks the captain if this is a merchant's carriage, and if they are the guards hired to protect it. When the captain confirms this, the Ashen barbarian suggests they head back, mocking that he is pretty sure they will not listen to him. Katal goes on to ask if there is someone in the carriage, and while everyone is too scared to utter a single word, the barbarian proposes that he wants to be hired as a mercenary too. The captain asks for confirmation of what Katal meant, and our guy simply repeats himself, explaining that he is offering to help them cross this harsh white wasteland. The captain cannot believe that a barbarian straight out of the legend is asking to join them, and all he wants is to be hired. He asks our big guy if he is not hostile towards him, upon which Katal responds with a bluff that if he were, they would have already hit the grave. The captain asks Milena if she heard all that, asking her for her orders. The lady asks him about the supposed outcome if they were to fight the big guy, and when the blonde captain says that he will not even think about that, Milena asks him to accept the proposal and hire the barbarian. The blonde captain then turns over to the barbarian and tells him that the noble inside the carriage has accepted his proposal. Katal finds it to be really good news, and his smile is enough for everyone to make them wet their pants. Katal tells them to relax and then demands an audience with the one in charge. The captain gets anxious and tells our guy that he will regret it if he tries something. The mercenaries argue that they should stop the Ashen barbarian. However, the captain asks them to stop being fools and argues that the employer has already given her consent. As the butler hears that, he freaks out, but Catal politely asks if he is allowed to come inside. Catal gets in and sits next to the butler, which makes the butler pretty uncomfortable. Our boy asks them to chill out, arguing that he has no intention of harming them at all. Lady Milena also appears to be a bit anxious, yet she warmly greets our guy. Catal mentions how warm it is inside and how it must be pretty hard to keep a place like this heated. Milena explains that magic is to blame for this, which gets the otaku lover pretty excited. Catal then tells her that the place is quite dangerous, and that there is only a slim chance that they could make it through alive, which is why he is offering to protect their lives. He also mentions that he has one condition, and just like that, the entire mood turns tense. Milena keeps herself calm and asks the guy what he wants. The barbarian smirks, and all he requests is knowledge of the world beyond these snowfields. Milena finds it pretty odd, and the barbarian makes it clear that it should not be a bad trade for her. Sweat slips down her face as she realizes she doesn't really have a choice and agrees to the proposal. The butler, however, does not seem to approve of this deal at all. Catal asks the lady about her name, and the lady gently introduces herself as a noble from the House of Akasha. Catal returns the favor and extends his gratitude for their little journey together. Back on Earth, he always dreamed of living in a fantasy world, and one day that wish weirdly came true. He somehow got isekai'd and woke up as one of those idiotic ashen barbarians stranded on a snowfield. He never got the chance to figure out how it happened, since surviving in a freezing wasteland while fighting non-stop waves of tough monsters was already a nightmare on its own. To stay alive, he pulled those dumb barbarians together, formed a clan, and took the lead. Time flew without warning, and all his escape plans turned out to be useless. But everything changed one day when a system panel suddenly appeared, saying he could finally leave this frozen hell if he completed certain quests. From the very beginning, it felt like some invisible force was keeping him stuck here, and he had nearly lost all hope. Over the years, many outsiders randomly showed up now and then, and from them, he found out that the world outside these cursed snowfields really was full of fantasy and magic, just like he had always imagined. Once he finds that out, he starts putting in even more effort and keeps clearing quest after quest, hoping to finally get out of these cursed fields. He also realizes just how valuable outside information is, which is why he asks Milena to trade some in exchange for helping her group cross through safely. Until now, everyone he met either freaked out or pulled a weapon on him, treating him like a monster. So he's honestly just glad to finally have a normal conversation with someone. The barbarians he was stuck with were completely brain dead, and talking to a proper human being for once actually calms his mind a bit. Out of nowhere, Catal asks the lady if they are transporting weapons. When Milena asks what made him think that, he says he heard the sharp clanging of metal from the wagon, which was a dead giveaway. He then asks her if there is a war going on beyond these frozen lands, and Milena's expression darkens as she confirms that the Empire and the Kingdom are currently locked in battle. She adds that the Empire is huge and trying to conquer the Kingdom, but so far the Kingdom is managing to hold its ground. She credits this to the Swordmaster and the hero who are guarding the borders. Catal seems curious and asks what kind of powers these people have, and Milena, surprised, asks if he seriously has no clue about the mysteries. When our barbarian tells her that he's never stepped out of these snowfields, the lady explains that her knowledge is limited too, but she does know that mystery is a real power in this world. Only a handful of people can actually tap into it, and depending on how far they can go, they're granted one of the 5 ranks of strength. The lowest ranks include those who can simply sense mystery, then those who can use it, and finally, the ones who can fully manifest it into things like mana or aura. Those who can do that are considered first-rate, and often hold titles like spirit summoners, mages, or knights. She says the ranks above those aren't something normal humans can understand, so they're just called transcendents, people who can bend mystery with nothing but their will. The Swordmaster is believed to be someone of that level, and then there's the hero, someone said to hold the power to even influence the world itself. Milena adds that even a third-rate person, someone who can barely sense mystery, is still considered powerful. That's when the Ashen Barbarian jumps in, asking to meet such people. Catal has no clue how long he's been stuck in this cursed place, but now he's more desperate than ever to escape. As he looks at his own reflection in the mirror, he quietly decides that no matter what it takes, he's getting out. That's when Milena asks if he's really a barbarian. Catal confirms it, wondering if they already know who he is. The lady then brings up the old legend and starts telling him everything about the Emperor. But Catal cuts her off, smirking as he says he actually remembers the guy visiting the fields once, and he just thought the man was some crazy lunatic back then. When Milena fails to understand what Catal means, he tells her straight that her legend might actually be true. Then he brings up something that's been bugging him for a while, asking why they chose this exact route when they're carrying such a massive load of weapons. Milena's face turns a bit gloomy as she quietly admits that they're stuck under a mountain of debt. She explains that her family has been in the trade business for generations, but people around them got jealous and started sabotaging their deals. All of that left them completely bankrupt. Now this merchant trip is their last shot at keeping the family name alive. Katal, using every bit of his brainpower, puts the pieces together and guesses that she must be trying to sell the weapons to the kingdom. When Milena curiously asks how he figured that out, Katal explains that if the empire is really pushing forward, like she told him earlier, then the kingdom must be the one in need of weapons. That would mean they're willing to pay any price to build up their supply, which makes this dangerous route worth the risk. He even points out that since she didn't bother taking a safer route, it clearly means the two nations must be sharing a border. Milena looks at him in disbelief. Everything she had heard about barbarians painted them as ignorant and wild with no sense of logic. But now, seeing one of them lay out everything so clearly makes her start to wonder if he's even a real barbarian. Just then, the carriage jerks to a sudden stop and a loud crashing noise comes from outside, letting them know they've got company. As they quickly hop out of the carriage with weapons in their hands, they find themselves up against a huge sewer monster with red, bloody eyes. The sight of the monster leaves everyone frozen with fear, and the blonde guy just barely manages to mumble that it's a black slime. Katal inquires if it's really a black slime, and the lady confirms that this is what she has read in the records. When Katal asks about these records, she explains that in the past, many people tried to conquer this monstrous white snowland, but only a few survived to tell the tale. They mentioned the names of these beasts in their books, and the black slime is definitely one of them. Then, our blue-haired lady asks Katal if he knows about the monster. He replies with a delightful smile that they are quite chewy and delicious enough to be used as a bite of joy. With a disgusted face, she asks him if he really treats it as a meal. To this, he interrogates if she wants to eat it and tells her to go catch it herself, to which she hesitantly denies the offer. The next instant, the monster approaches them, as if it were waiting for their conversation to end. This creates panic, and the already terrified lady calls out Katal's name, but he shows no sign of concern. With an expressionless face, he states that they made a deal that he would protect their lives, and he won't do anything unless they are truly in danger. The lady, already terrified, asks what he means by that. Katal replies with a smirk that these guys can easily handle a beast of this level. Moreover, he wants to assess what outsiders like them can do. The slimy monster appears in front of the guards. The blonde captain orders his men to deploy their shields to defend themselves. A mercenary quickly follows the order, and the shield doesn't seem to work for a second before the poor guy gets pushed back. The guy with a ponytail jumps at the monster, but he gets thrown back badly as well. His weapon slips from his hand and falls to the ground, and he even spills some blood from his mouth. The captain shouts to his subordinates that the slime can only move in one direction, so they should scatter and work in sync with one another. Upon hearing that, the man in the green cloak charges midair and makes a successful hit on the monster, followed by a second swing that actually deals some serious damage. Seeing the monster weakening, the captain strikes it again with his sword and commands them to look for its core, as these minor attacks do nothing to it. With successive multiple attacks, they finally manage to find its core, and a fatal blow shatters it, causing it to flow away like mud. Initially surprised, the guards then realize they have won and celebrate their first victory in this frozen wasteland. The victory makes Milena happy, but before they can relax and catch their breath, a white bear suddenly appears in front of the carriage. One of them shouts to aim for its neck. In response, all of them attack its neck at once and finish it. One of the teammates says that it might be possible that the tales of this cold wasteland aren't worth giving attention to, and maybe they are all just the bluffs of madmen. The leader quiets them with a stern voice, stating that they shouldn't be so clumsy and that they still have to move more than halfway to get to their destination. The man with the green hood curiously questions Katal's abilities, asking if he's really that strong, as all of it is just stories mentioned by the emperors and legends. According to him, Katal is just taking advantage of them, and he thinks that if nothing else, they should see what he is capable of. As they speak of it, the blue-haired lady curiously listens to their talks and questions what they mean by testing. All the guards gather close to her carriage and ask the lady for permission to speak. The green-hooded man says with confidence that they are going out of their way to complete her quest and are compelled to do so. Milena comes out of the carriage and tells them that she is grateful for the hard work they are putting into completing this mission. She reminds them that they obliged her request to help them cross this deadly land and stood by her when no one else would dare to. The hooded guy then interrupts her again with a question, asking if Katal deserves that VIP treatment, since he hasn't even had a single fight since he joined them. The lady of the Akasha family says that she understands what kind of evaluation they want from him. She doubtfully stares at the captain, who speaks in denial that he has already told them he has no say. Katal, with a smirk on his face, comes out of the vehicle and asks them if they want to see what he is capable of. One of them says that there is no way to test him right now. Katal, as he comes out of the carriage with his huge, well-toned muscular body, says that they are going to have another visitor soon. Just then, a dark shadow with bright eyes appears behind them, with a voice echoing that it's going to have a full belly today with the tasty weakling mortals. As the carriers turn around, they see a large snake with red, beaming eyes, terrifying them with its sharp teeth and long tongue hanging from its open mouth. The serpent threatens them to struggle as much as they can, because it will make them a lot more appetizing for it. Milena covers her ears in panic while the mercenaries keep their eyes tightly shut, trying not to move an inch. Katal walks right up to the beast, glowing with a strong purplish energy, and tells the snake to back off because these people are now under his protection. The big bad white snake starts getting uneasy the moment it lays eyes on Katal and asks what brings him here. The big bad white snake instantly reminds our guy of those ridiculous Snowfield rules about trespassing on someone else's territory, but he quickly brushes that off and tells the snake to stop acting so uptight. The snake roars dramatically, trying to sound intimidating, and says Katal has no right to speak to it like that. But Katal is not interested in wasting time arguing. He charges in without saying another word and lands a heavy punch, deciding it is about time this oversized snake learned a lesson. The blow hits hard enough to shake the entire ground around them, leaving everyone nearby frozen in place. Milena yells out to ask if Lord Katal is alright, and he replies calmly that he will be done with this quickly and join them soon. He leaps in again, now covered in an overwhelming burst of power that feels almost unnatural, and brings the cocky snake to the ground in just one strike. A little while later, Katal sits inside the carriage peacefully, while everyone else stays outside, shivering and begging for forgiveness. The barbarian casually turns his face away and says it is only normal to be suspicious of strangers at first. Still, the roles have completely flipped, and now even the butler is forced to walk out in the snow. With that settled, Katal leans back and asks the girl why she chose to come all this way by herself, despite knowing the danger. She opens up saying she is the first daughter of Lady Bellica, one of Lord Kesa Kakasha's concubines. Her mother had been married into the family just to fill a political gap and was discarded once she had served her purpose. She says that neither of them is treated as real family members and that they are seen more as disposable servants than anything else. Even though she had not planned to share everything, it all spills out without her meaning to. She says she took on this harsh journey to make an impact and a name in her family. Katal smirks and says she is clever and ambitious, and a little greedy too. Before the conversation can go deeper, the mercenary captain loudly announces that they have reached the destination and that there is green land ahead. As everyone starts preparing to part ways, the blue-haired lady thanks Katal for everything. He asks how she plans on returning, and she says that she will travel through the Empire when the time comes. Before leaving, she mentions something he said earlier in the carriage about her being smart, and he repeats it without hesitation. He then lays out her entire plan, connecting every dot without missing a beat. He says she wants to make her place in the family, and eventually rise to the top. She nods in silence, and to Katal, this story feels a little too familiar. A child born to a concubine who wants to rise above the title and be recognized as part of the main bloodline. He has seen it all before during his life as an otaku. The girl starts to see how sharp Katal truly is, much beyond what she expected from a barbarian. She wonders if she can control his strength one day and tells him to come find her once he leaves the snowfields, offering him a place beside her. Katal turns her down, saying he still has unfinished business. So she gives him a pendant and tells him to visit her if he ever finds himself in the outside world. Katal accepts it with a simple smile, calling it a gift without asking too many questions. The butler gives a respectful farewell, and they all go their separate ways, hoping that fate brings them together again someday. 5 full years pass, and Katal finally completes his 784th quest, which officially grants him the right to leave the snowfields and step into the outside world he has been longing for all along. He peacefully enjoys the scent of the grass and the gentle sound of the river, feeling as though he's finally been summoned to heaven after enduring a living hell in the snowy wasteland. Turning toward the icy plains, he curses the place, hoping with all his heart that he never has to go back there again. He fantasizes about everything he can finally enjoy in this new world of magic, a fervent desire that has kept him alive all this time. He sees the world beyond the snowfields as a place where miracles are commonplace, and his gaze lands on the first civilized village he has ever encountered. He recalls talking to those idiotic barbarians back home about building a proper shelter, but they were entirely clueless, preferring to simply sleep in dug-up snow for protection from the elements. Having sorely missed the structure of human civilization, he wonders how he should go about greeting the people of this new world. He decides to act like a gentleman and walks toward the village. Meanwhile, in the village, an old elven geezer is telling the other elves that this place is now their new home and asks them to unpack their belongings. One of the elves asks if the place is truly safe, and the geezer explains that he has chosen a remote area where humans cannot possibly reach. He further explains that the nearby snowy fields make it a place no one would ever dare to enter, and they don't even need to worry about monsters, as there are no records of anyone ever coming out of those fields. The geezer also adds that they have placed a powerful barrier that makes the village look like an ordinary forest, hiding its true appearance. He says they created it after working for months with ancient elven magic and is absolutely sure no one can come near them as long as the barrier holds. On top of these measures, they even have a powerful elven queen who could protect them from anything. Right on cue, our boy Katal casually strolls through the all-powerful barrier like it's just morning mist. He feels something odd for a second, like walking through a spiderweb, but shrugs it off and continues. That's when he sees a young elf girl standing nearby, looking like she just lost her entire family. She scans her surroundings, visibly panicking, and the moment her eyes land on the towering human who greets her with a friendly hello, she immediately short-circuits and collapses on the spot. Katal catches her before she can fall, wondering what just happened. He thinks to himself that if he takes the child back to her village, the elves might hold him in high regard. Given how gentle elves are supposed to be, he believes they might even welcome him in. He blushes at the thought and carries her to the village. However, the moment the villagers see him, it's like someone set off a panic bomb. The girl's mother immediately breaks down, sobbing like she just saw a ghost holding her child. The elder stands frozen, probably rethinking his entire speech about how foolproof their barrier was. After a long moment of useless silence, he snaps out of it, panics, and yells that the barrier's been breached, demanding to know where the queen is. It appears that the so-called queen is out on patrol. Katal tries to tell them that he is not their enemy, but they keep throwing threats at him. The geezer thinks of a million possibilities, like the human having come to raid them with full preparations, or having been tracking them for a while. As the poor barbarian is accused of being a kidnapper, he wonders how he can clear up the misunderstanding. He gently wakes up the little kid, who is still in tears, and tells her to go to her parents. All the kid sees in him is a monster, and she runs off crying. Katal, however, is left shocked, as he always thought he looked pretty decent. He tries to explain to the persistent idiots that he is not their enemy, but the old geezer instead argues that the hostage has been released and orders everyone to attack. The poor barbarian stands there in shock as none of what he says seems to get through to the elves, even with their famously big ears. The elves seem far more savage than Katal had ever imagined, and whatever legends he had once heard about their peaceful nature now feel completely misplaced in this moment. Still, he chooses to brush it off as nothing more than a natural reaction to an unexpected intruder. Arrows continue to rain down on him in relentless waves, yet every single one bounces off without effect. Then, with a simple clap of his hands, Katal unleashes a force so powerful that several elves are blown off their feet, sent tumbling through the air like leaves in a storm. While the old elf geezer watches this scene unfold in silent disbelief, Katal continues insisting that he has no hostile intentions, and means them no harm. A passing thought crosses his mind, that perhaps he went too far, and this display of strength has only deepened their fear. Just as he begins to consider pulling back, a sudden burst of heat alerts him to a flaming arrow flying at him from behind, its glow cutting sharply through the cold. It turns out the queen, who had been away on patrol, has now returned to defend her people from what she assumes to be a deadly threat. The regal leader of the Leaf clan, known by the name Marcelia Hasian Karasia blah blah, demands an explanation for the chaos. Wasting no time, the old elf quickly points at Katal, accusing the poor outsider of attacking their village without provocation. Katal keeps urging them to at least let him speak, but the sight of him standing tall without a single wound leaves both Marcelia and the elder visibly unsettled. The queen spits out a comment about how disgusting humans are, then lunges at him with full confidence that she can easily crush someone like him. In that moment, Katal quietly begins to wonder if they even understand a word he's saying, or if they're deliberately choosing not to. He suspects their harshness may come not from fear, but from a deep-rooted hatred between elves and humans. He recalls from his time in the snowfields that people only start listening once you land a proper hit. As those thoughts pass through his mind, the queen launches an attack that takes the shape of a mighty dragon. Without much effort, Katal punches it straight back, and the impact tears through the space around the queen, leaving him wondering if he should start holding back a little. The elf queen takes the hit and crashes down, realizing that this guy has to be above the level of a transcendent. Gritting her teeth, she tells her people to run while they can, staying behind herself in an attempt to slow the barbarian down. She yells at him, calling him a human, and acknowledging his strength, but she also swears not to let him succeed in whatever twisted purpose he came here for. Katal finds himself completely ignored once again, slowly realizing that things have now gone from bad to worse. As her final move, the queen summons a blazing bull spirit named Piego, fully confident that this creature will take care of the intruder. The poor barbarian, though, lights up with joy at the sight, as every monster he fought in the snowfield was ugly and weird, nothing like this magnificent beast. While he admires the bull covered in flames, Marcelia wastes no time and commands her summon to destroy the man standing before her. The spirit seems to be a high-grade fire entity, older, prouder, and far more powerful than the usual ones, just as ancient spirits tend to be. Marcelia knows well that her own strength isn't enough to summon something like this alone. To form the contract, she had to ask for help from another tribe, never imagining she'd be forced to call upon it under these circumstances. Now she orders it to fulfill its contract. The fire bull, steady and stern, asks if his contract is simply to annihilate the human before him. But even he starts to sweat nervously when he lays eyes on the so-called human and wonders aloud if that's really what this creature is. As this is his first time seeing a summoned beast in real life, Katal is honestly amazed by how cute and majestic the summon looks, while the elf queen turns to Pago and tells him that this is the human who has intruded on the sacred elfin lands, and for that, she wants him dead. Hearing this, Pago casually decides he will incinerate the guy until there is nothing left but ashes, since he is the human foolish enough to mess with the sacred race, while our boy just stands there like it's no big deal, mostly because he has no clue what is even going on. Pago gets ready to launch his attack and dashes straight at him, while he still stands there doing nothing, making zero effort to even move out of the way. As the bull spirit smashes into him, a massive explosion erupts, and the elf queen assumes he is dead, but to her shock, he stops the spirit with only one hand. As he has gotten used to beating up wild beasts on the regular, he feels like this beast form actually puts him weirdly at ease, mostly because it makes things a whole lot easier for him to slay it without holding back. He punches Pago with so much force it feels like the earth itself might split clean in two, like a massive volcano just erupted beneath their feet. But in reality, that is only a few % of his true power. After things calm down, the elf queen barely survives the explosion and stands there feeling powerless in front of him. She stares in total disbelief, shaken by the gap in power, and ends up begging him to spare her entire clan. He calmly tells her he is not their enemy, and hearing that response leaves her genuinely astonished. After a more detailed conversation, she finally understands that he really has no hostile intentions toward them. She starts feeling bad as it hits her that her people judged him way too quickly and apologizes for their mistake, thinking they have seriously insulted the very person who just brought one of their children safely back home. Katal acts like a total gentleman and says it is all good, explaining that since they were pushed here by humans, it made sense to see someone and assume they were the enemy. Still, it is a little sad that no one gave him the chance to talk it out. The queen is still confused and asks if he really is not one of the humans chasing after them, and he tells her this is actually his first time even seeing an elf because they do not exist in the White Snowfields. Hearing the name of the snowfields surprises her, and he adds that outsiders call him the Ashen Barbarian of the wasteland. The queen is completely stunned, since she never thought any normal person could survive in that kind of place, and she then asks if others might also be able to leave the wasteland like he did. Our boy says he is not entirely sure, but he seriously doubts that anyone else besides him can pull off something like that. He believes there are fixed, definitive rules in the wasteland that even monsters like the Great Serpent cannot break, but for some unknown reason, he is able to bypass them through quests, and that has to be an incredibly rare exception. The queen breathes a sigh of relief after all that, while he casually asks if her cute summon is okay, since he did split it clean in two with a single punch after all. She assures him that the spirit is completely fine, because all spirits are beings of pure nature, and simply return to the spirit realm when forcibly unsummoned. She then asks if there is anything she can do for him, and admits her people have been quite rude to him. After thinking it through for a moment, he asks if other beings are also able to form contracts with spirits, and she replies that normally it is not possible, but humans with a high affinity for nature can sometimes make those contracts. She adds that if he truly wants to try, then he should visit Elfo Sagrado. That is the holy land of the elves, where the Lord of the Elves is said to reside, and they might be willing to help him form a proper spirit contract. All excited, he asks if a human will really be allowed into the holy land of elves. She explains that it should not be a problem with her personal introduction, and that he has to keep everything a secret. The elf queen quietly thinks that Elfo Sagrado is every elf researcher's dream destination, and allowing a human near that place is seriously risky, since it is more precious to the elves than their own life. No one ever reveals its location, but she decides to trust him and hands over a glowing crystal to take with him. She tells him that the elf lord will test his worth, but she is confident he will pass, and wishes him good luck. She then formally introduces herself as the queen of the Leaf Tribe, Marcelia Carusia, and asks for his name, which he gives as Katal the Barbarian. After confirming the location, he dashes through the forest straight toward it, quickly closing in on the border of the Varkan territory under the kingdom of Gehent. The guards on watch start to panic when they spot a giant cloud of dust racing toward them at ridiculous speed, and they rush to get ready for battle. He tells the guards that he is genuinely pleased to meet them standing. Hearing that, the scared guards recognize right away from his gray hair and the large scar on his chest that he is the infamous Ashen Barbarian. They immediately warn him to stop where he is, or they will attack if he takes another step forward, but he tells them to chill out, explaining that he is not their enemy in any way. The guards ask what exactly he wants, and he simply points toward the wall, which understandably leaves them a little confused. Seeing that, he explains that all he wants is to visit the domain for a bit and nothing more. Inside the Knight Captain's office, the captain asks if his only goal is to pass through, and he replies that he also plans to stay for a while, though he is honestly not sure how long that stay will last. Then, the captain asks for his name, so he introduces himself as Katal, and when he asks our boy if he has anything or anyone to verify his identity, he says no, until he suddenly remembers the crest given to him by Milena. He shows the crest to the guard and casually asks if it is good enough to prove who he is. The guard doesn't recognize it, asks what it even is, so he explains that it is the crest of the House of Akasha, which was given to him by someone of that bloodline. The captain mentions that they must be the merchant family from the Denian kingdom, and Katal asks if he knows them. The captain says it is a rising house that has been growing rapidly since the new head took over recently. Though the guard says the crest does not look fake, he adds that he still cannot verify his identity properly since the crest is not from the kingdom of Gehentra. Even so, he agrees to let him pass, but only on the condition that they first confirm he poses no threat to the domain. The guard explains that 3 other people are also trying to pass through, and he must form a temporary party with them to clear the nearby dungeon outside the domain. He thinks that the condition sounds really easy, so he accepts without complaint, and the guard adds that the other rule is to report everything that happens inside. After hearing this, he immediately figures out that they are making the group observe each other so they can secretly evaluate if anyone seems suspicious. The guard looks genuinely surprised that he picked up on all that and asks if he is really a barbarian, since he always thought they were just a brute race, and this is the first one he has met who actually seems like him. The guard says they should get going now that everything is clear. The scene shifts to an old man named Alessandro Tyrannus, a self-proclaimed paladin, who finds it absolutely tragic that he has to enter a dungeon with a rat who steals people's pouches, even if the law allows it. The thief in question, Casson Hark, gets annoyed hearing the old man complain and asks if Tyrannus is mad at him for no real reason just because some random thief scammed him once and ran off with his life savings. That comment sets Tyrannus off, and he gets irritated that a petty thief dares to insult a paladin like him, but Cassan shoots back that he is not even a real paladin, because if he was then, he would not be here in the first place. He also says Tyrannus is just another bottom feeder who clings to the title because his name sounds dumb. Tyrannus becomes visibly mad on hearing that and points his sword at the thief, but Cassan asks if he seriously thinks that his beat-up armor is going to save him. Right as they are about to start fighting, the cleric Hayes politely asks them both to stop, and they listen even though they clearly want to throw down. Hayes starts wondering if it is really okay to dive into a dungeon with these 2 maniacs. As the minimum number of people required is 4, that means another person still has to arrive before they can go inside. Suddenly, the door opens and the guard steps in, announcing that their final member has just arrived. The thief jokes that hopefully it is not another whack job like the so-called paladin, and the guard just tells him to go look for himself. As Katal enters the room with a quiet but dominating aura, all 3 of them feel chills and freeze up, overwhelmed by fear as he casually walks in. With a cheerful smile that does not match his build at all, he tells them it is nice to meet his new party members. While everyone is still processing, the guard steps back and says they should talk things out among themselves since he will return shortly. After that, our boy suggests they start with introductions and says that he is Katal the Barbarian. Then he turns to Cassan, who nearly chokes as he says he is a thief, while Sir Tyrannus announces that he is a paladin. Katal gets excited on hearing that because he knows paladins usually use holy powers, but Tyrannus quickly lets him down by saying he is a special kind of paladin who cannot use any of them. Next, the lady shyly introduces herself as Hayes, a cleric who serves the god Colossia. He asks why she is hesitating so much even though clerics are proud of their job, and she explains that it is because Colossia is the lord of lies and deceit, which makes him not very popular among the others. As they continue talking, the captain opens the door again and tells them they will be heading out now if everyone is ready to move. The whole party follows him without delay, and they finally arrive at the entrance of the dungeon. There, the captain shows them the front of the dungeon and explains that it is a 3-floor dungeon filled mostly with undead monsters, and their mission is to clear it completely and return with the required proof. With that, Katal kicks off the raid and casually asks Cassan if he has a plan in mind. Hearing this, the thief suddenly gets nervous and addresses him as Sir Katal, so our boy tells him to drop the Sir since they are a team and should leave behind all formalities and fancy titles. Cassan hears that and decides to just act normal, so without hesitation, he says Katal and the warrior will hold the front lines, while he checks for traps and the nun supports them all from the rear. Katal is honestly impressed by the clean formation, and the other 2 agree as well, so with that, the team begins their exploration. Inside the dungeon, Hayes quietly thinks to herself that the place is far too dark, while the thief gets suspicious because there are none of the usual traps or tricks around. Suddenly he tells everyone to stop moving because there are monsters nearby. He cannot see anything clearly, but there are bone fragments scattered on the floor, which are the remains of skeleton monsters that attack if anyone steps too close. Keisan thinks the guards probably knew this dungeon was dangerously difficult, so they lied about it being a simple identity test, and are just using the dungeon as a tool to quietly eliminate any suspects. Katal acts like he has no clue what is going on, so Cassan breaks it down for him, explaining that skeletons are undead monsters that keep moving even after losing their limbs, and since they are all bone, their defense is naturally really high. He tells Hayes to get her powers ready and signals Tyrannus to prep his shield, also advising Katal to be careful because this dungeon is going to be way tougher than they first thought. Kasan tells everyone that they should focus on distracting the skeletons so he can find an opening and strike their necks, since that is a weak point and the only way to properly kill a skeleton. As Katal steps closer to one of the skeletons, it suddenly rises while the others prepare for a fight, but instead of attacking, he casually slaps it so hard that it turns to dust on the spot. Everyone just stares in disbelief, and Katal turns to Kasan with a big smile, saying he was right about them going down if you hit the head. But poor Kasan just laughs in confusion, because that is definitely not what he meant by hitting the head. Skeletons are made of solid bone, and they are further reinforced by dungeon mana, which makes it practically impossible for an average swordsman to slice through them in one hit. The only real way to beat them is by repeatedly striking the neck bones until they snap, and crushing a skull should not even be possible through regular means. Kasan already knew the Barbarian is strong, but this level of power is way beyond what he expected, and now he seriously questions if Katal is even human. Everyone just stands around staring at the pile of dust, while our boy simply says they should keep moving. Slightly spooked, they all hurry toward him the moment he gives the order. He tells them there is no need to rush, to which Kasan agrees, though Tyrannus and Hayes are both just praying they make it out alive. As they continue exploring the dungeon, Katal suddenly spots a skull lying on the ground along with a few more skeletons nearby. The other three brace themselves, thinking this time they might actually have to help out. Just then, Katal turns to them and politely asks for a favor. All three act confused, wondering what kind of favor he would need from scrubs like them in this situation. He tells them that he wants to deal with the skeletons on his own, since there is something he wants to try out. Kasan just shrugs and says he can do whatever he wants, and Hayes and Tyrannus also give him the go-ahead. They stand back, wondering what kind of experiment he is about to run, while Katal flashes them a quick thanks. As one of the skeletons rises up, Katal is completely fascinated by the way it assembles and wonders out loud how it is all put together. The skeleton goes in with a full swing, trying to slice him with its sword, but Katal effortlessly catches the blade between two fingers and breaks it like a twig. He asks what the skeleton is planning to do now, but it does not hesitate at all. It jumps high and goes for another attack. Our boy dodges the strike smoothly, grabs the skeleton's arm, and asks the scrawny thing what will happen if he does this. He slams the arm into the floor, turning it to dust, and the skeleton just stands there staring at its missing limb in visible confusion. Then it tries to act cool, kicks the sword up into the air like a gangster, and grabs it in its other hand to fight for its undead life. But Katal's Nagatoro tier bullying doesn't stop there. The skeleton charges again, but our barbarian grabs its remaining hand and rips that one off too, instantly reducing it to dust like the first. The poor skeleton still refuses to quit and starts flailing its broken arms at him. Our boy grabs it and completely crushes the right arm for good. He is genuinely impressed that the skeleton can substitute its body parts and has such high intelligence, while the rest of the party just watches in stunned silence, pitying the poor skeleton getting clowned on. Hayes feels a chill run down her spine as she watches the scene unfold, while Kasan and Tyrannus look like their souls just exited their bodies. At that moment, they truly realize what kind of monster a real barbarian is, as Katal stands in front of the broken skeleton with a proud, menacing smile like it's the start of his villain arc. The others stare in horror as Katal uses brute force to detach the head from the skeleton's body and chuck it onto the ground, all the while looking like a complete psycho. He then finds it oddly amusing that the creature really cannot move without its head, before smashing the skull with his foot like some kind of villain. Seeing that scene, a cold shiver runs down the spines of the other three as Katal casually apologizes for the delay after acting like a demon he has clearly become. Completely terrified of him, Kasan nervously says it is no issue at all and politely requests Sir Katal to take all the time that he needs. Our boy just nods, not understanding the situation, and says he is glad they are being so polite to him. With that, he says they should head deeper again, and the other three quickly agree with him like they are hostages at gunpoint. After exploring for a bit more time, they finally reach the stairs that lead down to the second floor of the dungeon. Once they enter the new floor, Kasan suggests they take some rest before exploring any further. Katal agrees and says it would be best if they all rest for a while. Hearing that, Kasan is honestly overjoyed that Lord Barbarian has benevolently granted his humble request. While they are resting, the three of them sit in one corner of the room while Katal quietly sits in the other, and no one really says anything. Then, out of nowhere, our hero tosses out that he wants to ask them something about the dungeon. All of them instantly get alerted and ask what he wants to know. Our boy looks a little embarrassed but still admits that his knowledge about this kind of thing is really minimal, so Hayes panics a bit and tells him that having the desire to learn is a virtue, and she herself is pretty thirsty for knowledge too. After getting the go-ahead, Katal says this dungeon is situated really close to the territory, and asks if there are any concerns about the monsters inside escaping. Hayes calmly explains that under normal conditions, monsters from dungeons do not come out of them, But of course there are rare exceptions, and those cases are promptly reported and dealt with. Kasan jumps into the conversation and says that since dungeons are an unknown kind of natural disaster, they tend to have wildly different appearances. Some show up as caves while others look like towers, but most dungeons always manifest near highly populated areas for some reason. That makes way more sense to Katal about why this dungeon is present here, and Hayes tells him that the local lord usually assesses the danger level when a dungeon appears, and then dispatches guards or mercenaries accordingly, but sometimes outsiders like them are also used to clear it. After hearing all this, our boy finds it interesting that dungeons never manifest inside territories, and Kasan confirms that is correct, because they always form at a certain distance. With his face all lit up, Katal asks if there is any kind of reward for a successful conquest, and Hayes confirms that, saying there is a boss waiting at the final floor. If they manage to defeat it, then they get really good rewards, especially since this dungeon is a pretty large one, and the boss is just as difficult. Our boy grins widely on hearing that and mumbles that it is just like a game, and when the nun gets curious about what he means by that, he dodges the question by saying he was just talking to himself. Then, he says that he wants to ask one more thing and then inquires who exactly is the one who creates these dungeons. Genuinely surprised by the question, Hayes tells him that no one really makes them, as they are considered natural phenomena. But our boy explains that there are still way too many odd details if that is really the case. The first thing is how they always appear near populated places, almost like they are demanding to be explored. It feels more like they are tempting people with treasure, which sounds way too deliberate for something natural. Hayes thinks what he is saying actually makes a lot of sense, but she admits she never really thought about it that way. Kasan also agrees it sounds suspicious, but says that since it was taught as a truth of their world, so he never questioned it either. It is a well-known fact, so there was no reason to doubt it, but the thief wonders how this barbarian is smart enough to question the truths of the world. From what he knows, barbarians are supposed to be brainless savages, but Katal clearly does not fit the description of a typical barbarian. Our boy finds their insights quite interesting, and then asks if everyone has rested enough. After they all reply that they are ready to move on, he leads them deeper inside to continue the dungeon exploration. After wandering around for quite a long while, they suddenly stumble upon a treasure chest. Kasan explains that it is a proper treasure chest, and it is one of the rewards hidden inside labyrinths, but you can only claim it if you are able to unlock it first. The thief looks at the chest and thinks that to open something of this quality, you would need someone who is a master at lockpicking. Since someone with that level of skill would have no business in a place like this, he figures they will probably have to abandon the chest altogether. But Katal tells him to go ahead and open the lock since this is a treasure chest, and that is literally his whole thing as a thief. He repeats that it is his only job in their team, but Kasan starts sweating buckets, thinking the problem is that if he really was capable of such a thing, he would not be in this trashy dungeon. He is just a budget ninja, a peasant at the bottom of the food chain who is not even acknowledged by the Thieves Guild, but he cannot admit that when the barbarian has so many expectations from him. If he says he cannot do it, then all of Katal's excitement will instantly turn into infuriating disappointment, and the result of disappointing a barbarian might end up with him looking like that poor skeleton. So in the end, he decides to give it a try. He pulls out his lockpicking gear while Katal watches from behind with childlike excitement at seeing a real thief at work. With our boy looming over him and admiring the details, Kasan tries to recall every lockpicker he saw while working as a porter for other thieves. The guy locks in hard, thinking that if he fails to open this chest, then he is basically dead, and that pressure ends up activating his hidden skill called Cry of the Soul. After a while, Kasan suddenly hears a faint sound, and Katal thinks that he must have broken something. But in reality, the lid of the chest slowly starts to open, and seeing this unfold, Kasan feels so glad that tears of joy start flooding out. Hayes cannot believe he actually did it, because she always heard that only skilled thieves can open a treasure chest, and witnessing it herself, she thinks Kasan is a pro. Our boy is also quite impressed by his unexpected success and compliments him for the good work, while Kasan pretends he did it on purpose. The guy himself has no clue how he pulled it off, and he always prided himself on living the best life he could. But after seeing what he is capable of, he is starting to question what his best even was, and whether he was living a lie this whole time. While Kasan is quietly depressed from all of this, Katal casually asks about the value of the reward they just found. Hayes tells him that with this kind of quantity, someone could not only easily feed a regular family for a whole month, but also live quite a luxurious month at that. Hearing that, Katal smiles and tells Kasan to look after the valuable rewards. Kasan takes the items out of the chest, but he nearly wets himself when they catch him sneakily trying to slip some into his own sack. Everyone asks him if something happened, but he awkwardly denies everything like nothing is wrong. Later, they come across a random pile of bones lying on the floor, and from the looks of it, there appear to be 4 skeletons, so our barbarian says that he will take care of 3 skeletons and leave the last one for the rest of them to handle. Everyone agrees with the plan as they quietly wonder if this even counts as a real battle. The moment they slowly get in range of the pile of bones, the skeletons begin assembling. As the scary, spooky skeletons ferociously roar at the party, everyone quickly prepares for the fight, and Katal confidently shouts at the skeletons to bring it on. Kasan charges in first and lands a clean hit. But as the other 3 skeletons try to gang up on him, our boy casually grabs them with his giant arms and hugs them from behind so they do not interfere with the fight. He tells them not to interrupt because he wants to observe how his teammates fight on their own. Kasan dashes toward the skeleton again and strikes its neck with his blade, but it is still not enough to kill it. The skeleton then swings back with an attack, which Tyrannus manages to block with his large shield. Meanwhile, Hayes casts Shadow of Confusion on Tyrannus's sword, and he uses it to land another powerful strike on the skeleton's nape. As a result of the clean attack, a crack forms along the skeleton's thick neck bone. Seeing this level of coordination from a fresh party honestly impresses Katal, and he thinks it is pretty rare for a group of strangers to work together this smoothly. With that, he quickly crushes the 3 skeletons into magical powder and decides to enjoy the show now that he has gotten rid of the noisy distractions. When the other 3 watch him stand there and calmly observe them, they immediately understand that the barbarian is trying to test them, and that they are screwed if they show even the slightest kind of weakness. So to prove they are not weak, all 3 of them gang up on the poor skeleton while it quietly waits there to meet its sad and inevitable end. With the last skeleton finally down, the 3 of them sit down together and get some much-needed rest, and after casually assessing an average human's skills from the short fight, our boy starts thinking that the humans who came to the wasteland with Milena were much stronger. As they move on to the 3rd floor, the number of skeletons increases drastically, but since Katal is leading from the front, the party is able to push forward without any real difficulty, and it feels nothing like a dungeon because he makes the way too easy. After some time, they finally reach the deepest part of the dungeon, where the boss of the entire dungeon called the Skeleton Knight is sitting ominously on a throne. Seeing the Skeleton Knight up close, the other 3 are completely terrified, and Hayes is unable to understand why something like that would even be here. Katal asks if this skeleton is any different from the others they have faced so far, and she replies that it is much, much stronger compared to anything they have seen. She goes on to explain that the Skeleton Knight is a powerful monster who freely wields both a long sword and a heavy shield. They honestly have no chance against it unless they have a fighter at least on the level of an elite knight on their side, so their chances of surviving this fight are pretty much equal to 0 right now. Our boy gets curious and asks what happens if they cannot clear it and decide to retreat instead. Hayes explains that the territory will send a request for confirmation, and if it is confirmed to be a true report, then it will likely be dealt with by the authorities fairly quickly. Hearing that, our boy smiles to himself while saying that it sounds pretty reasonable before he starts walking straight toward the Skeleton Knight. Seeing that, the other 3 just stand there frozen in confusion about what exactly he plans to do. As he moves closer, the eye sockets of the Skeleton Knight suddenly glow a deep crimson red as it awakens from its long slumber. Noticing that a skeleton is already in its assembled form, our boy realizes the boss is different from the rest. Just then, the boss pulls back its sword, and Hayes quickly figures out what it is planning to do, so she immediately casts a barrier to protect everyone from the massive energy beam that fires from the Skeleton Knight's sword. However, she soon realizes her powers are way too weak, and it does not take long before the barrier shatters completely, leaving only Tyrannus to block the attack with everything he has, while Hayes gasps desperately for air. The paladin barely manages to hold back the devastating blow, but what really catches his attention is that a single strike from a monster has enough raw force to destroy both a magical barrier and a frontline tank, making it very clear that the edgy boss covered in heavy armor is definitely no joke. At that moment, the skeleton stares him down with a deadly glare and suddenly launches itself at full speed. But, like always, he just stands there calm and unbothered, then casually jabs the boss so hard its bones literally vaporize on the spot. After taking a hit with force that rivals a full-speed truck kun, the poor skeleton's upper half flies clean off, leaving everyone in the room standing there with their jaws dropped in complete amazement. Meanwhile, our barbarian casually dusts off his hands and feels just a bit disappointed that it all ended way too quickly. Then, his eyes catch something interesting, and he instantly yells at Casson to come over right now. Staring at the fancy treasure chest sitting at the bottom of the dungeon, he asks the thief if he can unlock it. Kassan quickly shuts that down and makes it clear that it is way above his level, since the lock is high grade and he does not have the skill to handle it at all. After saying that, Kassan sighs and mutters how it is such a shame they found the treasure but cannot open it, until he sees the barbarian go mad and smack the wooden chest so hard that it starts smoking from sheer friction. Tyrannus and Hayes also stare in frozen shock as he grins and declares that the rewards earned with violence are always the best kind. After that, he tells Kassan to take care of whatever is inside, and the thief finds it wild that someone actually smashed open a treasure chest like that. It makes him wonder even more why he was asked to open it in the first place when the guy clearly could have handled it faster himself. Anyways, with that out of the way, the party finally exits the dungeon and Catal gets surprised as soon as he walks out. Without warning, the roof of the dungeon entrance collapses, but Kasan barely reacts because it is well known that dungeons disappear like that once they are fully cleared, which means they did not miss any secret rooms. Hearing that secret rooms exist gets him even more hyped about future dungeon dives and what he might find next. Back at the border, the guard is utterly speechless when he realizes the sketchy party somehow made it back alive and intact. Sweat runs down the guard's face as he nervously asks Catal and the others how it went, and the barbarian cheerfully tells him that it was an absolute blast. The guard looks mildly disturbed by that energy, but he still moves on to the next step, which is interrogating each of them one by one about everything that went down inside the dungeon. First up is Hayes, and she calmly says that she did not notice anything unusual or problematic during the mission. However, the captain is not quite convinced, and questions whether she really thinks it is acceptable for a barbarian to be allowed inside the domain in the first place. Hearing that, she seems a little unsure what to say because she knows the interview is clearly meant to identify any potential risks. After her, Kasan steps forward and says that Catal does not seem like some mindless barbarian who would cause trouble for anyone. The guard appears surprised to hear that someone with such overwhelming strength did not abuse it or harm his teammates, which he finds very unusual and worth noting. Finally, when it is Catal's turn for the interview, he gives fair comments about each party member and offers genuine praise where it is due. That throws the guard off again, since normally the people he throws into dungeons together end up blaming or trash-talking each other during these follow-up sessions. After hearing them all out, the man grants them entry into the territory, but only on the condition that they can be removed at any time if they cause even the slightest trouble. He then hands Catal a large sack filled with coins as a reward for clearing the dungeon, and even he feels no urge to skim from it after seeing the relaxed smile on Catal's face. With that, Catal turns to his party members and tells them to take their share of the reward. They try to turn it down quickly, but he insists that it is only fair since they did clear the dungeon together as a team. He then suggests they grab a few drinks to celebrate their first mission together, and they nervously agree because they are not sure how to say no to the Ashen Barbarian. So, the group strolls toward the main gate while the guard continues watching Catal closely from behind, still suspicious. He knows the guy has the kind of strength that lets him knock out a dungeon boss with a single hit, which puts him at the level of an elite knight, or maybe even higher than that. That is why the guard quietly tells his men to keep an eye on Catal while he heads out to speak with the lord of the domain. At the lord's luxurious mansion, the guard receives permission and enters the private chambers. Inside, Luke Barkin, lord of the Barkin domain in the kingdom of Gehentra, calmly asks for the reason behind the urgent report, and the captain tells him that the barbarian from the rumors has appeared. Moving forward, Lord Luke Barkin turns to the captain of the guards and asks whether he gave the barbarian permission. The captain nods and says he did, thinking at the time that it wouldn't really cause any big trouble. Lord Barkin now raises a brow and wonders what sort of problem he means, so the captain explains that the barbarian seems way too strong and might stir up serious issues down the line. After hearing that, Lord Barkin leans in and asks how strong exactly, and the captain reveals that the guy knocked out a skeleton knight with a single blow. Lord Barkin's eyes shoot wide open, since a skeleton knight normally poses a challenge only for trained knights, or someone at an even higher level. And yet somehow, a mere barbarian, a class not exactly famous for brainpower, manages to wipe it out with just one hit. Just to be sure, Lord Barkin double-checks whether this means the barbarian counts as first-rate, and the captain responds that the odds of that are pretty high. Then Barkin throws in another question, asking whether he might be even stronger than that, and this time the captain says he honestly can't rule it out. That answer doesn't sit well with Lord Barkin, who now thinks that having a barbarian of this caliber could easily turn into a royal headache someday, since barbarians live by one rule only, which is that power decides everything. He orders the captain to summon the guy, but the captain hesitates and wonders aloud if that's really a smart idea. Lord Barkin calmly explains that letting someone this powerful roam unchecked within their territory could become a threat to their stability, so laying eyes on the man himself might give him a better sense of control. The captain still has doubts and says the move might be risky, but the Lord reminds him that he has his personal knight right there for protection. He then turns to the knight for a second opinion. The knight confidently replies that while the barbarian might seem powerful, in the end he's still just a mindless brute who stands no chance against the refined swordsmanship passed down to him by the legendary great swordmaster. Lord Barkin nods with satisfaction and gives the command to bring the barbarian so he can handle the matter directly. Meanwhile, our guy Catal sits with his party, absolutely destroying a meal while the others sit quietly and watch him inhale food like he hasn't eaten in years. He slams his mug down and cheerfully declares how amazing the food tastes and how peaceful the place feels, saying he really likes the vibe. He adds that the meal's on him and tells them to go wild and eat whatever they want, which leaves them all genuinely surprised. He then turns to Sir Tyrannus and asks what sort of divine powers he possesses, since he didn't see anything flashy back when they went through the dungeon together. The paladin scratches his head, clearly embarrassed, and explains that he's still in training and hasn't unlocked his full potential yet. Katal calls that a shame but quickly shifts attention to the cleric of Colossia, asking her whether there's a temple nearby. She replies that there likely isn't, since Colossia is a deity people don't usually welcome, and has been rejected by the public for being associated with lies and trickery. She then looks straight at our guy and asks how strong he is, catching everyone off guard. He admits that he has no clue where he stands rank-wise, since it hasn't even been that long since he left the snowy wilderness. Curiosity gets the better of him, so he asks what kind of level a skeleton knight actually sits at. The cleric answers that someone must reach second-rate just to face one, and only a first-rate warrior could take one down the way he did. Before they can dive deeper into the topic, the cafe owner approaches their table with a nervous look and politely asks them to wrap things up since the shop's closing. The man looks ready to pass out, but Katal responds with the softest apology possible and quietly heads out with his party. Later he turns to ask if the others have any plans lined up, but the moment the words leave his mouth, they all blurt out that they do, and that they're super busy. Katal thinks it's unfortunate but doesn't make a fuss. He parts ways with the group and says he hopes to run into them again someday. The others just stare at him with that frozen, blank look people wear when they're desperate for an escape. The day winds down, and our guy eventually finds a place to stay that's comfortable enough to make him forget how rough things were in the past. He settles into bed and realizes that this is the first time he has even touched a bed since he arrived here. He finds it comforting that the loot from the dungeon was enough to pay for a proper room, since the comfort feels like paradise after all that Snowfield chaos. He starts thinking about what lies ahead now that he's finally made it into civilization and sighs, wishing to visit places like the sacred grounds of the elves, the magic tower, or even the royal capital. Thoughts like these float around until sleep gently pulls him under. The following morning, a knock on the door jolts him awake. He quickly wipes away the drool from his mouth and drags himself up. When he opens the door, the captain of the guard stands tall in front of him. Katal rubs his eyes and asks what's going on, and the captain calmly informs him that the Lord wishes to meet him face to face. Hearing that, Katal lights up at the idea of meeting the ruler of the land and flashes an innocent smile before agreeing without a hint of hesitation. Still standing half-naked by the door, he tells the captain to hang tight while he grabs some clothes. The man stares in disbelief, not because the barbarian agreed, but because he did it so easily like it was the most normal thing ever. The scene shifts to a bustling street in the Lord's domain, where the bright daylight finally lets Katal take in the scenery. He finds himself stunned by how pretty the city looks compared to the shadowy version he stumbled into last night. As he takes in the streets, colors, and buildings, he quietly thinks to himself that he really lucked out with this place. Meanwhile, the captain walks a little ahead, visibly stressed as he wonders what the barbarian might be doing behind him. He decides not to check and just wishes they could reach the mansion before anything weird happens. At the gates, the captain announces their arrival to Lord Barkin, who then welcomes them inside and stretches out a hand for a greeting. He introduces himself with calm authority, and Katal politely responds with a handshake and even bows his head while stating his name. This leaves the Lord visibly stunned since barbarians rarely bow, and he wonders if he has finally lived long enough to witness every possible anomaly under the sun. He compliments Katal's manners and gestures for him to take a seat. Katal looks around the room with eyes full of curiosity and finds himself impressed by the castle's design. It reminds him of the medieval architecture from Earth, but then his gaze soon lands on the knight standing beside the Lord, and his face lights up with nostalgia at the familiar armor style, which reminds him of RPG characters he once controlled in video games back home. However, the knight picks up the stare and misreads it entirely. He senses something dangerous, and assumes the barbarian's eyes burn with murderous intent. The knight tenses and his hand inches toward his blade, prepared to neutralize the threat before it can act. Before the tension escalates, Lord Barkin clears his throat and calmly explains that the purpose of this meeting is to confirm a few details about Katal. Our boy nods without complaint, and the Lord begins by asking where he comes from. Katal, with a small shrug, remarks that it sounds like a question that means a lot to the Lord, and answers that he hails from the coldest place known to man, that is a snow-covered wasteland. His answer leaves both the knight and the Lord speechless. They exchange shocked glances as they realize that Katal might really be the legendary barbarian whispered about in tales. The Lord admits that the story sounds unbelievable, but Kettle tells him it was a nasty place to survive in, and whether the Lord believes it or not is entirely his choice. Rather than push further, Lord Barkin shifts the conversation and asks the question that has been sitting heavy on his mind, which is just how powerful this barbarian really is. Katal chuckles at the wording and says that the question makes no sense since even he has no clue what his limits are. After hearing this, the Lord and his knight share another loaded glance, and without skipping a beat, the Lord suggests a sparring match between Katal and his knight to find out the answer. He also throws in a handsome reward while our guy tries to fully process what's going on right now. Meanwhile, the Lord clearly sets the ground rules that it's not supposed to be a fight to death, and hopes the barbarian can actually respect those rules, to which our hero gladly agrees without hesitation. The Lord and the Knight quietly stare as Catal gets visibly excited at the idea of facing a fantasy world knight blessed with mystical powers and seeing that power firsthand. But to them, it clearly appears that this barbarian can't seem to contain his wild love for battle, no matter how polite or humble he pretends to act, which unnerves them both on some level. Finally, the long-awaited moment of truth arrives, and the sparring match is held inside an arena where both contestants now stand face-to-face like rivals. The Lord silently hopes that no blood gets spilled, and officially starts off the match by ringing a shiny bronze bell. Meanwhile, the Knight tells Catal that he should consider it an honor to witness such refined swordsmanship. Catal agrees and looks calm, but the Knight feels that it's an insult for a lowly barbarian to stand so relaxed in front of him like that. He gets into position without wasting time and lunges forward in order to show Catal the massive strength difference between them, and as he prepares to thrust his blade, it suddenly shifts into 3, which takes our boy completely by surprise. The triple blades make him question if it's an illusion at first, but it becomes obvious pretty quickly that all 3 swords are completely real. While our boy dodges each and every strike, he wonders if this flashy move even counts as swordsmanship, and the Knight figures that our boy must be just strong enough to barely avoid the attacks, which seems impressive, so he decides to wrap it up with a final all-out strike. But right then, our boy lifts his fist and flicks the sword, which shatters it into pieces along with the Knight's pride. He then reaches for the Knight and grabs his armor like it's just a piece of old cloth before tossing him across the arena without any effort, which makes Lord Balkan sweat bullets. Once the match ends, the Lord stares in disbelief as his finest warrior gets wiped out in one blow, shaken by the terrifying strength the barbarian has just displayed. Our boy casually turns toward the Lord and asks if he's done, and the Lord fumbles for words as he tries to process the scene before his eyes. He estimates that anyone who can flatten a top-level knight like this must be superhuman at the very least, though he still has no clear way to measure the real scope of this power. That fact alone puts him even more on edge, since an unpredictable force like this could break the fragile balance of the world. After a moment, the Lord decides to report this matter to the person known as the Swordmaster, and thinks that he should be arriving at the mansion any moment now. As he hopes this event is interesting enough to catch the Swordmaster's attention, a familiar voice calls out from beside him. He turns his head and finds the old Swordmaster already standing there, which makes him sigh as he mutters that the old man's creepy hobbies still haven't changed. Swordmaster Kane lets out a chuckle and remarks that even someone like him needs a little fun now and then, before getting straight to the point and asking about the matter that dragged him here. Lord Balkan rises to greet him properly and says that it's truly an honor to be visited by someone like Old Master Kane on such short notice. Meanwhile, as the Knight lies groaning in his bed, the door swings open and Lord Balkan walks in to surprise him with an unannounced visit. The Lord asks about his condition, and the Knight immediately scrambles up and stammers that he should recover in a few days and apologizes for losing. But then Lord Kane steps in and tells the Knight that his apology should be directed toward him instead, since the fool of a student managed to lose against some random barbarian. The Master takes a glance at his condition and notices that even though the armor got wrecked beyond repair, there is not a single injury on his body. He wouldn't have felt shocked even if the Knight had died, yet here he is with nothing more than tattered clothes, which leads him to conclude that the barbarian held back on purpose. Master Kane shares his analysis with them and says that their opponent was not just a brawny brute, but someone capable of controlling his power with remarkable precision. He adds that the man far surpasses the level of an ordinary knight to the point where mercy comes easy, which makes him sure that the guy must at least be operating on a superhuman level. This sends both Lord Balkan and the Knight into stunned silence, and Lord Balkan clears his throat before asking what level of strength the barbarian has when compared to the Swordmaster. Kane replies with confidence that even if the barbarian qualifies as superhuman, he still cannot compete with the might of a true Swordmaster. Lord Balkan breaks into a nervous sweat while nodding along as the Master continues his breakdown, noting that the barbarian never used aura, which normally should be impossible. He wonders whether this could be the true potential of the infamous Ashen Barbarian, and begins recalling how he once laughed off the ancient tales. But now that the man supposedly came from the White Steppes, he starts to think the legends might have some truth to them. He questions whether this creature is even human at all or just another beast from that cursed land, but then reminds himself that if he truly were a monster, he wouldn't have shown mercy to a helpless human knight. Even after all this thinking, the mystery remains about why someone from that frozen wasteland would suddenly appear right now. Lord Balkan watches the Master silently sink into thought and grows uneasy, so he asks if everything is all right. The master brushes it off and says the concern belongs to another time before throwing in a quick comment about how the emperor keeps asking for the most absurd things. He tells the lord to stop worrying for now and asks whether the barbarian still remains within his domain, which the lord confirms, and the master scoffs that he will see it for himself. Meanwhile, back at Lord Barkin's mansion, the captain inquires about our protagonist's next moves, but our boy is not sure yet. A little while ago, the captain had already given him his reward for the duel, and the lord had personally granted him permission to do whatever he pleased within the domain without any interference. Our boy figures that while he doesn't have any solid plans, it would be seriously nice if they could give him a way to identify himself, so he doesn't have to complete a dungeon every single time he enters a new domain. Hearing that, the captain of the Night Guard explains there are two ways a person like him can handle that. He can either get a sponsor from someone with high status, or he can join the mercenaries. For that second option, however, he would need to build a really strong track record at the Mercenary Guild, since most of them are just a bunch of errand runners, so it would probably be a lot smarter for a legend like Catal to find a high-ranking sponsor. But our boy blushes the moment he hears that there is a Mercenary Guild, because in his mind they are the cool kind of adventurers who hunt monsters to make a living, just like in his dream fantasy. He grins and asks the captain where he can become a mercenary, and the man awkwardly replies that he should go to the guild. With the face of a man in love, our boy asks him politely to lead the way. You see, the mercenaries in this world are a bunch of nomads who roam the earth and take on any requests they can find, a lifestyle some people find romantic. However, most consider them the bottom-tier scum of society because they are sent as cannon fodder to deal with dirty work, like defeating dangerous threats. This sometimes costs these poor people their lives while they're just trying to make a living. Later at the Mercenary Guild, a merc slaps another one in a fit of rage for making a fool of him. The other guy gets just as angry and tells the scumbag to bring it on. At the same time, the other mercs watch them like it's a wrestling match, and even place bets on who will win. While the madmen fight each other for no reason, a pink-haired guild lady asks her friend Rosa what she thinks about the new recruits. Her blonde friend looks like she wants to shoot herself before the night ends as she replies that they are all a bunch of weirdos. The first one is a crazy man who claims he is a paladin even though he has no powers. Then there is a thief who should be an NPC in Sekiro, and the third is a priestess who is actually the most normal one, but no one trusts her because of the lord she serves. Hearing the disappointing description, the pink-haired lady is left completely speechless. Meanwhile, Rosa sighs deeply and feels genuinely annoyed that she has to spend the entire day at her dead-end job, watching brain-dead monkeys pick pointless fights with each other. She wishes a handsome knight in shining armor would suddenly appear and carry her away from her mind-numbing desk job. Right as she's having that thought, the door dramatically opens, and she quickly snaps back into professional guild girl mode. With the aura of a certified Chad, our boy makes a grand entrance into the guild. All the fighting monkeys in the room suddenly stop dead in their tracks as they realize the Ashen Barbarian has just stepped inside. The other mercs also gawk with their jaws hanging, which makes Catal wonder if he just did something strange. After that, he makes his way to the counter, and the guild girl starts shaking like a vibration motor as she cautiously asks about his motives for becoming a mercenary. She is extra careful because she really doesn't want to accidentally offend him. Hearing her question, he tells her he has a ton of reasons, but the one at the very top of his list is to make a big name for himself, and she inquires if he is willing to rack up all the achievements it takes to gain status as a merc. Catal confirms, so she asks him for 5 coppers, along with his name and age for the registration process. Our boy gives his name, but he honestly doesn't know his own age, so she says she can put down whatever she thinks makes sense to finish his registration. Then, she hands him over the shiny new badge that officially represents his status as a mercenary, so he should not lose it. Staring at the simple bronze badge, our boy instantly cheers up and then asks her if there are any requests available, and his strange excitement for work surprises her. After that, she presents all the requests he can take as a new recruit, and Catal is shocked to see the tiny list of pathetic jobs an F-rank mercenary is allowed. Seeing his expression, Rosa sweats bullets because she heard barbarians are a seriously proud race, and he might take out his anger on her. Full of hesitation, she shyly tells him he can take better jobs once he builds up a good track record, but surprisingly, he is quick to choose one. He points to the herb gathering request, and Rosa confirms if he is sure that he is fine with it. Catal confirms and asks her for more information on where he needs to pick up the herbs, so the guild lady takes out a picture of the red plant and tells him they are right outside the village. Seeing that, our boy cheerfully gets up and says he is on it and heads out, leaving her completely surprised by the sheer level of chill vibes he is radiating. After he walks out the door, Rosa just sits there in sheer confusion while her friend walks over, shaking from head to toe. The scene then shifts to the forest just outside a nearby village where Catal finds a spot absolutely full of the herbs. He quickly takes off his clothes, puts on a straw hat to protect him from the heat, and gathers those herbs like a pro. After only an hour, he returns to the guild and slams a big sack full of herbs right on the table for Rosa to check. With his innocent smile, he asks her if he got enough, and she confirms that, all while wondering if he just destroyed an entire herb field. However, she is quite amazed by the perfect condition he brought them back in, because most other mercs are rough and rip them out of the ground like total savages, which brings their value way down. Watching her surprised, Catal acts incredibly proud about how good he is with his fingers, which makes Rosa slightly uncomfortable. Regardless, she serves him a tray with a single silver coin inside as his reward, which is merely enough to buy the cheapest meal money can get, a simple piece of bread. Still, the feeling of earning that money with hard work and sweat in the fields brings an oddly wholesome sense of satisfaction to him. With that, he shoots out of his chair and asks her to give him the next job as soon as possible. Completely stunned, Rosa still can't believe the barbarian is happy with his reward, and he surprises her even more by saying he wants to do as much work as he can while the sun is still up. The poor guild girl just cries that the handsome new recruit also turned out to be a weirdo, just like the rest of them. It does not take long before the barbarian hero wraps up a bunch of quests and signs up for the third cleaning request in a row, which makes the receptionist suspect that he might be some kind of obsessive clean freak. She asks him to confirm the quest, and he cheerfully heads off toward the warehouse, completely thrilled about the new mission. Once there, he surprises a lady by saying he came to clean the place and politely asks if she owns the warehouse, which she confirms with a nod. He finishes the job in no time since lifting heavy stuff barely counts as a challenge for someone like him. His next stop takes him to the streets where he picks up a broom and sweeps with such enthusiasm that it kicks up more dust than expected, although he quickly learns to control his strength without much struggle. Meanwhile, Master Kane continues watching him from afar through a pair of binoculars while hiding in a hilariously suspicious second-hand disguise. He squints and tries to figure out what exactly the barbarian is up to because in his mind, someone with strength that could topple empires should not waste time on trivial chores when he could live like royalty if he just revealed who he truly is. Yet the more he watches, the more he notices that the barbarian is not just doing the jobs to pass time, but actually seems to enjoy them and puts in genuine effort, which leaves the master deeply puzzled about why this warrior comes off more like a gentle giant than a ruthless beast. Later that day, after completing a marathon of tasks, our boy arrives at the guild, and the receptionist hands him a coin pouch as a reward for clearing 15 different quests in one day. His reward totals 15 silver coins, and he accepts it with such delight that his face lights up as he tells her that he will be back again tomorrow. While he strolls through town, little kids burst into tears at the sight of him, and grown-ups stare with judgment that could melt stone, but he just minds his business and cheerfully heads toward the local library. As he walks in, the librarian greets him with a hesitant smile, but freezes when the guy's massive figure enters her space. He politely asks if it is all right for him to read a few books, and when she agrees, he grabs a small pile and quietly starts flipping through them. The librarian peeks over in shock, and even the swordmaster watching from outside cannot believe his eyes when he sees a barbarian, who is supposed to lack any education, reading with such focus. He wonders if the Snowfield tribes have a completely different upbringing compared to the rest of the world's barbarians, or if this specific one is just a rare exception. After finishing a thick book on history, our boy closes it, and reflects that the Empire came out victorious against the kingdom in a war. He remembers that a few years ago, Milena visited the Snowfields to deliver and sell weapons to the kingdom, but even then, the Empire pulled off a win, and now the former kingdom stands as nothing more than a vassal under the Empire's rule. After the Empire's victory, its influence grows to the point where it swallows nearly half of the human world, and it keeps expanding its reach like it plans to eventually consume the whole planet. Once our boy finishes reading about all the empires and their thirst for world domination, he shifts his attention from boring old humans to the non-human side of things, and picks up another book just to explore what kind of fantastical beings exist in this wild new world he now lives in. He reads about a massive dwarven cave called Mantamia, said to be overflowing with rare ores that glitter like treasure, and then about a fairy village named Pisarapia, which sounds like something straight out of a dream. The next part introduces him to floating cities in the sky known as Lagameria, homes of celestial beings, and finally, the hidden elven sanctuary called Elfo Sagrado, a place so elusive that even the strongest rulers in history have failed to uncover its exact location. Catal chuckles and guesses that if anyone is ever getting into that elven sanctuary, it might as well be him. But right when he feels confident, he stumbles across another topic in the book that catches him off guard. Apparently, there are places just as extreme as the Snowfield he crawled out from. They are called demon zones, and these are areas where humans are absolutely not welcome. The creatures in those places do not follow the same rules and look nothing like regular monsters. The world has only 5 demon zones, but each one stretches across massive lands and sounds more unhinged than the last. He reads about the silent forest where everything gets swallowed up in absolute stillness, then the abyss that pulls everything into evil, the deep sea where weird aquatic primates breathe like humans, the hollow pit where nothing lives and even nothingness itself creeps you out, and of course the Snowfield, the same one that our boy calls home. Inside these regions, terrifying monsters known as aberrations live and thrive, but the book mentions that they cannot pass into the human world, which makes Katal pause and wonder just how ridiculously big this world is supposed to be. He recalls how enormous the snowfield was, and finds it insane that there are multiple places out there just like it. After soaking up all this new knowledge, he stands up with a sense of gratitude and politely thanks the librarian, who quietly nods and nervously accepts his appreciation without saying much else. Our hero strolls back to the guild and walks up to receptionist Rosa with the same casual energy and asks if any new quests are available for the day. She presents a few fresh request forms, and as Katal flips through them, far away from the guild, Master Kane finishes observing and finally concludes that the time has come for a direct confrontation with the mysterious Ashen Barbarian. At night, in the middle of the bustling city, he strolls back feeling fully satisfied after managing to complete over a dozen small requests in a single day. He is a little surprised at how all those tiny rewards stack up to a pretty decent amount overall. As he walks alone through a quiet street under the dim moonlight, he thinks to himself that, at this pace, becoming a world-famous mercenary is just around the corner. However, he remains blissfully unaware that a certain hooded mustache is already waiting for him just around the turn. Suddenly, the hooded geezer steps right into his path and locks him in with a sharp stare. As the swordmaster stands there trying to look all mysterious and cool, our boy casually points out that he knows the old man has been tailing him all day, which leaves Master Kane visibly shaken. He asks what exactly the guy wants from him now. Master Kane is stunned into silence because, in his mind, there is no way someone with ordinary senses could have noticed him, as he was confident his stealth had never failed him before, no matter how sharp the target. Just then, he gets hit with another shock when my guy reaches for his weapon and wonders out loud if the old man is actually a bandit. When he gets no answer, he starts thinking it is kind of impressive that someone managed to sneak past city security, especially since the border security was tight. At this point, Master Kane wants to reveal that he is actually the swordmaster himself, but his lips refuse to move after taking such a hit to his pride and dignity. But the bullying does not stop there. Katal says it is truly a shame that the economy has fallen so low that an elderly man with a shriveled-up body has no choice but to turn to petty crime. His disappointment soon shifts into a smug grin, though, as he figures that catching a bandit who managed to sneak into town should definitely boost his aura at the mercenary guild without much effort. Although the swordmaster is not exactly thrilled with this misunderstanding, he thinks it might be a good opportunity if the barbarian will take him seriously as an enemy. That way, he can test the guy's real strength without holding back. As our barbarian begins closing the distance, the old man can hardly believe what he's seeing. His opponent completely vanishes right before his eyes without a trace. Before he can even fully register what just happened, our boy appears again mere inches from his face, and his massive hand stretches toward him at lightning speed. At the very last moment, though, the swordmaster jerks out of the way, and even Katal is impressed by how smooth that dodge was for someone with 1 foot already in the grave. Master Kane nearly has a heart attack, realizing that if he had been even a millisecond slower, it would be game over for him. But the real shocker is that he did not sense a single drop of aura coming from Katal. While the barbarian flashes a genuine smile and appreciates the old man's skills, Master Kane starts wondering if that move was really pulled off with nothing but pure physical strength. Just then, he puts on a serious expression and goes all in like Okarun when he's mad. However, his momentum stalls almost instantly when the guy vanishes again and reappears behind him, grabbing his shoulder hard enough to almost dislocate something. The swordmaster is taken aback once again, realizing he could not pick up even the trace of movement with heightened senses from his skill. Next, our guy puts him in an arm lock, and Master Kane struggles with everything he has but fails to break free at first. Realizing that this is turning into a contest of raw physical strength, the swordmaster unleashes all of his energy and starts pushing back with full force. As soon as he feels that surge of power, our boy is genuinely impressed, and Master Kane finally manages to break out of the hold. The geezer looks proud for a second like he proved himself, but Katal ruins his mood by saying that bandits nowadays know some surprisingly advanced techniques. He notices that the old man has mana flowing through his whole body, something that only first-rate elites are supposed to be capable of, which makes it even stranger that someone this strong would pose as a lowly bandit. Meanwhile, Master Kane wonders what the clueless dunce is made of, because the mana manifested around his body should easily tear through any regular human just from the slightest touch, yet this barbarian is completely unscathed. After that, Katal lets the old man know that he has no clue what kind of technique he is using, but playtime is over. Hearing that, the swordmaster instinctively reaches for his weapon, but before he can even unsheath it, the Ashen Barbarian calmly slides the blade back into its scabbard. The sheer humiliation of a man great as himself infuriates Kane, so he strains as hard as he can to get it out, but it is no match for Katal's girthy finger. Then, as he watches that massive hand inching slowly closer toward him, the swordmaster finally comes to terms with the fact that his time is up. With that, the barbarian hoists him up over his shoulder, impressed that this is what counts as a bandit in this fantasy world. At the guard tower, the captain is absolutely shocked to see the ashen barbarian casually dragging Master Cain along like some kind of pet. At first, the man assumes that Catal must have attacked the swordmaster, but when our boy cheerfully says he would like to report a bandit, the captain's jaw nearly drops straight through the basement in disbelief. With a radiant smile on his face, he asks the captain if his mercenary standing will go up now that he has caught a bandit. After barely calming down, the captain wonders how it is even remotely possible that a man who once transcended human limitations was captured by a barbarian and brought here like a stray dog that had already been put down. After taking a breath, the captain firmly assures him that the person he brought in is not a bandit. So naturally, our big-brain barbarian concludes that the guard must be an accomplice of the real bandit instead. Bowing slightly, the guard states that the old man is actually the highly esteemed swordmaster of the Gehentra kingdom, but Catal seriously doubts that claim with all his heart. Then, with a perfectly straight face, he insists that the senile bandit attacked him just to get his wrinkly hands on his silver coins. But the guard swears up and down that there is no chance he would ever mistake the swordmaster's face. When Catal suggests that the man might be using some sneaky illusion magic to disguise himself, the captain says someone so skilled with magic would also deserve a title, making our boy quietly wonder if Swordmaster is a fancy nickname given to just anyone. Tired of listening to the brain-dead barbarian spewing nonsense, the knight captain confirms one last time that it really is the Swordmaster, and then says he will report everything to his lord. Over at the mansion, Lord Barkin is flabbergasted when he hears that Master Cain got his cheeks handed to him by a barbarian. A few hours later, Catal is summoned too, and there he politely apologizes to Master Cain, who also ends up apologizing for the unfortunate misunderstanding. A heavy moment of silence follows between the two, while Lord Barkin and the knight captain stand stunned that the swordmaster has lost a duel for the first time in history. That fact alone means the Ashen Barbarian is stronger than one of the kingdom's most elite warriors. Although Master Cain only recently became superhuman and is a bottom-tier master, the fact that Catal could easily defeat even the weakest swordmaster makes him a monster on two legs. Just thinking about that gives Lord Barkin a headache, so he excuses himself after telling the two men to settle things between themselves. With the others out of the room, Master Cain and our boy quietly stare at one another, since the old man simply cannot bring himself to admit that he got whooped with surgical precision and had his pride shattered to bits. Eventually he gathers himself and formally introduces his full name as Swordmaster Cain, which makes our boy pause and curiously ask if Swordmaster is actually part of his name, but Cain explains that it is a noble rank and not something he was born with. He then asks if that cool technique he saw earlier was some kind of Swordmaster power, and when Lord Cain manifests arcane energy around his hand, our boy jumps out of his chair in pure excitement. The first time he saw it, Catal had dismissed it as some cheap bandit trick, but now that he knows it is an ability of swordmasters, he is enchanted by its coolness. Lord Cain tells him that what he is seeing is aura, the physical manifestation of arcane energy. Remembering how insanely cool the glowing aura made the senile master look, Catal lights up and immediately asks how he can use it too. To put it simply, Lord Cain says aura is a manifestation of arcane power, and when Catal asks if it is like mana, the man explains that arcane is actually the root force that becomes aura for swordsmen and mana for mages. The mysterious power immediately piques our boy's interest, so he eagerly asks the man to teach him, even if it is kind of embarrassing to admit he has no background in it. Seeing how dead serious he is about learning it, Lord Cain asks why someone already stronger than a swordmaster would even need his techniques. But Catal explains he lacks any fighting techniques, and only knows how to go unga-bunga and swing around his weapon right now. Hearing that makes the swordmaster feel just a little bit better, thinking maybe he only lost because he never got the chance to draw the very weapon he has mastered. Wanting to restore both his dignity and reputation, Lord Cain decides to reclaim some of his honor by educating the barbarian. With that thought, Lord Cain agrees to teach him, and declares that he is only half a man without his sword. In response, Catal nods as if that makes sense that Lord Cain was so pathetic because he never got to actually use his sword in their fight, leaving the old man slightly shocked by his blunt honesty. Then, our boy says it would be pretty sad if the kingdom handed out swordmaster titles to people this week, which pisses Cain off even more. But he softens the blow by admitting that Master Cain probably could have won the fight if he used his blade, and hearing that brings back just a sliver of the old man's self-respect. Back in the human world, Catal had taken up swordsmanship with some seriousness. Yet even then, he soon came to realize that everything he had learned there was meaningless when compared to the swordplay in this new realm, one deeply rooted in manipulating arcane energy. As the scene shifts, the training arc is already underway, with Lord Kane gripping his sword firmly as he speaks about how the core of his style lies in the balance between reality and illusion. Then, he turns to Katal and asks what exactly he witnessed when he faced his disciple. Katal remembers the guy he had defeated earlier and, with a bit of confusion, asks if that man really was Lord Kane's student. He explains how the man's sword seemed to split into 3 separate strikes, all of which turned out to be real and not just tricks. With that, Katal begins to understand what this concept of embodiment truly means, and directly asks the old man whether swordsmanship here relies purely on technique rather than raw strength. The old geezer responds by drawing out his sword, which now gleams with a faint green aura that instantly catches Katal's eye. Still, the old man grumbles about how unbelievable it feels to pass on such a refined art to a mere barbarian. To demonstrate, he slams his blade into the ground, and the floor splits open while his strike divides neatly into 5 precise attacks. The old man then launches into a vague explanation about how various techniques coexist and evolve, but Katal doesn't pay much attention to all that, and instead says that he thinks he might be able to copy the skill. The old swordsman, clearly annoyed, scoffs at the idea, claiming it's nonsense and refusing to believe that someone could mimic something he spent his entire life trying to master. However, Katal decides to go for it and swings his axe without hesitation. To everyone's shock, the attack really does split into 5 parts. The old man stands frozen with his jaw nearly touching the floor, unable to process what he has just seen. When Katal asks if the technique was accurate, the old master admits that while it looked convincing, the barbarian had only used speed to fake the effect, rather than truly replicate the skill. The old geezer nearly gets fooled for a brief moment, but then finally regains his composure and tells the barbarian that there was no real technique behind that strike. Katal calmly responds, saying that since swordsmanship is meant for real combat, shouldn't the end result matter more than the method used to get there? The old man begins to grow uneasy, and the weight of Katal's words starts sinking in until he actually sheds a few quiet tears, hurt by the realization that what the barbarian said might be true. But Lord Kane refuses to be looked down on so easily, and to prove himself, he performs another move where his entire body appears to separate. He then proudly declares that the technique is called bodily separation, and that it can only be achieved through absolute mastery of aura. Next, he turns to Katal and directly challenges him, asking if he can copy this technique too. Without hesitation, the barbarian steps forward, and by moving at extreme speed, he fakes the effect once more, making it appear as if his body has truly split. The force of his attack tears off the roof and even stirs up a powerful whirlwind. Standing tall, the ashen barbarian asks with confidence if that was the correct form. The old man, now unable to keep it together, drops to his knees with tears in his eyes. He simply cannot accept that someone like Katal could mimic the techniques he had spent an entire lifetime refining. Katal turns to him and says that for someone with such a stern appearance, he really does get emotional too easily. Then, trying to lift the mood, Katal tells him that his swordsmanship is actually quite impressive, and even admits that he had only swung his axe at full speed, saying it wasn't real swordsmanship at all. This little praise is more than enough to lift the old master's spirits, and soon he falls into a spiral of self-satisfaction, proudly thinking that only he in the entire world could ever truly embody both illusion and reality. Clutching his fist and whispering to himself, he insists that there is absolutely nothing wrong with his technique, and that the real issue lies in the fact that the barbarian is just an absolute madman. Katal then brings up a calm request, asking the old man if he might truly teach him the deeper meaning behind a technique. The old geezer, still feeling the weight of his earlier emotions, offers an apology for letting himself slip like that, and soon after, his tone turns more focused. He explains that the first step on this path would be learning how to control the aura, and for that to happen, one must first begin to comprehend the arcane in its true sense. At that moment, Lord Kane adds that reaching the higher realms of mastery is something no one can accomplish without awakening the arcane, except for a rare few who carry blessings directly from the divine. Curious, Katal asks whether this divine power exists as something entirely separate, and Master Kane responds by saying that the divine gift is something granted by the gods and holds no connection to a person's own skill or effort. He continues without pause, speaking about the arcane as a hidden force resting deep within each individual, and claims it to be the origin point from which all other abilities are born. Then he begins to describe the 5 stages of arcane mastery, with the very first of them being nothing more than the simple act of sensing its presence. Katal wonders aloud whether every person is actually capable of doing that, but the old man answers with a quiet denial, explaining that only those who are able to feel it truly fall into what he calls the 3rd class. As he goes on about the 5 stages, Katal finds himself recalling something Milena once mentioned, and it starts to make sense. The old man then remarks that this structure is only a convenient way of understanding things, and that the borders between classes are never as clean as they seem. After that, the two of them finally begin with the first stage, known as arcane perception. After closing his eyes, Master Kane calmly tells him to try feeling everything around him, because awakening the perception of the arcane means pushing every one of your senses to the max. He explains it is like noticing the wind on your skin, then sensing something else like a second presence. But after just a few seconds, Catal flat out says he feels absolutely nothing at all. Mildly shocked, Master Kane did not expect him to give up that fast, and admits he assumed someone with Catal's level of strength might not be able to pick it up so easily. After all, it is pretty common for warriors without any magical training to slowly gain arcane perception over time, which makes this barbarian an unusual exception. Master Kane then guesses it could be one of those strange quirks caused by the White Wasteland, and Catal recalls that none of the other barbarians he knew had any idea what this arcane stuff is. After hearing that, Master Kane nods and explains that sensing the arcane is far from easy, which is why he offers to channel a bit of energy into him and unlock his path by brute force. Even though he still doesn't understand a single thing the old man just said, Catal feels excited once he realizes Master Kane is about to transfer some of his aura. With the soul of a true aura farmer, Catal is hyped as he says he is more than ready for whatever comes next. He sits down with high expectations, while the Swordmaster tells him to let go of all tension and focus completely on what is happening inside his body. After that, Master Kane places a steady hand on his back and begins channeling aura, but he freezes for a second when he senses what is actually going on inside this guy. He starts questioning whether the Ashen Barbarian is even human, because his insides feel more solid than the rock, and his muscle density is so absurd it might as well be a black hole. Still confused why nothing is happening, Catal turns his head around and asks what the holdup is, and the old man admits that he was lost in thought. However, Master Kane quickly realizes that he simply cannot reach Catal's arcane core. No matter how far he pushes his aura, it feels like he is being pulled deeper and deeper into some never-ending abyss that keeps crushing him with its raw pressure. Eventually, he admits that this method will not work at all. Hearing that, Catal's disappointment is immeasurable and his day is ruined. He stares in confusion and frustration, asking if it is just not possible because he has zero talent for magic. But Master Kane firmly clarifies that simply channeling aura into him is not enough to draw out the arcane from someone, so the only remaining option is for people like him to awaken it on their own. The problem is, though, that he could not even find a trace of arcane anywhere in the Catal's entire body. Baffled, our boy asks if that means he just does not have the power in him at all, and Master Kane explains that he simply could not confirm anything because Catal's body is far from normal. The Swordmaster explains that his aura needs to pass through the body smoothly, but Catal's build is so absurdly solid that his aura cannot travel far enough inside. After realizing that even a top-tier Swordmaster like this guy cannot help him, he pouts like a kid and mutters that this means he will never get to use that cool, mysterious power. In response, Master Kane tells him that he cannot say for sure whether there is a path or not, so he might just need to find a Swordmaster with a stronger aura, or try his luck at the Mage Tower instead. Though he sincerely apologizes for not being able to help more, Catal just brushes it off and says it is totally fine, since there is still a sliver of hope left. After that, he thanks the senile swordsman for everything he taught him, and Master Kane stands there a bit stunned, because every barbarian he had met until now was just a violent, brain-dead beast with no place in civilized society. Knowing Catal is different from the rest, Master Kane asks if he would ever consider joining their kingdom, meaning whether he would pledge loyalty to the king and gain noble status in return. Master Kane says he would easily rise through the ranks because of how powerful he is, and offers to sponsor him personally. Still, our hero turns down the tempting offer because he lives on the road and has no plans to settle down in one place. That makes the Swordmaster a little disappointed, because Catal's raw power would make a big difference to the Empire's control. Master Kane presses again, asking if Catal really has no interest in this once-in-a-lifetime chance to become nobility, but the barbarian makes it clear he is a freedom-loving American who bows to no one. Hearing that, the Swordmaster goes speechless, and Catal thanks him once more before heading out, grateful for everything Master Kane has taught him so far. Later, as the old man walks alone through the halls, he reflects on how foolish it was to think someone like Catal could ever be controlled. The fact that he acts on his own free will just makes him even more dangerous than the other demons from the snowfields. Sighing in frustration, Master Kane quietly wonders what the Emperor is even thinking by trying to conquer the demon realm of all places. Back in Luke Barkin's chambers, the Lord asks if Master Kane is certain that the Emperor intends to take over the demon lands, and the Swordmaster confirms it, saying the Emperor is practically sending people to their deaths under the excuse of gathering information. That alone raises real suspicions he might be a reincarnation of one of the former Mad Emperors. Since the Empire has not even managed to fully conquer the human realm yet, Master Kane warns that the time may be approaching when they get summoned. He also informs the Lord that while not confirmed, there are more and more reports that dungeon outbreaks are getting worse, likely due to the blight spreading from the demon realm. Whatever the cause may be, humanity is going to suffer the most. And then Master Kane brings up the final issue. The biggest anomaly to escape the wasteland is now roaming free. With all that said, he asked the Lord what he thinks, and even though Lord Barkin believes Catal is not their enemy, he quietly says that only time will tell what path the Ashen Barbarian will choose. After giving the Swordmaster a humiliating existential crisis, a new day rose, and Catal is back to exploring the Varkan territory like a happy wanderer. Now he's starting to notice that wherever he goes, children cry and cling to their mamas. Even grown men would try their darndest to stay out of his way. He wondered if these extreme reactions were due to his primitive clothes, instead of his monstrous frame built for the NBA. He's wearing a beast hide vest, which doesn't exactly scream civilized, especially to normal folks. For today's mission, it's time to finally get some civilized clothing. The first store he visited was quite high-end. All sorts of colorful fabrics and garments were laid out neatly. When the manager saw what kind of hulking beast had just walked into his store, he almost passed out in fright. How would you feel if a barbarian towered over you, demanding some new drip? On the brink of tears, the manager regrettably relayed that they don't have anything giant-sized. But if he's willing to wait, they could certainly make a custom order with perfectly tailored dimensions. That cheered Catal up. He excitedly placed an order. The manager took his contact information and promised to notify him when it's ready. This poor guy feared that if they delivered clothes that didn't meet the barbarian's tastes, this business and his life would be done for. After getting measured and finalizing the order, Catal left to make his way back to the guild hall. On the way, he came across a curious blue gem sitting on the roadside. Curious, he picked it up. He examined the gemstone closer and was mesmerized by its luster. Catal innocently pocketed the shiny gem and made a note to ask the guild hall people about it. As always, he went straight to Rosa, the receptionist. The barbarian handed her the gemstone and asked for any relevant information. Rosa gave it a brief examination and concluded that it's not a gemstone. The surface is way too smooth for something naturally occurring. It seems like it was carved by someone. There are no markings or names, so it's hard to say what it is. But as the humble receptionist continues to hold and stare into the blue orb, she starts getting lulled by its brilliance. Catal flicked his fingers and woke Rosa up from her daze. She was jolted back to reality, and he asked if she was all right. He had to interfere as she looked dangerously entranced by the thing. It sounds like she didn't even notice the bizarre pull it had on her. Now, Rosa could slightly feel the strange energy oozing out of the mysterious orb. She offered to get it appraised by a professional, but Catal preferred to investigate the thing himself. Doing side quests is part of the fun for him. Before leaving, he asked Rosa for the list of available jobs he could take on today. As always, it was a bunch of menial tasks like weed pulling, potato digging, street and sewer cleaning. The usual stuff. Other mercenaries would have scoffed at the list, but Catal was just happy to do some novice jobs. He quickly blitzed through the list, got his rewards, and retired to his room after another fulfilling day. Before calling it a day, he pulled out the mysterious orb and pondered it for a moment. As far as he could tell, Rosa looked like she was losing her mind over it in a hypnotic daze. Right then and there, he heard a disembodied voice beckoning to him from inside the orb. He was suddenly transported inside his mind as the voice tried to lead him somewhere. It was practically showing him a map to follow. He reckoned this was some kind of domination magic. Since he has nothing to do on this fine night anyway, he decided to play along with the disembodied voice. He put his beast hide vest back on and followed the directions. At this point, the voice was just being annoying. After wading through wild vines and traversing the outskirts of the city, he found a hidden cavern. He smiled with amusement as he freely entered the maw with an unknown entity waiting on the other side. Unbeknownst to Catal, he was being monitored as soon as he entered the dingy cave. He was being eyed as just another sacrifice, a dumb barbarian big enough to make a good offering. The magical skeletal freak on the other side of the surveillance is giddy at the thought of having his 10th sacrificial victim for the sake of resurrection. In the past, during a great warring period, many kingdoms fell into ruin. Behind all that destruction was an evil mage who manipulated and disturbed people's emotions. He controlled the minds of countless monarchs and ruled over their kingdoms. Eventually, however, his atrocities caught up with him. He crossed a line and was hunted down by the heroes. Before his downfall, he transferred his soul into a life vessel, becoming a lich. He became an undying soul tied to his vessel. The wickedly evil mage who once dominated the world had been biding his time, planning his resurrection. Since he needed many lives to sacrifice in the name of revival, he eventually settled in a remote fief. He began spreading bewitching orbs and lured unwitting victims. All these innocent lives fueled the manicore needed for his true revival. Once he descends, he plans to conquer the world using a great power stronger than ever. Countless years have passed, and his goal is steadily drawing closer to success. But he wondered why a barbarian would come to such a remote and quaint territory. This was supposed to be his quiet sacrifice farm. Creatures from the north don't usually leave their wretched nest. Nevertheless, with the barbarian's size alone, he would surely make a fine offering. The orb is enchanted with a special effect to lure those untouched by the arcane. This way, only ignorant and puny mortals would be affected. So, the lich felt confident that the barbarian ensnared by his trap was just another ordinary soul with no arcane sense, a simple brute. He continued letting the barbarian follow the voice, eager to add another foundation for his glorious resurrection. Meanwhile, Catal was just casually strolling in the dank hallways until he reached a wooden gate. When he opened that old-ass door, he found the freaky skeleton mage trying hard to aura farm. Identifying that what stood before him was a real lich, Catal almost burst with excitement. From what Catal knows, those freaks were once mages who had reached the extreme. They are the ultimate fantasy villains. The barbarian was nerding out. Seeing as the brute didn't feel fear or even a little bit of apprehension, the lich felt a little uneasy. Now Catal has an explanation and a culprit for the orb's luring prowess. The lich is starting to question his methods. He surely doesn't sense any arcane from the musclehead. This guy is supposed to be a normal barbarian. Then the only explanation must be some kind of mental protection artifact, and a high-end one at that. Something powerful enough to block the senses of a lich. He praised the barbarian's luck for stumbling upon such a thing when Catal had no idea what he was talking about. The lich waved his scepter and wrapped the loose skeletons around the crypt with mana, while threatening to crush Catal by force. He set his minions loose to swarm the living sacrifice. Catal was just enjoying living a classic fantasy game encounter, a dungeon showdown with an evil lich. As soon as the first skeleton entered his range, he bitch-slapped that pile of bones to the dirt. It was so forceful that it sent shivers down the summoner's spine as the skull cracked and fragmented. Catal rated his slap a little flimsy, but yielded better results than he expected. With his pride hurt, the lich set his sights on Catal's arms and legs for the next wave. It doesn't matter if the sacrifice is crippled, he just has to be alive for the ceremony. The next batch of skeletons was a little fancier. They had swords. Catal scoffed and sent a haymaker that shattered the first one's jaw. With another strike locked and loaded, he added another shattered skull to the count. The third one was felled by a brutal roundhouse kick. The fourth was sent back down to the ground with ease. Seeing his minions fall in such a devastating manner, one after another, the lich was slack-jawed. Thankfully, Catal had some experience dealing with these bony bastards with his first dungeon run. Destroying the head by sheer force is a very effective method. He was actually disappointed that the lich didn't summon at least a death knight or something stronger. Hearing his lament really hurt the lich's pride. The sack of bones stammered that he wouldn't be playing nice anymore. He raised his scepter and made a peculiar summon rise, coating its body in full armor made of mana. It was a skeleton knight, and Catal wasn't impressed. He already one-shotted one of these not long ago. Then, he tried to convince himself that maybe a skeleton knight made by a lich would be different. As soon as the kill order was raised, the skeleton knight spurred into action. Catal squared his fist and prepared for impact. The sword was swung midway through the charge, and Catal is about to do a little durability test on the poor bastard. Disinterest was painted in his face as he punched a hole through the skeleton knight's supposedly sturdy armor. Just like the first time he had to deal with this kind of enemy, it was an absolute stomp. But unlike the last skeleton knight he dumpstered, this one still had enough juice to demand a round two. Catal was pleasantly surprised at the thing's toughness. The lich was frantically juicing up the knight, opening his mana to the limit to sustain his summons. The bag of bones snarled at Catal even though most of its joints had turned to dust. Catal just stood there, waiting for what the crippled skeleton knight had in store for him. He clenched his fist and perfectly timed a straightforward punch to the face. Once again the knight was sent flying like a bony rag doll. It crashed into the cavern walls, its bones mixed with the debris. The lich could feel his dream of resurrection slipping through his finger bones. Catal stepped forward, stepping through and crushing the loose bones scattered all around. Then, he asked the lich if that was all. He was completely underwhelmed by the supposed fantasy world's final boss. The lich still can't sense an iota of arcane from the barbarian. If this were due to an artifact, there should at least be some mana leaks. He was forced to consider that the man in front of him was simply built different. An absolute monster who could take down a skeleton knight with nothing but raw physical strength. In his countless years of existence, he had never seen something so absurd. Deeming Catal worthy, the lich prepared to take the barbarian on himself. He urged the man to consider it an honor to feel the wrath of a lich directly. The surrounding area darkened, and instead of feeling unnerved, Catal was positively intrigued. He looked around and saw nothing but an endless void stretching infinitely. Being trapped in this zone of terror shall be the price he pays for daring to trespass upon the sanctuary with blatant disrespect. He said that as if he wasn't the one summoning innocent people by using the orb as a lure. The lich also realized the stupidity of his threats. Everyone who ended up here had been victims of the scattered orbs. Catal was no exception. The prideful lich threw a tantrum, declaring himself a great and mighty sorcerer. The mastermind who brought down 5 kingdoms and clashed with ancient heroes, Kartos Branulus Kessis. Catal recalled the elf queen he encountered a few days ago. That girl also had a really long name. While he was busy thinking about long-ass names, the lich was cooking up a spell to turn him into a cornerstone of resurrection. A dark energy shot out from the scepter and forced itself upon his line of sight. His vision spun as he fixated on the rotating dark power. This is a spell that controls human emotions. It draws out negative feelings and traps the victim. It renders them paralyzed and mentally broken. It is a unique spell developed by Kartos, a power that makes him nearly invincible, considering how little mana it consumes. He was certain that a mere barbarian who couldn't even wield the arcane would easily succumb to such great magic. Kartos was already thinking of what he should do next, now that it looks like the brute is compromised. Maybe he can capture this anomaly and study it a little bit before the sacrificial ceremony. Kartos resummoned his skeletons to retrieve the dazed barbarian. When the lanky bag of bones tried to get close, Katal sent the fool spinning into the stratosphere. The poor skeleton hit the cavern ceiling, its head crushed and pulverized upon contact. All signs of haze were gone from the barbarian's eyes, and the lich was on the verge of crashing the fuck out. Every summons he tried ended up being bone meal for the cave's barren ground. He was sure that the mind control spell worked perfectly. Katal was utterly unimpressed by all the tricks. The skeleton summoning is becoming a little repetitive. He sighed with boredom. His dream of having an epic battle turned out to be remarkably anticlimactic. With every word out of his mouth, the lich's pride gets increasingly tattered. Kartos was under the impression that humans are creatures ruled by emotions. No matter how powerful they become, they all carry some form of heavy negativity buried deep in their hearts. That's why he sees his emotion control magic as an immutable and irresistible weapon. While Kartos was questioning the branch of magic he had dedicated centuries to perfecting, Katal was requesting some fireballs or magic missiles, something flashy. If there's one thing he loathes, it is his magic being compared to low-tier spells. Fueled by hate for the unsuspecting barbarian, Kartos summoned a dark, murky current with neither form nor substance. This ultimate technique shall swallow the world and drown all clarity in chaos. That incredibly grandiose chant revived Katal's hope of seeing something truly mythical. When the murky wave of darkness reached its zenith form, it was unleashed to consume everything in its path. Katal stood like a curious kid as he watched the waves barrel towards his position. With his ultimate technique in full effect, the lich laughed maniacally, expecting an inevitable victory. His early celebration was cut short when a black bile shot out of his mouth. He fell to his knees, severely weakened. Kartos severely overdid it with that last spell. He spent all his mana except the bare minimum to keep his vessel together. Still, it is worth it just to see that barbarian die a horrible death. Unfortunately for him, he overdrafted his mana for nothing. Katal remained standing and praised the technique's power. Sure, he was a little impressed, but he wants more from the lich. Even the strongest spell in Kartos' arsenal was proven useless against the strange barbarian. If a great hero were struck by that ultimate attack directly, their mind would have shattered into a million pieces. Katal just felt a little tickle and nothing more. Seeing the lich hobbling on his knees, Katal drew his battle axe. He took all the little dark tricks head on. It's only fair that he gets his turn now. It was then that Kartos the Lich started deluding himself into thinking of yet another plausible reason for his headache. Kartos alleged that the barbarian willingly came to this cave knowing who he was. As usual, Katal had no idea what the hell the bonehead was talking about. The Lich laughed like a maniac, praising the non-existent barbarian intelligence network for tracking him down. Kartos vowed to rise again and shatter whatever blade may come and rule the world as he once had. He once heard that deep within the Empire lies a human breeding ground of sorts, a place where only the best and unique talents are raised. He reckoned that this barbarian was the product of that facility. By his estimation, this man must have been bred, born and trained as a blade forged solely to kill the immortal Lich, an assassin honed with the Empire's full effort. Even so, Kartos Brenulus Kesses shall prevail, kill the blade meant to end him, and overturn the Empire once more. Hearing the nonsensical babble, Katal worried that the underwhelming Lich might have lost his marbles. When all else failed, the soul of the ancient mage vacated his vessel and tried to force his way into Katal's. He did so while thinking that entering the barbarian's body and devouring that simple mind from the inside would give him a new, powerful vessel. This is his one and only option for survival, and the upsides are staggering. When his soul successfully swam into the unbreakable body, Kartos laid his claim on his new home. Kartos' soul eventually reached the barbarian's inner world, the Mind Palace. He felt that something was extremely wrong. He had never seen anything like it. The Lich was expecting to peer through memories of the barbarian being carefully chiseled by the Empire. But seeing what Katal truly is, Kartos conceded that even the Empire could never even begin to imagine someone like this man. He felt the remaining consciousness of his soul collapsing at an unstoppable rate. Kartos Brenulus Kesses, the mighty Lich's final word, was one of utter confusion. Outside, Katal didn't even understand what had just happened. All he saw was the Lich dropping dead before he could retaliate. Throughout the fight, he passively observed, curious to see what kind of magic a fully evolved mage would demonstrate. But he was left with the impression that liches simply aren't that impressive in this world. Either way, this is another clean dungeon clear. There should be a reward, right? Katal casually picked up the scepter that Kartos used, curious if he could use it to practice magic too. He tried to fidget with the thing, and the magic crystal core gave out. He casually put the engine of the scepter's power in his pocket, treating it as loot. Afterwards, he checked on the vase that was used to house Kartos' soul as a life vessel. He also yoinked that and made a mental note to ask Rosa to get it appraised. With the scepter and the vessel in hand, he was quite satisfied with the rewards. Before leaving, the sinister magic circle drawn on one of the walls caught his attention. Thinking that there must be a hidden room on the other side of this edgy painting, he poked around. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he shattered the sturdy wall by lightly pressing on it. What lies behind the sinister wall was a bone-chilling sight. It was the Lich's hidden sacrificial chamber filled with the unfortunate victims suspended in an unconscious state. Katal thought he was going to get some extra loot, not a room full of mortal souls lined up for sacrifice. Still, he was curious to know who these people were. He tested if they were conscious, even tried calling out to them, but they were entirely unresponsive. Clueless about what to do with this discovery, he decided to head back to the guild for now. There, he can explain the situation to the authorities, and they will probably send some people over to take care of this mess. By the time he entered the guild's door, the sun was already up. Unlike the first few days, Rosa, the receptionist, welcomed him with respect and enthusiasm, instead of giving him weird looks. He brought up that he had to deal with some things, and that got her curious. Katal shared that he just finished uncovering the mystery of the orb he showed Rosa yesterday. He gave her the complete rundown of what happened in the hidden dungeon, and her first thought was that he must be joking. As far as she knows, there are only 5 liches in existence. Their backwater territory cannot possibly be the hiding spot of one. To prove his story, Katal pulled out the vase that once served as Kartos' life vessel. It oozed an ominous air, and this lunatic wants some ordinary receptionist to appraise the cursed object. Rosa didn't know how to respond to that ridiculous request. She then realized that the ridiculous tale this barbarian casually shared really happened. He also shared that he found a few people held captive in a secret room for a sacrificial ceremony. If this barbarian keeps on doing shit like this, Rosa might die at a young age. He thought about bringing them out, but their minds were basically gone. It would be best if someone professional checked them out. Come to think of it, there has been a rise in the disappearance of the territory. If that was the work of the Lich, then this is way above a receptionist's pay grade. She needs to call someone immediately. The first captain of the guards barged into the guild hall as soon as he was notified about the Lich. In there, he found the barbarian sitting at one of the tables, making the furniture look kid-sized. Katal assured the anxious captain that the worst has been taken care of, so there's nothing to worry about. When he mentioned the name Kartos Bernulus Kesses while recounting what happened, the first captain was flabbergasted. Of course he knows the name. Hell, you can ask a random dude in the street and he would know the name. Kartos was pure evil in sorcerer form. He turned the world upside down and created emotion manipulation magic. The man who drove 5 kings mad and ruined 5 kingdoms. Ordinary people these days would shit their pants upon hearing that the madman turned himself into a lich, but Katal insisted that the lich wasn't all that impressive. Kartos ended up self-destructing. Knowing how important this news was, the first captain pried for a more detailed explanation. Even though Katal really wanted to help, there's not much else he could share. It was just over so quickly. Then, the first captain asked the barbarian to wait for a moment while he notified Lord Varkan. When the overseer of the territory heard about the existence of an agent of death near his region, he couldn't believe his ears. He tried gaslighting himself into thinking that it must have been a different kind of monster. But based on the testimonies of the people rescued and healed a minute ago, they were positive that their captor was a lich. There's also physical proof in the form of a life vessel. Now, it's only a matter of time before the Empire dispatches investigators to look into this incident. The timing could not be any worse with Lord Kane away from the estate. Still, it is the Lord's duty to send word and keep the capital up to date about such things. Even so, they could consider themselves lucky. If the barbarian had not found that lair, this whole situation could have been so much worse. Kartos was likely in the midst of preparations to resurrect himself. Katal accomplished yet another remarkable feat, and he must receive a reward fitting for that triumph. Lord Varkan could not think of what to offer the peculiar man that would be adequate. A day later, the Lord woke up and put on his robe drip as the morning started. One of his maids frantically entered the room to inform him of the arrival of the Sun God's Inquisitor, Lord Aquaz, to investigate the estate. Varkan quickly changed into a more proper attire and met the esteemed guest. Gentlemen, the Inquisitor of the Sun God is an absolute baddie. He invited her to be seated, and they shared an uncomfortable silence. Lord Luke Varkan stammered an introduction of himself and his estate. He thanked her for the visit despite how sudden it was. Aquaz, Inquisitor of the Sun God, Judge of Heresy in his name, imposingly introduced herself. She was the youngest person to ever be appointed to such a prestigious title. She once beheaded 7 warlocks who had signed pacts with demons and single-handedly disrupted a massive pagan ritual. Aquaz is unanimously hailed as the most powerful Inquisitor of the Sun God on the continent. Even the Empire defers when it comes to the Sun God's church, making her an extremely influential figure. She holds power that far exceeds a mere provincial lord like Luke over here. Why would someone like that travel all the way to the backwater countryside? Lord Varkin began recounting what happened with the hidden dungeon nearby, but assured the Inquisitor that it had been resolved. Then, he asked her for the particular reason for this visit. She professed that she traveled long to speak with Luke Varkin about a divine oracle. However, before sharing its contents, she wanted to hear more about what had happened in this territory recently. Left with no recourse, Luke Varkin gave all the juicy details about the lone barbarian who defeated the Lich. He also has it in good authority that the evil entity was once Kartos Branulus Kesses. To back up the story, he brought out the phylactery that housed Kartos' soul as a life vessel. Even the Inquisitor was taken aback. She unconsciously gripped her sun pendant in fear of what in the world just happened in this land. Then, Aquaz ominously asked if the barbarian was still in the estate. He truthfully answered that the man is still staying in the territory. The Inquisitor was still feeling skeptical about the validity of the claim that Kartos was defeated just like that. So, the Lord added that the barbarian also washed Lord Cain fair and square. This means a new powerhouse had emerged. Aquaz wanted to know which tribe the barbarian hailed from. When he mentioned the White Wastelands, the Inquisitor instantly imagined a being from the demon realm. Normally, such creatures are not allowed to wander outside their realm. Now she's considering that the barbarian must be the reason for her visit. So, she formally requested a sit-down meeting with the enigmatic man. Meanwhile, Catal is busy pondering yet another shiny object, the crystal he plucked out of the Lich's scepter. From what he could gather, this is some kind of artifact that supports magic. It would be better to consult a mage about it later down the line. Come to think of it, it's about time he went out. Earlier in the day, the first captain solemnly asked him to meet with the Inquisitor of the Sun God in the church. He also asked the barbarian to show proper respect to the lady when they met. After gearing up, he went straight to the church for the scheduled meeting. In this world, gods truly exist, and they are omnipresent beings. They bestow power directly to those they deem worthy, and would sometimes descend on the mortal plane. People would build shrines to worship and serve them, a church to congregate in faith. Seeing the Church of the Sun God in person, Catal was starstruck by its sheer size and majesty. The first captain instructed him on how this meeting would pan out. Someone will guide Catal once he gets inside. Upon entering, he was in awe of the church's interior, fitting to be a place of worship for the sun god. He was respectfully received by 3 nuns serving the faith. Inquisitor Aquaz is already waiting, so he awkwardly follows the nuns' lead. He was led to the inner sanctum, and laid eyes upon the youngest inquisitor of the sun god. She was prim, proper, and respectful. He was just having fun. Seeing that this woman achieved the highest honor of her faith at such a young age, he recognized that she must be very good at her job. A glimpse of his enigmatic smile caught the Inquisitor off guard. Getting straight to business, Catal asked about the purpose of this meeting. As expected, she wanted to inquire about the recent dungeon incident, where the alleged Kartos, a man who committed grave atrocities across the world, was felled. By her estimation, only heroes would have been powerful enough to stand against such an evil force of nature. Catal recognized her preamble, but the Kartos he saw was just a bumbling skeleton flailing about on his own, who ended up destroying himself. He could see that the Inquisitor had some reservations about his story, but he could only speak of what he saw. To remedy this lack of trust, Aquaz proposed that they let her god serve as a direct witness to this conversation. If one lies in the presence of a deity, there will be a divine reaction. It's basically a divine lie detector that smites the untruthful. Based on her knowledge about the brutish barbarians, she expected him to disagree with this method, but she had never met a barbarian like this one. Catal was more than willing to go under that godly lie detector. This is the perfect chance to experience divine power in person. How could he miss out on that? She was more confused to see him look so excited instead of apprehensive. Normally, anyone would be uncomfortable when you say that a god is watching and observing, but he simply has nothing to hide. He's not one to tell lies after all. With his acceptance, Inquisitor Aquaz initiated the process. She prayed to the sun god who watches from the highest place, the one who oversees the sun itself. With omnipresent gaze, all falsehoods shall be revealed in this space. An intense beam of sunlight descended upon the church, enveloping it with omniscient divine power. Now this is what Catal wants. This was straight out of a fantasy game. It was an odd sensation. He could feel an all-powerful presence beyond the bright light. It was massive. A being that cannot be simply described in human words. Catal could somehow perceive that the divine all-seeing eye was looking at him with a sense of confusion. 2 people sat across from each other while a divine being permeated the space around them. The Inquisitor was just pleased that no instant divine reaction was activated. Now they can finally begin talking without a hint of deceit. From now on, within this pillar, nothing false shall be permitted. Catal crossed his arms, nodded, and prepared himself for a truthful conversation. Under the direct observation of the sun god, the dialogue between Catal and Inquisitor Aqua began. Catal explained the details of the dungeon clearing operation where he faced the Lich, and as he spoke, the radiant divine power emitted no negative reaction, confirming that everything he said was the absolute truth. Inwardly, Aquas concluded that the Lich Kardos must have been in a severely weakened state while preparing for his resurrection ritual, and that Cattle was lucky the sorcerer was not at his full magical strength. Otherwise, this barbarian would not be standing before her. Now, after the process ended, Cattle asked her if her doubts had been dispelled, and she confirmed it and apologized for her impertinence. But he replied that it was fine, as he too had enjoyed this unique experience. After that, Aquas asked for permission to ask one last personal question, and after he agreed, she nervously and directly asked him in a serious tone if he was truly from the White Snowfield. When Cattell calmly confirmed his identity, Aquas appeared shocked and disbelieving, wondering how someone could truly come from that demon realm, and she connected his existence to the legend of the Ashen Barbarian told by the Emperor long ago. With a sudden, sharp gaze, her red eyes gleaming, she was surprised when Cattle expressed a desire to ask her a question in turn. Cattle asked Aquas why she had come to this specific territory, and she replied that she had personal business, but Cattle countered with a piercing look, asking if her mission was primarily to ascertain whether he was an unclean being. Surprise struck Aquas, who tried to deny it, but Cattell clarified that he meant the Eye of God, cleverly pointing out that the god's personal presence to observe their conversation was a momentous event that far exceeded simple lie detection. Under the influence of the god's power that prevents falsehood, Aquas had no choice but to admit the truth of his words. Cattell deduced from this that he had been her target from the beginning, which Aquas denied, explaining that it was only upon arriving in the territory that she thought he might be the person mentioned in a prophecy. But the result of the divine observation proved otherwise. Aquas apologized for hiding her true intentions, which Cattell accepted, finding the matter interesting in its own way. He then took the opportunity to ask her about the content of that prophecy. Aqua hesitated, clutching the sun symbol hanging around her neck, explaining that this was a secret she usually only revealed to those she trusted, but she decided to speak. Aqua began to narrate the details of the prophecy to Cattell, whose face showed signs of astonishment. After some time, Aquas was lost in deep thought, standing by the large church window until the sound of someone's footsteps interrupted the moment, and she turned to see who it was. It was Lord Barkin. He noticed the worry on Aqua's face. She told him that she had met someone, but this meeting had only made her thoughts more tangled. The Lord asked her who that person was. Aqua confirmed with certainty that Cattell was indeed a barbarian from the White Snowfield. The Lord asks in astonishment if this is true, and she replies in the affirmative, adding that if this news were to spread, it would cause turmoil throughout the entire world. The Lord laments that what he had hoped was just a rumor had turned out to be an undeniable truth. The Lord expresses his concern, pointing out that many, chief among them, the Emperor, wish to explore the White Snowfield, and that the world would descend into chaos if the Emperor decided to act on this news. Aqua reassures him that there is no need to worry about that, explaining that her organization will handle the Lich Kardos themselves and that they intend to keep the barbarian's existence a secret from the public, which greatly relieves the Lord. He then asks her if all barbarians from the White Snowfield are as strong as Cattell, to which she replies in the negative, reasoning that if they were all like him, they would have already left the snowfield and conquered the world. The Lord agrees with her, adding that the barbarians scattered across the world despite their immense physical strength are characterized by stupidity, which is a natural shortcoming in them, but he wonders with concern about the grave consequences. If these physically dominant beings also acquired intelligence, Aqua tells him she heard that Cattell possesses both strength and intelligence, and adds that she also heard the current king of the barbarians is different from his predecessors. Aqua replies that she met him once, and he was indeed different from ordinary barbarians. The Lord comments that a meeting between these two could be interesting, but Aqua strongly rejects the idea. The Lord is surprised by this, and Aquas continues explaining that the relationship between barbarians and the followers of the gods is not good at all, and that their growing power is not something to be taken lightly. The Lord changes the subject, asking about the content of the prophecy that necessitated a private meeting between her and Cattell. She explains that she needed to confirm something, and when the Lord asks what that was, she replies that she wanted to know if Cattell was purely human or if he was just another being pretending to be human. The Lord is shocked and asks her what exactly the prophecy said. Aqua stands before the large window preparing to reveal its contents, and when she does, the Lord appears completely stunned, muttering words of disbelief. Later, the Lord summons Cattell again. Cattell tells him that, thanks to him, his affairs are going well in the territory, and then asks why he was summoned. The Lord explains that he has something to tell him as the ruler of the territory. Although Cattell shows disinterest, the Lord continues announcing that he has prepared a reward for Cattell in appreciation for saving the territory. The Lord orders the reward to be brought in, and surprise shows on Cattell's face. When one of the guards places the reward before him, it was a small leather pouch. Lord Barkin explains that this is no ordinary pouch and asks him to inspect it himself. Katal holds the pouch, guessing at its special nature, and the Lord encourages him to check what's inside, revealing to him that it is an artifact of the bag type. He tells him that he can store many items inside it, as much as its size allows, and that the internal space is roughly equivalent to the size of the reception hall they are sitting in. Katal is amazed, realizing that this is the first time he has seen a real artifact, a tool made by magic. The Lord adds that he can put whatever items he wants inside, even if they are larger than the pouch's opening itself. Katal enthusiastically decides to test this immediately using his large axe. As he holds his axe over the small opening, doubting it could possibly fit, the axe is completely pulled into the pouch in a flash, much to his astonishment. The Lord explains that to retrieve any item, he just has to reach his hand inside and imagine that item. Katal follows the instructions and successfully pulls out his axe again, expressing how amazing it is. The Lord tells him this is his gift for saving the territory and hopes he likes it, to which Katal enthusiastically replies that he loves it and will definitely make good use of it. The Lord is pleased with Katal's reaction and considers the matter concluded, but he thinks to himself that the matter of the prophecy still remains, wondering what is happening in his remote territory. He recalls the Swordmaster's words when he told him that things from the demon realms were starting to appear and spread in the world, and that something significant was happening. The Lord connects this to the prophecy. He remembers when Aquas told him its content, that a great evil would descend upon this very territory and from it would spread throughout the world. It turns out that in the Barkin territory, which is connected by a network of villages, communication with one of these villages was suddenly lost. At first, the matter was not given much attention, but when people from a neighboring village were sent to investigate, they never returned. After that, the Lord sent his official guards, but they too disappeared. Only then did the Lord realize that something dangerous was happening. Later at the Mercenary Guild, Katal asks Rosa about today's quests, and she informs him of an urgent request from the Lord. Katal inquires about the nature of the request, and she explains that the mission is to investigate the village that lost contact, and that all he has to do is go there and confirm the situation, noting that the pay is very high for a seemingly simple task. Katal likes the mission and decides to accept it immediately. Rosa smiles and replies that this is to be expected. At the gathering place for the mission's mercenaries, the priestess Hayes is surprised by Katal's arrival and calls his name in astonishment. Katal appears wearing his new custom-made clothes, and Hayes immediately notices his different attire. He explains to her that his old clothes from the snowfields had worn out and that he had requested this new design himself. He has comments that the design is unique and impressive. She asks him if he has accepted this mission as well, and he confirms it, adding that he couldn't refuse such an interesting job. Hayes thinks to herself how unusual he truly is. He then inquires why she is alone, and if her other two companions, Alexandro and Kassan, are not participating in the mission. Hayes guesses that they probably refuse the mission. After seeing the details, Katal glances at the small crowd around him. Noticing that the number of participants is smaller than he expected, he had thought that a simple mission with high pay would attract many people, but their total number didn't even reach 10. Explains to him that the mission is actually a bit dangerous. Although Katal sees that the request itself seems simple, Hayes explains that the pay is much higher than it should be. She reveals to him that there are rumors that the guards sent to the village never returned, which means the mission is not as simple as it seems. Nevertheless, Katal insists that the attendance is still too low. He hesitantly tells him that there is another rumor that explains this. She reveals to him that it's related to Lady Aquas. Katal is surprised to hear the name, and Hayes reveals that the heretic inquisitor of the sun god, Lady Aquas, will be participating in this mission, adding that very few mercenaries dare to work alongside her. He expresses her personal concern, wondering if Aquas plans to cleave her head off. Katal reassures her that it won't happen, describing Aqua as a polite and kind woman. Hez is shocked to learn that Katal knows Lady Aquas, and he confirms that he knows her. Even describing her as his friend, he stands speechless, unable to comprehend the idea of a heretic inquisitor and a barbarian being friends. At that moment, Katal approaches Aqua, who has arrived at the location, and greets her, saying it's good to see her again. Aqua coldly replies that she never recalls them becoming friends. Katal laughs and brushes it off, cheerfully, suggesting they become friends from now on. Aquas ignores his suggestion and changes the subject. Turning to Hertz, who is standing next to Katal and asking if his companion is also a follower of another god. Katal is surprised that Aqua knows Hai. Aquas inquires why he is here, explaining that as far as she knows, the followers of Lady Kuchi are currently in a period of rest. Aqua thinks that only high-ranking members are supposed to be active at this time, but she quickly retracts her suspicion, telling Hias that she must be mistaken as she doesn't know every detail of every religious organization. At that moment, the guard captain arrives with his soldiers at the gathering place. Catal immediately recognizes him and greets him cheerfully, noting that they meet again. Aqua stands calmly beside Catal, while Hayes looks at them with worry and tension. The guard captain formally welcomes all the participants who accepted the request, and after confirming everyone's presence, he announces that it is time to set off. Catal comments with a hint of sarcasm that their majestic gathering makes him feel as if they are a military squad on their way to launch a real raid on a fortified castle. In all seriousness, he asks Aqua if her swift action now means that this is the fateful time spoken of in the ancient prophecy. She replies with cautious calm that she cannot say for sure as the god has not revealed the exact timing of such a momentous event. All that has happened is that they have lost contact with the village completely and suddenly. Catal deduces from her words that despite the uncertainty, there is still a possibility that this is the intended, dangerous event. The words of the mysterious prophecy that an unparalleled great evil would descend upon the earth dance in his mind, and he smiles with clear enthusiasm as the idea of confronting the great evil seems to spark his interest and curiosity immensely. After a period of cautious walking, the team finally reaches the entrance of the lost village, which is enveloped in a suspicious silence. The guard captain asks Aqua about her spiritual feeling towards the place, and she replies with concern that she cannot sense any living presence at all, as if the village is devoid of souls. The captain guesses that the inhabitants might have simply fled in fear of something, and he issues orders for his men to disperse and search thoroughly for any clues that might reveal the secret of this disappearance. The mercenaries Catal and Hayes agree without hesitation and begin to spread out among the silent alleys of the village. The captain thinks that the village is very small, accommodating no more than 100 people, and that it's logically impossible for everyone to disappear suddenly without leaving any trace behind. He is fully confident that they will find some clue, no matter how small, and orders the comprehensive search to begin immediately. While searching a wooden building, one of the mercenaries is greatly surprised by what he finds inside. He calls out to the captain loudly, indicating that he is found ready-to-eat food. The captain initially thinks the inhabitants left it behind in a hurry while fleeing, but the mercenary clarifies that the food is still warm, as if it had been prepared just moments ago. The captain is shocked by this strange information, wondering in confusion how such an illogical thing could happen, as contact with the village had been lost for at least several days. Amidst his confusion, another report comes in stating that no footprints or signs of the inhabitants leaving the village or even hiding anywhere nearby have been found. The captain orders the search to continue in the hope of finding any thread that will lead them to the truth. The results of the ongoing search reveal a perplexing and disturbing scene throughout the village. There are clear signs of daily life continuing normally, but there is no human presence whatsoever. The mercenaries confirm that all evidence suggests people were just here living their lives, but there is no physical or spiritual trace of them. The captain asks Aqua if she has any explanation for this mystery, but she admits her inability and that she also does not know what is going on. He then turns to Catal, who in turn confirms that he has found no significant clues and that he feels no strange presence in the air. The captain expresses his extreme frustration and anger at this mysterious situation that defies all imagination. Catal calmly and confidently suggests that they ask someone who might know the answer they are looking for. The captain is puzzled by his words. So, Catal explains that there is another person present with them in this deserted village. Everyone is surprised and looks around nervously, and the captain spots a strange-looking woman who was not among them before, wondering in horror how long she has been standing there among them in silence. The mysterious woman smiles, expressing her surprise that Catal managed to notice her presence, even though she had hidden herself very skillfully. Catal simply replies that it's natural for them to notice a stranger suddenly appearing in a place like this, but the woman tells him that people usually don't realize she's there until she wants them to. The mysterious woman scoffs at the tense group, sarcastically, noting that even the powerful inquisitor of the sun god was unable to detect her hidden presence. She looks at Catal and thinks that he doesn't seem to have awakened any of the deep mystical secrets. Catal boldly asks her about her true identity, but she completely ignores his question and considers him merely an unexpected gain in her plans. The guard captain feels the imminent danger emanating from her and shouts at everyone to retreat immediately and get away from her. The captain realizes with shock and horror that Aqua, despite being the most powerful inquisitor among them, also cannot sense this woman's presence at all, as if she were a ghost. In a moment of terror, the captain reaches two possible conclusions with no third option. Either this woman is not an evil or demonic being at all, or she represents an evil of a very high and powerful level that her presence cannot be detected by conventional means. With a sinister smile that chills the blood in their veins, she announces that she has made her decision about their fate. Describing Catal as an interesting barbarian, she vows in a decisive tone that she will take him with her to hell to be her slave forever. The woman transforms to reveal her terrifying true demonic form and unleashes a massive ball of destructive purple energy. She flies before them in the air, defying gravity, while Catals and Aqua watch the scene in complete shock and helplessness before this overwhelming power they have never witnessed before. The guard captain screams for everyone to run for their lives, but the mercenaries discover they are trapped inside a transparent magical barrier that suddenly appeared, and they desperately try to break it with force. The demon announces in a voice that echoes throughout the village that the entire place is now under her absolute control, and no one can escape her grasp, adding as she licks her lips greedily that they have all become her prey. Everyone realizes they are facing a real and powerful demon, and a terrified Heize confirms that this entity is a named demon, one of the most dangerous types of demons. She begins to pray fervently to her god for salvation and deliverance from this nightmare. Catal places his hand on her head to reassure her, telling her in a calm voice to calm down, that he is by her side and will not leave her. Catal asks her what it means for a demon to have a name and what distinguishes it from others. Heize explains with a trembling voice that most entities called demons are just weak fragments of evil and magic and are not truly powerful. But she clarifies that there are true and original demons, beings born in the depths of darkness who choose their own names, and that the weakest named demon possesses enough power to destabilize an entire kingdom and plunge it into chaos. Catal understands that this demon before them is one of those formidable powers not to be underestimated, and Heize confirms this, recognizing her by her distinctive horns as Ashtir, a legendary demon who appeared hundreds of years ago and caused immense destruction. Catal asks if they can break the magical barrier by force, but Heize answers in the negative and with despair, explaining that the place has already become the demon's domain, and the only way out is to defeat it, which is nearly impossible. Catal finds this strangely interesting and is surprised when the barrier begins to crack and crumble as soon as he touches it with his hand. He then suddenly laughs, cleverly hiding the hole he made, and declares that he might enjoy watching the situation for a little longer. Hai looks at him completely bewildered by his calm reaction, and he gives her a reassuring gesture with his hand telling her not to worry. The demonist Ashtir mocks Aquas, asking sarcastically if the trick she prepared for them wasn't fun and exciting to investigate. She reveals that the signs of life they found in the disappeared village, where it seemed as if people were just there, were nothing but an illusion and an elaborate demonic trick aimed at manipulating humans and luring them into her trap. Aqua looks at her with intense disgust, describing her game as vile and despicable. Aqua thinks that summoning a named demon into the physical world requires a massive sacrifice of souls, and that the inhabitants of an entire village are barely enough as an offering for such a powerful entity. Also, turning an entire territory into a demonic domain without anyone noticing is beyond impossible. Aquas wonders in confusion how this demoness managed to descend into this world and infiltrate it without being detected by the forces of good, to which Ashtir sarcastically replies that she will not, of course, tell her secret. Aqua screams at her in anger, describing her as a vile evil that has come to defile this holy land. Ashtir laughs loudly and insults Aqua by calling her the obedient dog of the gods and asks sarcastically if her powerful god can save her from this predicament. She then tells her seriously to listen carefully to what she is about to say, explaining that deep cracks have begun to form in the fabric of this world and that it no longer belongs to humans and gods alone as they believe. It is narrated that a very long time ago, gods and humans engaged in a fierce war with the forces of evil, and the conflict ended in their crushing victory with the defeated evil being banished from the world to deep dimensions. Ashtir proudly declares that she is the demoness of gravity, and that she has been eagerly awaiting this day in hell, vowing to wash away the shame of past defeat and cover the entire world with evil and darkness. Aqua angrily replies that this world will remain the property of gods and humans only, and orders the disgusting creature to return immediately from whence it came. Aqua begins a sacred ritual calling upon her god to descend upon her with his power. A massive pillar of brilliant golden light engulfs her, and she begins to transform into a divine warrior form, while Catal thinks to himself, just as he expected, that enemies in these stories never attack during transformation scenes. Aqua finally appears clad in full golden divine armor that radiates power and light. Ashtir finds this transformation interesting and amusing and summons a huge elegant crystal scythe, declaring her readiness to fight. Aqua calls the demons arrogant and overconfident and charges towards her at super speed to attack. The two clash in a violent and powerful collision, causing a massive explosion of energy that shakes the ground beneath them, and as a result, Ashtir and Aquas are thrown back with force. Ashtir stands confidently, saying that the battle should be fought with dignity and respect, and asks sarcastically if the divine hunting dogs do not know the rules of combat. Aqua glares at her with intense anger and asks if she is done with her nonsense and ready to die. The fierce battle continues between the holy warrior Aquas and the demoness Ashtir, as Aquas rushes forward at great speed, leaving a trail of scattered dust behind her, her eyes flashing with holy fire. But in an unexpected moment, Ashtir suddenly disappears in the blink of an eye, as if she was never there to begin with. Before Aquas can comprehend what happened, the demoness appears directly behind her, delivering a treacherous blow from the rear, accompanied by the sound of the air tearing. Aquas blocks the blow at the last second with an amazing reaction, but Ashtir succeeds in grabbing her divine shield with her sharp claw, which surprises and shocks the warrior, as no being had ever touched her shield in this way before. The demoness seizes this precious opportunity and delivers a crushing blow with all her might, sending Aquas hurtling towards the ground with tremendous force, creating a large crater where she lands. Ashtir continues her attack relentlessly and without mercy, realizing she has found a weak point in her opponent's defense, unleashing a continuous volley of dark blows that Aquas struggles to block with great difficulty, while retreating step by step. In the midst of this violent battle, Aquas begins to recite a verse from her holy scriptures in a booming voice that echoes across the battlefield, declaring with a voice full of faith that the brilliant light will not be violated by any creature of darkness. As soon as her words end, a massive beam of pure holy light descends from the sky, striking Ashtir directly and forcing her to retreat as she screams in pain. The demoness stands at a distance and looks at her opponent, astonished by Aquas's ability to read the holy scriptures with such power at such a young age. She then praises her with clear sarcasm, saying she is more interesting than she expected. Aquas does not stop there but continues to recite another more powerful verse, calling on her lord to burn all that is evil with his holy fires. She raises her scepter, which begins to glow with a brilliant light, then launches forward at a speed faster than sound, and unleashes another blast of destructive divine energy that takes the form of a holy fire explosion. The battle between the two ignites and its pace escalates wildly, as they exchange blows at a super speed that the naked eye cannot follow, leading to violent and successive explosions of holy and demonic energy, which destroy the quiet village around them, turning it into burning rubble. The mercenaries and Hayas find themselves in the midst of this devastating conflict, screaming in terror for help, trying to escape the falling debris. Meanwhile, as the two continue their raging battle that shakes the earth, Katal stands aside with his hands in his pockets, watching the magnificent battle with great admiration and a smile on his face, commenting on how exciting it is as if it were an entertainment show. Hayes runs to him in desperation and clings to his arm tightly, begging him with tears in her eyes to help Lady Aquas, who is fighting for them. Katal replies calmly and coldly that he might be able to help, but he wonders why he should interfere, leaving Hayes speechless and shocked by his response. He explains that he doesn't want to spoil such a good and enjoyable fight, as it's rare to see a battle of this level. And although he also wants to fight a demon, for now, he prefers to enjoy watching this exciting fight until the end. Hayes is horrified by his selfish attitude and thinks that this man is not normal and that there is something wrong with his way of thinking. The fierce battle continues between the two opposing forces, as sparks of energy fly everywhere. Ashtir admits to herself that Aquas is a stubborn and strong opponent as expected from the dogs of the gods, but she feels she surpasses her in terms of raw power and combat experience. However, she realizes that the confrontation itself is not in her favor in the long run, as in this world, demonic beings cannot directly challenge the gods for a long time, and she finds herself slowly retreating before the pure divine power of Aquas, which grows stronger with every moment. Ashtir realizes that if the battle continues like this, it will drag on for a long time and might eventually turn against her. She decides that she will resort to a more cunning method that will guarantee her a swift victory. She begins to move at super speed with a wicked and sly smile on her face, then suddenly changes direction and heads towards the defenseless mercenaries who are watching the fight in fear, which shocks Aquas as she realizes the demoness's new target, so she moves quickly and protects them with her body and her shield. Ashtir continues to unleash an attack of dark energy to pressure Aquas's shield and weaken it, while extreme terror appears on the faces of the frightened mercenaries for what might happen to them if the shield breaks. Aquas becomes furious at this treacherous and cowardly attack and calls Ashtir a filthy thing that has no honor. Ashtir laughs with sarcasm and contempt, asking if Aquas really expected a demon like her to fight with the fairness and honor of knights. At the peak of her anger, Aquas begins to recite a verse from her most sacred scriptures, a verse she only uses in extreme situations, announcing the birth of the glittering golden essence that represents the highest degree of holy power. A powerful and radiant golden aura explodes around her, and with it, she creates a holy sanctuary of light in the shape of a dome, then orders everyone to enter it quickly. The surviving mercenaries rush inside the protective barrier, thanking Aquas for saving their lives from certain death. Ashtir laughs wickedly, questioning if it's right to consume such precious and rare holy scriptures to protect some weak humans. Aquas angrily orders her to be silent, and the demoness smiles, commenting that this is the response befitting an angry holy warrior. The two rush towards each other in preparation for the continuation of the decisive confrontation, and Aquas manages to block the fierce attack launched by Ashtir. But she is surprised when she sees her skillfully dodge and jump into the air above her in an acrobatic move. Suddenly, she closes the distance between them and approaches, whispering in her ear that death is just death, and no one will acknowledge Aquas's noble sacrifice for these scums. She warns her that if she continues like this, she will fall and disgrace the name of her god whom she serves. Then, with extreme cunning, she offers her a simple and tempting choice: to remove the holy power protecting the mercenaries so she can use her full strength to protect herself. And if she manages to defeat her after that, her honor and the power of her god will be exalted in the heavens. Ashtir asks with biting sarcasm if Aquas will really die for a handful of mortal humans. Aquas realizes these are just cheap psychological tricks and describes her words as pointless and that they will not affect her. When Ashtir sees that her provocation has failed, she smiles viciously and tells her to die a martyr then, since she has chosen it. She then unleashes a concentrated and devastating attack of dark energy, raising her power to its absolute maximum. While Aquas struggles with all her might to block this overwhelming attack with her holy light, which has begun to gradually fade, suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Ashtir appears before her with astonishing speed as if she were a ghost, and unleashes a violent explosion of dark energy from close range, which throws Aquas backward after she barely managed to dodge it at the last moment. Although she manages to quickly regain her balance, shock and fear are clearly visible on her face. Ashtir continues her attack at great speed without giving her any chance to catch her breath, launching rings of purple energy that surround Aquas from all sides and completely trap her like snakes. Aquas finds herself surrounded by pitch-black darkness, unable to see anything, while the demoness attacks her from above like a hawk swooping down on its prey. Ashtir declares that she is tired of hearing the holy scriptures of the gods and launches a devastating attack with all her might. Under the weight of the violent attack, Aquas coughs up blood and is thrown to the ground with extreme force. At the last moment, she grabs her shield and blocks a fatal stab that was about to pierce her heart. Nevertheless, Ashtir continues to attack her brutally while she is helpless and on the ground. The demoness gathers a massive amount of dark energy in her hand in the form of a black sphere, and crushes Aquas with it after launching it directly at her, creating a violent explosion that shatters the golden barrier that was protecting the mercenaries. One of the mercenaries screams in despair, realizing they will all die now that their protection is gone. Ashtir smiles viciously, announcing that she will eat them for dessert after her main course. But she decides to start with Aquas first, and wonders about the taste of the noble dog of the gods as she opens her mouth full of sharp and terrifying fangs. At the moment Ashtir was about to pounce, Katal's hand suddenly appears and stops her jaw with force before it can close on Aquas, and he calmly and coldly orders her to stop, declaring that this is enough playing around. Both Aquas and Ashtir are completely stunned by his sudden and unexpected appearance. The demoness wonders to herself when he got here and how, as she did not feel his presence at all, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Without uttering another word, Katal delivers a powerful and direct punch to Ashtir's face, sending her flying across the village in a violent shockwave that destroyed several buildings in its path. He then calmly turns to Aquas, who is still in a state of shock on the ground, and asks her if she is okay. Aquas looks at him in amazement, and remembers at that moment that this is the mysterious man who defeated Swordmaster Cain with complete ease. From a distance, Ashtir rises from the rubble, her eyes burning with anger and fire, and screams at Katal, calling him an arrogant barbarian, and asks how he dares to interrupt her delicious meal. Katal simply replies as he dusts off his clothes, declaring that Aquas is his friend, and for that simple reason, he will not let her die. Ashtir gets even angrier at his cold response, and tells him that she was planning to keep him alive to be her new toy after she finishes eating the rest. But he replies with amusement and a provocative smile that he has no intention of being anyone's toy. The demoness replies with a wicked smile, saying that he will die here and now then, and she summons her weapon, which takes the form of a massive demonic scythe. Aquas tries to get up with difficulty and asks him to retreat and flee immediately. He tells her that despite his ordinary appearance, he is strong enough to handle her, but she warns him with concern that he cannot defeat a demon with just physical strength. She insists that she is strong enough to fight despite her poor condition, trying to get to her feet. Aquas explains that only divine power is capable of banishing demons from this world and purifying them. She adds that this is a cosmic law that has existed since the dawn of time, and since they are now in the demon's domain, there is no hope for a miracle to save them. Katal contemplates her words seriously for a moment, then notices her weak condition and grave injuries and tells her that she does not look fit to fight at all right now. Aquas replies with determination and resolve that she must fight because she serves the god, and it is her duty to face evil head-on until her last breath. Katal expresses his admiration for her determination and strong faith, but he kindly asks her to leave this fight to him and rest, which puzzles and surprises her. He then smiles broadly and explains that he has always wanted to fight a demon himself to see how strong he is. Ashtir tells him that he doesn't really understand and mocks him, saying that he can't even touch her with his pathetic human strength. Katal challenges her to test the truth of her words. The demoness licks her claws with relish, expressing her desire to see his beautiful eyes twist in pain as she tears him to pieces. She then launches her first attack with all her speed and power, creating a massive vortex of dark energy around her. She then launches from the vortex at lightning speed to attack Katal, which shocks Aquas and makes her fear for his fate. But with complete composure and calm, Katal delivers a powerful and direct punch to her face in the middle of her attack, sending her flying into the air after her head was completely crushed by the force of the blow, leaving Aquas in a state of utter shock and disbelief at what her eyes had seen. Aquas stood frozen in place, her eyes wide in absolute shock, hardly believing the scene she had just witnessed. With his bare fist alone, Katal had shattered the head of a powerful demoness as if it were a rotten fruit, and she began to wonder to herself, in a faint voice filled with terror, whether such a supernatural act was even possible for a human. Meanwhile, from the heart of the horrifying scene, Ashtir's form began to regenerate and reform from a violent vortex of pure dark energy. Katal noted this with a cold smile, remarking that her head grows back even after being completely crushed. The demoness looked at him with eyes glowing with hatred and astonishment, and asked him in a hoarse voice about his true identity, as it was impossible for him to be a mere human. He calmly and simply replied that he was just an ordinary barbarian, a response Ashtir rejected with absolute anger and disdain, considering it an insult to her intelligence. She was overcome with intense confusion. Her demonic senses were completely unable to detect any trace of what is called mysticism emanating from Katal's being, and she concluded with certainty that he was not using aura or any form of magic to enhance his power. Based on this astonishing conclusion, she decided she would have to test and confirm the truth of this incomprehensible physical strength for herself. A wicked smile appeared on her lips as she pounced on Katal with lightning speed, letting out a commanding scream for him to die now, adding with arrogance that his weak human form made fighting him somewhat embarrassing, but there was no choice but to end this absurdity. However, in a breathtaking moment, her smile froze and turned to utter shock when Katal caught her advancing wrist with indescribable ease, as if stopping an angry child. Before she could process what had happened, he delivered a crushing punch directly to her chest, a punch that launched like a cannonball and sent her flying backward through the air as she coughed up dark blood, the pain piercing her demonic body for the first time. She was sent flying through the air at tremendous speed as if she were a tiny insect struck by a hurricane. Then she slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a small crater from the force of the collision. Trembling and in disbelief that a simple physical punch could carry such destructive power, Katal calmly noted that she had begun to regenerate again, while the demoness at that moment realized a terrifying truth. His punch was not enhanced by aura or magic at all, but was an expression of pure and terrifying physical strength. Katal wondered with genuine curiosity, examining her, about the principle or mechanism that allowed her to regenerate with such speed and efficiency. Without waiting for an answer, he continued his brutal assault, stomping on the ground with such immense force that it created a violent shockwave that cracked the rocks around him. In an unseen blink of an eye, he launched towards her with insane speed, and before she could even lift her regenerating head, he grabbed it with both hands and smashed it into the ground with extreme violence, then followed up his attack with a fierce sidekick that sent her body flying away once again. The tattered and scattered remains of her body gathered on the ground, and dark energy flowed to rebuild and regenerate it once more, piece by piece. While Katal watched the scene with a slight smile and eyes gleaming with interest, he noted that every time her head was destroyed, it reappeared entirely from nothing, and concluded that this was an ability befitting a demon, then wondered aloud if the head was her nucleus or life source. Ashtir found the entire situation absurd and humiliating, and wondered with suppressed anger as she got to her feet if he really thought he could face and overcome her with brute force alone. She then added with biting sarcasm, questioning if this meant she didn't even need to resist his primitive strength at all. As Katal looked at her in confusion, not understanding her intent, the demoness warned him in a tone that suddenly changed and dripped with danger, telling him to listen well, and she once again declared her identity with pride. "I am Ashtir, the demoness of gravity," and challenged him to continue facing her with only his brute force to see his fate. Katal replied with perfect calm, and with simple words that completely shattered her pride, saying that she really didn't seem that impressive to him. These words were a fatal blow to her demonic pride, and she erupted in a massive scream of rage that shook the atmosphere as she prepared to unleash her true attack. Ashtir charged towards Katal in a rush filled with anger and humiliation, her eyes shooting sparks. As she approached, she began to distort the space before her, as dark gravitational energy gathered to form a massive and savage warhammer, black as coal and radiating a visible weight. The demoness swung her heavy weapon and struck Katal with a force capable of crushing a giant boulder, but he simply blocked the horrific blow with his bare hands, and then without hesitation, shattered the hammer formed of solid gravity with a single direct punch, following it with another swift punch to her face that sent Ashtir flying backward once again as her head shattered for the third time. Ashtir stood again as her body rapidly regenerated, her mind sinking into a state of absolute disbelief. She thought about the nature of her power as the demoness of gravity, and how she could concentrate the weight of an entire castle wall into a single blow from her hammer. It was impossible and contrary to all logic that an ordinary barbarian, who hadn't even awakened mysticism in his body, could block such an attack with his bare hands, and even shatter her weapon with such ease. So she screamed at the top of her lungs that this was utterly impossible. With blinding rage, Ashtir gathered an immense amount of dark energy between her hands and unleashed it in a devastating beam, screaming at the barbarian to die this time. Katal did not retreat, but met the attack head-on with a direct punch that pierced the beam, creating a massive explosion of white light from the punch's energy and the demoness's dark energy. Katal's overwhelming power completely annihilated the demoness's energy and collided with it, creating a huge explosion, leaving Aquas wondering in shock and terror what exactly her eyes were witnessing. Aquas remembered what she had read in the ancient texts, that Ashtir was an incredibly powerful demoness who had managed to topple an entire kingdom on her own hundreds of years ago. She was completely stunned that a demoness of this legendary level of power was being overcome and dealt with in such an overwhelming fashion with just the use of bare fists. Katal landed gently on Ashtir's body, which had already begun to regenerate again, and noted that she seemed truly unkillable, concluding that pure physical force, no matter how great, would not be enough to kill her permanently. The demoness smiled a wicked, cunning smile as she heard his conclusion. Suddenly, Ashtir felt an immense and crushing pressure she had never felt before in her long life, a pressure emanating from Katal as he stood over her. She asked him again in a trembling voice, begging to know his true identity, but he calmly repeated his claim that he was just an ordinary barbarian. Ashtir refused to believe this ridiculous lie, but at the same time she found this situation, this terror she was feeling, strangely satisfying and exciting. She told him there was one last thing she wanted to test, and then her entire body transformed into liquid dark energy to escape from under his foot. Katal watched the situation with interest while Aquas felt anxiety rising in her heart. In the sky, that energy gathered to form a great black sphere of dark energy, which began to shatter the surrounding rocks and pull them towards it with immense gravitational force. Ashtir addressed the barbarian from on high, declaring that she would tear him to pieces with all her might, and she gathered her full energy in preparation for launching her final, devastating attack. Katal realized in that moment that this was the demoness's true power, and that the situation had become dire indeed. Aquas also realized that brute force alone would not be enough to face this, and that there was a desperate need for divine power to intervene. Ashtir smiled a smile of victory and recited her final incantation, ordering the thorns to fall and kill. Immediately, an endless volley of sharp, dark thorns began to rain down from the sky like black rain. Katal stood in place without moving, then began to wave his arms with fantastical speed, creating a whirlwind of swift blows that formed an impenetrable shield around him, shattering every thorn that approached and protecting himself completely from the attack. Ashtir wondered aloud in a state of complete shock what kind of ferocious beast this Katal was. She was then surprised again when he launched from his spot towards her in the sky at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. In that moment, Aquas seized the opportunity and intervened, reciting in a loud, confident voice another verse from her holy scriptures, declaring that the glorious light had come to devour all that is evil. She focused all her remaining divine power in her prayer, causing a pure and luminous celestial energy to manifest, which formed in the air into a magnificent golden axe, pulsing with holy light, and descended directly into the hand of Katal, who looked at it in awe for a moment, wondering if it was a direct gift from the god. Aquas screamed towards him, panting from exhaustion, that she had gathered all her remaining divinity for him and ordered him to finish the demoness now and without hesitation. Katal gripped his new axe, charged with divine power, feeling a strange resonance with it, and then told the demoness that the fun time was over. He delivered a crushing vertical blow, and the axe's holy energy easily pierced her demonic body. In that moment, Ashtir knew with absolute certainty that she had been defeated. The divine light began to consume her body from the inside and out as she screamed in real and painful agony. And then she fell to the ground like a lifeless corpse, completely defeated. Katal approached her calmly and commented that the fight had been somewhat amusing. Ashtir declared with her last dying breaths in a faint voice that it was a shame to be reverse summoned to hell in such a humiliating way, But it wasn't a complete loss, as she had confirmed for herself the existence of a being like Katal in this world. She asked him for his last name, and he simply replied, Katal. The moment Aquas heard this name, she screamed in utter fear and terror. Ashtir burst into a crazed and broken laugh, and with the last of her strength, she opened an ethereal communication channel that shook the foundations of reality, and broadcast a thunderous message to all the inhabitants of Hell in their abyssal dimensions, ordering them to carve the name Katal the Barbarian into the core of their collective memory so they would never forget it. Aquas let out a desperate cry, while the demoness ordered her followers to devour her memories after her death and learn everything about this being called Katal. Ashtir laughed her final laugh, declaring that this barbarian now belonged to all of them, as strange and invisible beings began to forcibly enter his consciousness. Katal stood in confusion for a moment, wondering what exactly was happening. In the inner space of his consciousness, the majestic demonic entities appeared as giant cosmic worms before his manifested inner consciousness. With utter simplicity, his consciousness crushed them with ease as if they were nothing. In reality, Katal looked at his physical body and then dismissed the whole affair with a blank and indifferent expression. He asked the dying demoness what she had done, noting that he felt something strange enter his body for a moment. Ashtir was met with a final shock, wondering in terror how the demonic darkness that was supposed to overwhelm his body and soul had no effect on him at all. Without another word, Katal crushed the last remains of the demoness on the ground with his foot and destroyed her completely, while Aquas and Hayes screamed in a state of absolute shock. After the purple mist from the demoness's death dissipated, Katal stretched with a satisfied smile and asked Aquas if the mission was now successfully completed. In the quiet territory of Barkan in the kingdom of Gehenthra, breaking news spread like wildfire, carrying with it alarming reports about the afflicted village with which all contact had been lost. Newspapers were soon filled with drawings and speculations about the demoness Ashtir, who was identified as responsible for the horrific attack on the village. The territory's ruler sits in his office, his face etched with sorrow, wondering in a weary voice how such a terrible ordeal could strike his small territory that he had strived so hard to protect. After the difficult battle against the Lich, a new threat now emerges, a named demon mentioned in the oldest historical texts. Amidst this disaster, the only good news was that the brave inquisitor of the sun god had managed to temporarily fend off the demoness, giving him a moment to catch his breath and think carefully about the next steps to be taken. The scene shifts to Katal, who could clearly feel that the entire territory was in a state of turmoil and anticipation due to these earth-shattering events. He directs his gaze towards Aquas, who was lying asleep while her body slowly recovered from its deep wounds, and is surprised when he sees her begin to stir and speak in a faint voice. Aquas rises from the bed with a deliberate movement, and Katal asks her with sincere concern if she is really leaving so soon, suggesting she give her body some extra rest before setting off on her journey. Aquas stands firm and explains to him that she cannot delay any longer, as she must inform the Holy Land of the details of what happened here as soon as possible. Katal understands and respects her decisive resolution. Aquas turns to him and thanks him deeply for saving her life, admitting honestly that without him, she would have become a helpless plaything in the hands of that evil demoness. Katal shakes his head, gently refusing her thanks, saying in a simple tone that he only did what anyone would do to save a friend. He then asks her with curiosity if they are considered friends now. Aquas is surprised by this unfamiliar idea. How could a barbarian from the north and a loyal servant of the god be friends? She reminds him of her identity, saying she is the inquisitor of the sun god, and asks him seriously if he still wishes for them to be friends despite this great difference between them. Katal simply asks her if there is any reason why not. After a moment of thought, Aquas admits there is no real reason, so Katal concludes that it doesn't matter then. Their friendship is possible. Aquas agrees with a slight smile. Katal tells her he has a question he would like to ask, and asks her about the validity of the information that one should not tell a demon their real name. Aquas confirms this is true, explaining that the reason lies in a concept known as marking. She explains to him that demons use names to engrave a dark and invisible mark on a person's soul, and this mark acts as a beacon that attracts other evil entities, making the marked person an easy and constantly hunted prey. She adds that in ancient times the marked had to undergo complex baptismal rituals to be rid of this mark, or they would end up hunted and killed by the merciless forces of evil. Katal asks her with clear concern if this means he has also been marked after his encounter with the demoness. Aquas immediately reassures him that he was fortunately not marked, but she warns him that his name has likely now been revealed to the beings of hell and has become known to them. However, she tells him not to worry too much, as without the mark, they cannot accurately track his location, and there won't be a real problem unless he meets them face to face again. Katal expresses his interest in the fact that despite his strength, he could not kill the demoness with physical force alone. Aquas explains that this is the mysterious nature of demons. different from any other being. She then begins to tell an old story, explaining that the great gods in the beginning are the ones who created humans and gave them life, but beings from beyond showed a malevolent interest in the human world. These beings crossed dimensions and broke into their world, and began to slaughter humans with unspeakable brutality, which eventually prompted the gods to descend to the human world, stand by their creation, and name those beings demons, before banishing them and sealing the gate behind them. Aquas continues her detailed explanation, stating that after the gods saved humanity from annihilation, humans built churches and temples to honor them, and lived in peace, achieving remarkable progress in civilization with direct divine assistance. But as time passed, for some mysterious and unknown reason, demons began to slowly and cautiously interfere in the human world again. And because demons are spiritual beings that can only be defeated by holy divine power, the gods chose loyal and pious followers and granted them a portion of their power to face this renewed threat. Catal deduces from her words that demons cannot be killed by pure physical force because they belong to another dimension, which Aquas confirms, adding that they were not originally part of this world's fabric. Catal comments with concern that the frequent appearance of such powerful beings would be a major and difficult problem for everyone. Aquas reassures him that high-ranking named demons cannot appear in their world that easily. However, she reveals to him that the cycles of dungeon appearances have recently become abnormal and erratic, and it seems the sealed demon world has begun to affect their world in some way, as many evil entities have started to appear slowly and gradually. She specifies that these strange phenomena began exactly 1 year ago. This phrase triggers Catal's memory, as he immediately recalls that it coincides perfectly with the time he undertook his final quest in the vast snowfield. After their long talk, Aquas thanks Catal again for everything and tells him she must leave now, inviting him to visit her religious order one day where he would be very welcome. Catal smiles and says he would certainly like to do that. Later, as she sits in her carriage which has begun its journey, Aquas thinks that although her body has not fully recovered yet, she cannot delay reporting what happened to the great saintess. She then remembers Catal and wonders in confusion why the sun god gave no prophecy or sign regarding this mysterious and powerful barbarian. Elsewhere entirely, Swordmaster Cain walks through a lavish and ornate corridor, sighing from the extreme exhaustion he feels after his lengthy meeting with the Emperor. Suddenly, a mysterious man with long black hair emerges from the shadows and comments that Cain seems to be having a very difficult time. Cain immediately recognizes the newcomer as the Great Master of the Magic Tower, the place where all the powerful mages and mystics of the world gather. The Master of the Magic Tower asks him why he is at the palace, and Cain replies that he is here to give a detailed report on the results of his recent mission. The Tower Master shrewdly and accurately guesses that it was a reconnaissance mission to the demon world, specifically to a region known as the Forest of Silence. When he asks for his impression of it, Cain replies with a grim expression that it was a horrific place that defied everything they know about the laws of the natural world. Cain explains that, just as the name suggests, nothing could be heard at all in that forest. Even mystic detection abilities did not work properly, and when he tried to shout, not the slightest sound vibration came from his throat. He recalls with horror how his soldiers disappeared one by one in that terrifying and absolute silence, describing it as a truly loathsome and abominable place. Cain wonders aloud why the Emperor is so insistent on trying to conquer this dangerous demon world. The Tower Master coldly comments that he agrees the demon world is a fascinating place, and that he himself is very interested in its secrets. Cain hopes in his heart not to be dragged into this complicated affair, preferring to stay as far away as possible. Suddenly and without warning, the Tower Master raises his hand, and a complex spatial magic circle glows beneath their feet. In an instant, they are pulled through dimensions and transported to a vast and stunning starry space. Cain is greatly surprised and asks the reason for this sudden action. The Tower Master tells him with a mysterious smile that during his mission, he met someone very special, which shocks Cain and makes him freeze in place. He realizes with anger that the Tower Master had placed a Watcher's Eye spell on him to spy on him. The Tower Master confirms he did so during their last meeting, describing it as one of his few and enjoyable hobbies, which prompts Cain to curse him under his breath. Cain then calms down and tells him that since he has already seen everything, what more does he want to know from him? The Master of the Magic Tower asks Cain for his opinion on the Barbarian from the White Snowfield, noting that he is a legendary figure he thought existed only in old tales. The Tower Master adds that this Barbarian is strong enough to defeat a seasoned Swordmaster, meaning Cain himself, and crush the powerful Lich Kartos as if he were a mere insect, plus the fact of his appearance from the edge of the White Snowfield. All this makes it highly likely. Cain is greatly surprised to learn that Catal was the one who defeated Kartos. The Tower Master explains that although the news has not spread publicly yet, rumors are circulating strongly within the Magic Tower that Kartos, the great sorcerer who once shook the continent, has failed in his attempt at resurrection. The Tower Master adds that he went himself to pay his respects at his lair, feeling saddened by the loss of one of his few friends from the Lich lineage. Kane is surprised that a being like the Tower Master can feel sadness. The Master explains that friends become necessary for someone who has lived as long as he has, then casually mentions that no valuable artifacts were found in the Lich's lair after his death. Kane questions this, as he thought all artifacts had been recovered when Kartos was defeated, but the Master clarifies that the most precious and important artifact has not yet been recovered. The Tower Master asks Kane again if he truly believes that the Barbarian defeated Kartos on his own. Kane honestly replies that he thinks it's entirely possible, especially if it concerns that specific Barbarian he met. The Tower Master cleverly notes that Kane has not yet informed the Emperor of Katal's existence. Kane wonders why he should, explaining that the Mad Emperor is already throwing valuable and important individuals into the furnace of the demon world as if they were worthless trash. He adds that if the Emperor knew of the Barbarian's existence, a violent clash between them would be inevitable. Kane predicts a catastrophic conflict between a Barbarian who acts on his free whims and an obsessed Emperor who wants to control everything in the world, a conflict that would surely drag the entire kingdom into the abyss. The Tower Master finds this opinion very interesting and asks Kane if he is saying that this Barbarian could face the entire empire on his own. Kane admits he is not sure of the outcome, but he felt something very similar to what he felt when he first met the Tower Master, a feeling of absolute power that transcends the ordinary. The Tower Master wonders if he means that Katal is of the legendary hero class, but he feels he is not yet qualified to make that final judgment. The Tower Master concludes from Kane's words that Katal must be someone of great value, which Kane completely agrees with. Meanwhile, in the bustling streets of the Barkan territory, as Katal was walking through the market, a woman walking in front of him stumbled and was about to fall to the ground. In a quick reaction, Katal catches her in time and prevents her from falling, then advises her to be more careful with her steps and asks if she is okay. Katal expects, as usual, for the woman to run away from him in fear as soon as she sees him, but instead, she thanks him with great politeness and bows to him respectfully before going on her way. Katal stands in confusion at her calm reaction. He looks around carefully and feels something strange and different in the air. People are passing by him, some casting fleeting glances, but none of them are avoiding him or moving away in fear as they usually do. He wonders in great confusion why people have suddenly stopped avoiding him. Inside a lavish sunlit room, the Territory Lord inquired after Katal's condition, remarking that he had heard Katal was nearly branded by a demon. Katal, sitting casually, replied that there was no real issue and admitted that he honestly had no idea what a brand even was. The Lord acknowledged his answer but shifted the conversation, remarking that while they had learned more about Katal, it seemed there were still other matters concerning him. Katal lowered his gaze and asked if the Lord was referring to the people. When the Lord clarified, Katal questioned whether he meant the people in the north, then softly murmured in realization. The Territory Lord explained that the cause was likely the rumors spreading among the populace. He recounted how the surviving guards and mercenaries had been loudly discussing what they saw, that after Saint Awis was defeated, everyone except one person had fallen unconscious, and upon awakening, they had witnessed Katal's axe glowing with divine light. Those who saw it believed that Awis had lent him her divine power. The Lord concluded by saying that people had begun calling Katal the one who fought the demon alongside Awis. Upon hearing the full account, Katal finally understood and quietly remarked that this was how things had turned out. The Territory Lord apologized, admitting that by the time he had tried to correct the misunderstanding, the rumors had already spread too far. Katal dismissed his concern, saying that it didn't matter and that perhaps it was the reason people weren't afraid of him. The Lord agreed, suggesting that people likely viewed him as the demon opponent. Katal fell silent, contemplating the strange new title and thinking to himself that demon opponent was quite something. A faint realization dawned on him, and he mused that this must be what reputation was. Later, at the Mercenary Guild, the receptionist Rosa cheerfully congratulated Katal, announcing that his rank had been upgraded to C. Katal was momentarily taken aback, questioning the rank before realizing that it meant he had advanced 3 full ranks at once. Rosa explained that his recent accomplishment had fully warranted such a promotion. A pleased smile spread across Katal's face as he simply expressed his satisfaction. Rosa went on to inform him that his mercenary badge would be reissued, adding that since it would be custom-made specifically for him, it might take some time. Katal appeared intrigued, thinking that even his badge would be specially crafted. Rosa elaborated that from C rank onward, mercenaries were regarded as officially certified by the guild, and thus treated with corresponding respect. She added that his new status granted him entry into most locations, including many capitals and churches, though she quickly corrected herself with a nervous laugh, clarifying that the imperial capital was an exception. Catal noted that the empire seemed rather strict. Rosa's expression grew more serious as she confirmed this, explaining that only those recognized by nobles could enter the imperial capital. Leaning closer, she confided that, truthfully, no one really knew what lay within it. All anyone ever heard were unsettling rumors, and she even admitted that less was known about the imperial capital than about the demon realm itself. Catal looked troubled by this revelation, murmuring that it sounded quite bad. Rosa promptly cleared her throat and steered the conversation elsewhere, brightly explaining that now that Catal was a C-rank mercenary, he could accept nearly any request. She added that he was even permitted to enter A-rank dungeons, provided he had a party with him. A wide, eager smile crossed Catal's face as he responded with interest, his mind already racing with the possibilities. He thought to himself that with access to A-rank dungeons, he would be able to take on many new kinds of missions. Elsewhere, Alessandro Tyrannus, a burly man with a thick mustache, sat drinking from his mug, looking utterly shocked. Foam dripped from his lip as he muttered to himself that he hadn't expected something like that to happen. At the same table sat Kettle, Alessandro Tyrannus, Kassan, Hark, and Hayes. Alejandro asked whether everything had been handled without issue, and Kettle replied that the demon had been defeated and the Inquisitor had said it was fine, so he assumed the matter was settled. Alessandro expressed his relief at hearing that, while Kassan praised the Sun God's Inquisitor for being able to defeat a demon of that level. However, that remark sent Hayes into a silent rage, her face twisted in disbelief as she thought that it wasn't true. She remembered clearly that on that day, she hadn't lost consciousness. Because she had stayed awake, she had witnessed firsthand how powerful the Barbarian truly was. The memory flashed in her mind, the image of a shadowed Kettle standing over the defeated Saint Aqua, completely overpowering a named demon. Her anger grew as she realized that Santis Aqua had merely shown up afterward and poked at what was already done. Oblivious to Hayes' thoughts, Kassan Hark turned to Kettle and asked what he planned to do now that he had become a C-rank mercenary. Kettle replied calmly that nothing would really change. He would just continue doing the jobs assigned to him as a C-rank. Kassan was impressed by his humble attitude despite his achievement, thinking that even after fighting a demon, Kettle still remained composed and grounded, something he found truly admirable. Hayes, however, was panicking internally, screaming in her mind for the others not to be fooled, insisting silently that the being before them wasn't even human. Kettle then turned the question toward the others, asking what they planned to do next. Kassan scratched his head and admitted that as F-ranks, there wasn't much they could actually do yet. His tone grew serious as he confessed that he had initially intended to drift through life like a parasite until death eventually came for him. But with a sudden burst of determination, he said that now he wanted to live properly and give his best, just like Kettle. Alessandro Tyrannus scoffed dryly, remarking that it was typical of a bottom feeder to start thinking that way only now. Kassan and Alessandro exchanged sharp glares, but Kettle ignored them and instead turned to Hayes, asking what her plans were. Hayes tensed up at the question, barely managing to keep her composure. Kettle continued, recalling that those serving Colossia were currently on break and that only high-ranking members were still active. This comment made Hayes flinch visibly, and she began to panic, stammering that Aqua must have been mistaken and that she was only an ordinary priestess. Kettle watched her with a neutral expression and simply replied that if she said so, he would take her word for it. Hayes forced a strained laugh, her mind spinning in terror as she wondered whether he already knew the truth, and whether he was waiting for her to confess or merely toying with her. Sweat trickled down her face as the weight of her fear took hold. Later that night, at the Mercenary Guild, Rosa neatly stacked her paperwork. A satisfied smile appeared on her face as she thought that it was finally time to go home. Just as she was about to leave, however, the creak of the door opening caught her attention. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she thought there was no way this was happening. A hooded man with a white beard stood before her and stated that he had a request. Rosa's heart sank instantly as she realized it meant overtime again. Letting out a deep sigh, she asked what kind of request it was, though her weary eyes were unfocused from exhaustion. The man noticed her lack of attention and cleared his throat before continuing. He explained that he needed an escort mission for 2 people, himself and a young girl. Regaining her professional composure, Rosa began typing on her machine and inquired about the number of people and the destination. The man responded that the destination was the kingdom of Denian, then clarified that it was the capital. The name gave Rose a pause, making her realize the magnitude of the request, an escort all the way from this remote region to the Denian kingdom. Her gaze narrowed as she studied the man before her. The robe he wore suggested someone trying to conceal his identity. She thought about the contradiction between his refined manner of speech and his shabby appearance, which made her suspect that he was hiding something. Even with her doubts, Rosa decided to proceed with the request for the time being. She said she would accept it for now, her tone turning serious and businesslike as she began to formalize the mission. Then, looking at the hooded man, she asked if he had any form of identification. At the mercenary guild, a mysterious old man cloaked in dark robes was asked to present some form of identification. He pondered silently, thinking that he needed something to confirm his identity. After a brief pause and a soft clearing of his throat, he drew out a silver token adorned with an ornate green tassel and slid it across the wooden counter, instructing the receptionist to use that for verification. Receptionist Rosa's green eyes narrowed as they focused on the token. Recognition flickered in her gaze as she realized what it was. In her mind, an image of a grand red crest, glowing faintly and marked by two crossed swords, surfaced. It was a mercenary guild token, something of immense value and rarity. A bead of sweat formed on her brow as she gripped it tightly, aware of its significance. Composing herself, she placed it back on the counter and firmly declared that the token had been verified. She then stated that she would proceed to collect the commission fee. After a short silence, the old man reached inside his cloak once more and drew out a single gleaming gold coin, setting it down on the table with a soft metallic clink. Rosa examined it closely, noting aloud that it was pure gold. After calculating its worth, she calmly remarked that such an amount would only cover the cost of one person. The old man's composure faltered at her words. Shock spread across his face as he repeated her statement in disbelief, unable to accept it. Rosa then explained that the fee was justified because the request involved hiring a bodyguard, meaning the mercenary would be accompanying him for the entire duration of the mission. The risks were considerable, especially since the journey to the kingdom of Denion would take nearly a month. Naturally, she concluded, such a request was more expensive than a standard one. The old man hesitated, his tone growing desperate as he asked if something could be done, at least enough to secure 2 people. Rosa considered his plea and admitted that it was possible, but in that case, the mercenaries available would be of lower grade. She asked if he would be fine with that, warning that anyone seeking reliable protection should at least hire a D-rank mercenary. Faced with the choice, the old man wavered in silence before finally lowering his head deeply in supplication, pleading for someone skilled. Rosa regarded him evenly and told him that in that case, the fair price would indeed cover only one person. Still unwilling to yield, the mysterious old man continued to ask if there wasn't any other way. Rosa's expression hardened slightly as she wondered to herself why the old man seemed so desperate. Leaning back in her chair with a firm posture, she remarked that in a remote territory like theirs, even finding one person willing to guard was already difficult. After a pause, she offered a small concession, saying she would try, though getting 2 guards would likely be impossible. Hearing that, the old man's shoulders slumped in quiet resignation. He lowered his gaze and, in a subdued voice, accepted her words. He said he understood, and that he would leave the matter in her hands before turning to go. After he left, Rosa's eyes fell upon the gold coin he had left behind. She picked it up and examined it closely, noticing that while it was small, the coin was made of pure gold. However, the surface had been sharply filed down. Holding it between her fingers, she began to suspect that the coin had been deliberately altered to conceal its true origin. A troubling sense of unease washed over her as she gripped the coin tightly, muttering to herself that this would likely lead to trouble. Later that night, the mysterious old man approached the door of a small room at an inn. He raised his hand and knocked twice. From inside came a cautious voice asking who it was. In response, the old man pulled back his hood to reveal his face and replied that it was her loyal retainer. The door creaked open, revealing a young blonde woman named Ellen. Upon recognizing him, she uttered his name with relief and invited him inside. Aaron entered the modest room, his expression weary. Ellen immediately asked how things had gone. With his gaze lowered, Aaron reported that the request had been accepted for the time being. Ellen sighed in visible relief and asked how many people they could expect. Aaron hesitated, his face tightening as he explained that only one person had agreed. Ellen fell silent, her eyes widening in disbelief. Bowing his head slightly, Aaron apologized, explaining that they simply did not have enough funds to hire more. Ellen's expression grew somber, but she accepted the situation, saying that it could not be helped. Aaron's distress deepened as he began to blame himself, lamenting that if only he had not been foolish enough to fall for a scam, they might not be in this predicament. Ellen tried to reassure him, insisting that it had been unavoidable and that even if it had been her, the outcome would likely have been the same. Despite her words, Aaron finally broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably as tears streamed down his face. Startled by his outburst, Ellen placed a firm hand on his shoulder and commanded him to be silent. The room fell quiet. For a moment, the two stood there in heavy, awkward silence. Then Ellen changed the subject, asking how long he thought it would take. Still troubled, Aaron admitted that he did not know and explained that they were trying to find someone trustworthy, so it might take some time. Ellen nodded in understanding, saying that they would simply have to wait for now. Offering him a faint, reassuring smile, she told him it was late and that they should get some rest, praising him for his efforts. With a solemn look, Aaron quietly agreed and took his leave. Later, under the dark, starry sky, Ellen remained awake. Staring out into the night with a worried expression and a bead of sweat running down her face, she thought to herself that it was happening again, tonight. A sense of dread settled heavily in her chest. Aaron looked down, his expression filled with sorrow, and admitted with deep regret that he was truly ashamed. From across the room, Ellen watched him quietly and sighed to herself, realizing how difficult it had become to find someone trustworthy. The thought troubled her deeply. She then voiced another concern, remarking that their food supplies were running low and that there was no choice but to endure hunger for a while. Hearing this, Aaron's guilt only deepened. He muttered that it was all because of his own incompetence. Ellen immediately denied that it was his fault, insisting that he should not blame himself. Aaron's expression then shifted from sorrowful to stern as he declared that informing the lord of their territory about their situation was out of the question. Ellen was momentarily taken aback by the sudden intensity in his tone, but after regaining her composure, her expression grew equally serious. She agreed that they could not trust anyone, noting that even hiring a bodyguard was a dangerous risk. Her gaze was firm as she asserted that they could not afford to take any more chances. Addressing him with a steady voice, Ellen reminded Aaron to remember why they had been forced to abandon the kingdom and flee. Aaron listened intently as she continued, recalling that they hadn't even known who among them was friend or foe. Even after all the time that had passed since their escape, there had still been no word from the kingdom. Overcome with shame, Aaron closed his eyes and confessed that he had grown weak-hearted. Ellen then turned away, her thoughts drifting to the grand castle on the distant hill. She wondered aloud whether the Denion kingdom was truly safe. Aaron replied with conviction that it was, assuring her that the place would protect her. He reminded her that the king of Denion had sworn an oath when the princess was born. Speaking with a glimmer of hope, he added that they might even help them seek revenge one day. Looking at her with fierce loyalty, he declared that she must survive, Ellen Mavroy, their princess. Determination filled Ellen's expression as she clenched her fist, affirming that if even he were to fall, their kingdom would truly be finished. Yet, despite her resolve, doubt crept into her heart. She wondered aloud whether a mercenary could really be trusted. Aaron reassured her that there was no need to worry, explaining that they had paid in gold precisely for that reason, and that the guild would surely recommend someone reliable. Ellen looked up at him, still uncertain, and stammered that she hoped so. Her thoughts then wandered as she began to imagine who might end up guarding her. As her mind drifted, her serious demeanor softened. She found herself daydreaming about a handsome, silver-haired man surrounded by roses and clasped her hands together in excitement, hoping that her future protector would be a charming and knightly figure. Meanwhile, in another room, Keel, the silver-haired barbarian, lay sprawled across a bed with his hands resting behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. He muttered to himself that there was nothing to do and began to wonder what his old companions might be up to. His thoughts returned to the snowy mountains and to those rough yet familiar figures, the dumb brutes of the White Snowfield, who had been the only ones that never treated him like an outcast. A faint smile touched his lips as he imagined their goofy faces, thinking they were probably still living their usual foolish lives. His expression then turned serious as another thought crossed his mind, whether the quest had finally ended. He recalled the journey that had begun when he first awoke in the White Snowfield, with that strange quest window always hovering by his side. A vivid memory surfaced of him kneeling in the snow before a monstrous polar bear, its body scarred and massive, the glowing quest window floating beside him. At first, he had thought it was just a dream, but the bone-chilling cold and the savage creatures had proven that it was all horrifyingly real. His mind replayed the brutal fights for survival he had endured in that frozen wasteland. He remembered that the very first quest he had ever received was a simple yet cruel command: to survive a week. As Keel lay there, lost in thought, The memories of that merciless world still lingered, as vivid as the day they began. In the freezing cold, the quest window had once served as his only guide, a faint beacon in the vast, desolate snowfield. He remembered how it had kept him moving through the lonely, frozen landscape. Yet after he had finally left that snowy wasteland, no new quests had appeared. Now, lying on his bed in the present, he stretched and let out a quiet sigh. The silence around him felt almost oppressive, and he found himself thinking that peace could sometimes be boring. His eyes drifted toward the window, and a sudden realization crossed his mind. Perhaps the quest system had existed only for the White Snowfield. He rose and walked to the window, sitting beside it as the night air brushed against his skin. Staring out into the quiet darkness, he wasn't sure what to make of that thought. As he pondered, a faint blue system window flickered to life before his eyes. A calm sense of resolution began to form within him. He silently thanked the system window and decided that from now on, he would live freely and enjoy this world on his own terms. At the Mercenary Guild, Keel sat across from the reception desk, reviewing the document that had been handed to him. It was an escort request. Rosa, the receptionist, sat on the other side, her face bright with a cheerful smile. The silver-haired barbarian stood with his arms crossed, his gaze unwavering as he examined the details. He asked Rosa what kind of request it was. She pointed toward a clipboard lying before her, explaining that it was a D-rank escort mission. The targets, she said, were a woman and an elderly person, and their destination was the capital of the Damian Kingdom. Her tone was casual as she told him that the job was exactly as it sounded, ensuring the clients reached their destination safely. Keel thought about it for a moment before asking if that was all there was to it. Rosa confirmed it, but noted that he would be accompanying them for several days and that all travel preparations would fall under his responsibility. Keel closed his eyes, silently absorbing the information. Rosa went on to say that although the task demanded considerable effort, the payment was equally generous. Her expression then shifted, turning from cheerful to serious as she prepared to mention something more. Keel's eyes suddenly snapped open, his silver gaze sharp and focused. Rosa, noticing his alertness, leaned forward slightly and bluntly stated that the request reeked. Her tone was grim as she admitted that it stank to high heaven and warned him that he could refuse if he wanted to. Before she could finish her warning, Keel interrupted her, insisting that she didn't understand. His words left Rosa visibly stunned, her eyes wide with surprise and confusion. A confident smile then spread across Keel's face as he explained that the very thing making the request so suspicious was what made it good. Rosa could only stare at him in bewilderment as he ignored her confusion and grew serious once more. Taking the clipboard from the desk, he reviewed the details carefully, his gaze settling on the destination, the capital of the Damian Kingdom. He murmured the name to himself, pausing with a thoughtful look as he tried to recall where he had heard it before. Then, a memory surfaced, an image of a beautiful woman with long, light blue hair and a gentle smile. The realization struck him immediately. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the request form, the name Melina of the Akasha family echoing in his mind. He remembered meeting her in the snowy plains. She had told him he would be welcomed if he ever came by, pressing an ornate jeweled crest into his hands as a token. Returning to the present, Keel's lips curved into a wide grin. He thought to himself that this was perfect, and with firm resolve, he placed his hand on the desk, sealing his decision to accept the request. The moment the decision was made, a surge of blue digitized energy flickered erratically before his eyes. The strange interface glitched and distorted, catching him completely off guard. Outside, by a wooden cart, a bright blue panel suddenly materialized with a flash, confirming that the quest had been accepted. Keel recoiled as a similar holographic panel appeared before him, its text sharp and clear. Quest number 785. Escort the client to the Damian Kingdom. He stared at the interface, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion, wondering why it was appearing now after such a long silence. Rosa, seeing him gaze intently at what seemed to be empty air, called out hesitantly to get his attention. Before he could respond, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The heavy wooden doors burst open with a loud bang, startling a nearby woman. An elderly man, Aaron, stumbled into the guild, panting heavily. A young blonde woman named Ellen rushed to him with a worried look, asking urgently what was going on and if it had something to do with trackers. Still trying to catch his breath, Aaron told her that the request had been accepted. Ellen blinked in confusion, unsure of what he meant. Relief and excitement quickly spread across Aaron's face as he clenched his fist and announced that the only Sarank mercenary in the territory had taken their request. Ellen's eyes lit up instantly, her earlier worry replaced by pure delight as she asked if it was truly a crank mercenary. Aaron nodded, his voice calm now, and told her that she was scheduled to meet him the next day, advising her to rest well for the night. Overjoyed, Ellen eagerly agreed. Later that night, in his room, Keel remained seated with his gaze fixed on the floating blue panel that displayed the quest information. His expression turned troubled as he tried to process the strange phenomenon, wondering why the interface had appeared now, after all this silence. He sat on the edge of his bed, deep in thought, the holographic window still hovering beside him. As he contemplated the situation, a new possibility entered his mind. Perhaps it wasn't something exclusive to the White Snowfield after all. Suspicion sharpened in his gaze as fragments of realization began to piece together in a way he hadn't considered before. He started to wonder if there was a darker, more complex truth hidden beneath it all. Outside, a storm raged, lightning flashing across the rain-soaked sky. Within the quiet guild hall, Ellen sat at a table with Aaron. Her hands were clasped tightly as a bead of sweat traced her temple while she waited in uneasy anticipation. She wondered what kind of person they were about to meet. Her mind began to conjure various images. Perhaps the newcomer, being a mercenary, would appear sharp and severe, or maybe his body would be covered in scars. Her imagination then shifted toward a bald, battle-hardened warrior. A slight blush rose on her cheeks as she gripped the front of her cloak, caught between nervousness and excitement. For some inexplicable reason, she found herself thinking that he might look cool. The rain outside continued to fall in steady rhythm. Moments later, the sound of heavy boots splashing through puddles signaled an arrival. The wooden door to the guild swung open, the small bell attached to it jingling sharply. Rosa turned toward the entrance and announced that the awaited guest had arrived. Startled by the sudden declaration, Ellen flinched and quickly turned her gaze toward the door, her anticipation reaching its peak. A blinding light from outside framed the figure standing in the doorway. His face was shadowed, yet his eyes glowed faintly with an intense, piercing light. Ellen's eyes widened in shock, her breath catching in her throat. The man's large, muscular silhouette filled the entrance completely, casting a long, commanding shadow across the room. His silent presence exuded raw power, leaving both Ellen and Aaron momentarily frozen. The barbarian, Keatle, stepped heavily into the room. Ellen looked up at him, her face flushed, a single stunned thought flashing through her mind as she wondered if this could truly be the one they had been waiting for. The sheer force of his presence was overwhelming. He came to a stop before them and, in a calm and even voice, greeted them. Ellen, trembling, barely managed to introduce herself as a mercenary before tears welled in her eyes from fear and shock. The world spun around her, and she suddenly collapsed backward. Aaron lunged forward, catching her just before she hit the ground. Holding her protectively, he looked up at Keatle with panic and anger blazing in his eyes. He called out to Aline in distress, and then demanded to know who the barbarian was and why he had come. Keatle looked down at the scene with an unreadable expression, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since anyone in this territory had looked at him with such caution. Ever since he had defeated the demon, people had stopped avoiding him, yet now, he felt like a walking time bomb once again. Choosing to ignore Aaron's outburst, he turned calmly toward the receptionist and asked if these were indeed the ones he had hired. From behind her desk, Rosa confirmed that they were. She glanced at the document in her hands and began the formal introduction, presenting him as the one who would be in charge of their escort, Barbarian Keelenum. Aaron stared in disbelief, stammering incoherently before leaping to his feet, his face twisted in outrage. He demanded to know how such an arrangement could be possible, exclaiming that a barbarian was unacceptable and insisting that Rosa immediately assign them a different mercenary. Rosa's professional composure vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Her expression turned icy, and her eyes narrowed into a sharp, intimidating glare as she began to question whether Aaron was challenging the decision of their mercenary guild. Her voice carried a cold, commanding tone that left no room for defiance. Aaron immediately tried to backtrack, sweating under the weight of her furious gaze as he hastily attempted to clarify that it wasn't what he meant. But before he could finish, Rose cut him off sharply. She warned that if he truly doubted the guild's judgment, then they would consider the contract void and return his payment. Her words were laced with menace, and it almost felt as though a fiery aura radiated around her. Completely intimidated, Aaron shrank back, stammering in protest that it wasn't his intention. At that moment, Ellen, who had regained her composure, rose to her feet. She declared firmly that she would accept the arrangement. Aaron turned to her in alarm, reaching out as if to stop her, addressing her with concern, but Ellen ignored him and stepped forward. Extending her hand toward Keatle, she expressed that she looked forward to working with him in a formal, resolute tone. Keatle looked down at her offered hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Despite the evident apprehension in her expression and the mix of fear and determination in her eyes, Ellen stood her ground with dignity. Lifting her gaze to meet the towering barbarians, she introduced herself with quiet resolve, stating her name as Ellen. As they walk through the forest, Catal stops and asks Eileen and Aaron if he is moving too far ahead of them. Island and Aaron look extremely nervous, and Aaron mutters a denial. Catal suggests that maybe it's better if he walks closer, while Island insists that they are really fine. They continue to laugh nervously, and Aaron adds that no one has appeared in the area so far. Catal tells them he sees that, and although he doesn't fully understand why, as long as it makes them comfortable, it's fine. Catal continues walking ahead of them, leaving a large distance, while the two follow him, watching him in silence. Island watches his back, thinking that things have come to this in the end. She remembers what happened the previous night at the mercenary gathering, when Catal shook their hands, introduced himself, and told them they would be relying on him from now on. She wonders to herself if this situation will be alright. She recalls his words asking them to trust him and leave it to him, assuring them their safety was guaranteed as long as he accompanied them, to which Island had agreed with great nervousness. She continues to watch his back, still wondering worriedly if this was really the best choice. After a while, Catal stops, announcing that they will have to spend the night in this spot. Island and Aaron are startled by his sudden decision, so Catal turns to ask them if they are okay. He explains to them that it has gotten late and visibility is poor, noting that this is normal since they set out in the evening at their request. They reluctantly agree, clinging to each other anxiously. Catal thinks to himself that the fear of barbarians seems to be more deep-rooted than he expected. He turns his back, reflecting that this situation looks like it will continue for longer this time. Then he tells them he will prepare a place for them to sleep. Catal takes out a small magical tool that expands in a flash to become a full tent, leaving Island and Aaron in shock with their mouths open in amazement. Aaron shouts, asking if it's an artifact, and marvels at how a barbarian could possess something of this level. Catal looks at them, confused, and explains simply that he got it as a reward after completing many requests. The two are shocked again by this explanation. Catal points out that it's only one tent and tells them they will have to share it, asking if that is acceptable. Island asks him worriedly what he will do, and he replies that he doesn't mind staying outside. He explains that he is used to sleeping in the open anyway, and that this situation is paradise compared to having to dig into snowfields and sleep in them. He adds that he will stand guard all night, recalling that in the snowfields, there was a time he didn't sleep for a whole month while monsters were chasing him. He smiles, admitting that was a bit extreme, and asks them to sleep peacefully, assuring them he will handle the rest. But Island refuses, saying it's fine and there's no need for him to exhaust himself like that, suggesting they take turns on watch. Aaron agrees with her, confirming that they don't mind either. Catal falls silent for a moment, then agrees, saying that as long as they insist, it can't be helped. He sighs, thinking to himself that this is unfortunate. He had planned to use this opportunity to earn their trust, but he realizes they are worried about what he might do while they sleep. The next morning, Island emerges from the tent feeling like she's going to die, as she couldn't sleep a wink due to anxiety. She notices that Aaron looks exhausted too, and thinks that she feels extremely hungry. Catal suddenly asks her if she is hungry, and she answers nervously. He comments that it's natural for her to feel that way since she hasn't had a proper meal, and asks her to wait a moment. Then he announces that he will cook something for them, and Island looks at him in complete confusion. Catal continues preparing the food, pouring oil into a hot pan over the fire and adding ingredients. Island and Aaron watch him in shock, and Island wonders to herself about the strangeness of the scene. A barbarian cooking. They stare at him, stunned, and Aaron asks him in shock and horror if he has learned to cook before. Catal turns to him and replies calmly that it's just a hobby. He explains that people in the snowfields didn't cook. They were so busy trying to fill their stomachs that they would tear the flesh and blood from the monsters they hunted and eat it directly, but he, unlike them, would cook using the remains of those monsters. He recalls that the ingredients in the snowfields were all foul and dangerous, to the point that he almost died from them at times. He adds that after countless attempts, he finally managed to master his cooking. He continues that he studied cooking in that harsh environment, where just starting a fire was difficult, and because of that, he is confident there is no place he cannot cook. Catal thinks to himself that cooking here, compared to that, is extremely easy. Then he turns and presents the finished dish to Island and Aaron, announcing that the food is ready. The two look at the perfectly prepared shrimp pasta dish, speechless. When he offers it to them, Island refuses, claiming she is fine and that she doesn't like greasy food. She holds up a piece of dried meat, jerky, and insists she will just have this. Aaron, who was sweating from tension, quickly agrees with her, saying he too will just have the dried meat. Catal shrugs, asking them if they prefer the dried meat. He then comments that it's a shame he'll have to eat this delicious dish all by himself, and begins to eat heartily. Island watches Catal as he eats, thinking that she wants to eat too, but at the same time she can't trust food made by a barbarian, and concludes that she cannot eat that food. Days pass, and on the third night of the journey, Island is seen tossing and turning in the tent, groaning from exhaustion and hunger. Aaron watches her anxiously from the tent entrance and asks her, addressing her as Your Highness, if she is all right. Aaron laments their situation, pointing out that this is the third day of their harsh journey without decent food. He thinks that this situation is very hard on someone like her who was raised with extreme care, and blames himself, thinking he should have been more attentive. Islan gives a faint smile, reassures him that she is fine, and apologizes for worrying him. Aaron lowers his head in shame, muttering that she has no need to apologize. Then Islan asks him how he is, pointing out that he must be tired because he has been standing guard for them. Aaron tells her he is fine, adding jokingly that old men don't sleep much anyway. Islan thanks him gently. After Islan falls asleep, Aaron watches her, thinking of the poor princess and vowing to protect her even if it costs him his life. The next day, Katal is busy grilling meat and fish over the fire. Aaron and Islan watch him in silence, their hunger obvious. Their stomachs rumble loudly from hunger. Islan suddenly stands up. With a flushing face, she tells Katal she is stepping away for a moment. He looks at her and asks curiously if she is going to the restroom. Islan freezes in place, shocked, thinking how rude he is. He realizes what he said and immediately apologizes. Islan, flustered, waves her hands and tells him it's fine, wondering to herself in amazement that a barbarian is apologizing to her. At that moment she stands up from her spot and walks away towards the woods. Aaron watches her go, then turns to Katal, who continues cooking. Before Aaron can say anything, Katal tells him that he knows they don't trust him, but he is their companion on this journey. He continues speaking as he flips the meat, explaining that he is human just like them and his feelings can be hurt. Then he gives a slight smile and adds that he would appreciate it if they gave him a little trust. Aaron stands stunned by his words, then lowers his head in shame and mutters that he understands, while Katal returns to grilling. Katal offers a plate of grilled venison to Aaron, who looks at it with wide eyes, and asks him if he will eat. Aaron hesitates, swallowing nervously, looking extremely conflicted. Meanwhile, Islan sits alone by a stream, sighing and feeling miserable. She continues to sit by the river, feeling extremely hungry. She hugs her knees to her chest, feeling the pain in her legs and almost collapsing from exhaustion, but she tries to endure. She forces herself to get up, thinking that she must endure, and that Aaron is surely having a harder time than her. But she is soon shocked by the scene before her when she returns. Aaron and Katal are sitting together, both eating the meat Katal had prepared. Islan stares in shock as she sees Aaron eating, and mutters his name. Katal notices her gaze. Aaron suddenly jumps up in a panic, dropping the meat from his hand, and yells out, "Princess," assuring her that this is just a misunderstanding. Katal looks at them calmly, repeating the title princess with curiosity. Islan hurries over, asking the panicked Aaron what exactly he is trying to explain is not true. Islan remembers that they had agreed to be wary of barbarians and to protect each other. Aaron interrupts her, explaining that it's not like that, and tells her that he actually thinks Katal might not be as dangerous as they thought. Islan is shocked by his words. At that moment, Katal approaches and asks them to calm down. Islan agrees nervously. Katal deduces that the reason they refused his food and insisted on splitting the night watch was ultimately because they didn't trust him. Islan feels guilty and mutters that she made a mistake, while Aaron nervously tries to deny it. Katal reflects, wondering how he can fix this situation. He realizes this world holds a deep prejudice against barbarians. He thinks that being a barbarian from the White Tundra, he doesn't know all the details, but he guesses that barbarians outside the tundra have done a lot to deserve this hatred. He continues to think that at this point, even if he said he wasn't a barbarian, no one would believe him. Then an idea flashes in his mind and he smiles. Katal steps toward them and tells them there is one thing they are misunderstanding. They look at him in confusion. He smiles confidently and announces to them, "I am not a barbarian." With a knowing smile playing on his lips and his face half cast in shadow, Kettle glanced toward his two companions before making a startling declaration. He stated that he was not a barbarian. Aaron and Aline were taken aback by this claim, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. As Aaron struggled to form a response, Kettle chose to clarify his words. He began by saying that, to be more precise, although he had been born a barbarian, he had not been raised as one. His explanation lingered in the air, and the initial shock on Aaron and Alina's faces gradually softened into thoughtful consideration. The tension in the quiet forest seemed to lessen slightly as they continued listening. Still, as they processed this unexpected revelation, they could only exchange bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of it. Kettle then continued his story, revealing what seemed to be a tragic past. He told them that only a week after his birth, his entire tribe had been destroyed, and that an adventurer had found him in the aftermath and later raised him. Yet, as Aaron and Aline listened with wide-eyed disbelief, Kettle privately admitted to himself that he had fabricated the entire tale. He justified the deception internally, believing that such lies could serve as a kind of medicine depending on the circumstances. Outwardly, he concluded his account with a warm smile, explaining that although he was a barbarian by birth, he had been raised as a civilized man. He acknowledged that his story might be difficult for them to accept, but expressed hope that they would eventually understand he was no different from them. Internally, however, he scoffed at his own performance and dismissed it as nonsense. As he observed their reactions, he noted inwardly that their flustered expressions revealed how effectively his manipulation was working. He could see that they had begun to feel pity for him. Elaine, fully convinced by the sorrowful tale, lowered her gaze with eyes full of remorse, murmuring to herself that this explained everything. Her thoughts were flooded with memories of their recent interactions, how out of fear of the word barbarian, they had rejected his kindness and even the food he had prepared for them. Despite their prejudice, he had continued treating them with respect. The weight of her earlier actions pressed heavily on her as she imagined the difficult life he must have endured, constantly facing discrimination. Overcome with shame for having doubted him, Elaine finally looked up and offered a sincere apology, saying that she was sorry, addressing him formally as Mr. KD, and confessing that she had been unable to truly trust him until that moment. With a gentle smile, Ketal reassured Alan that everything was fine and that he completely understood her earlier mistrust. Internally, however, a triumphant smirk formed within him as he silently celebrated his success. While Ellen was still overwhelmed with shame for having doubted him, Ketal extended his hand toward her, indicating that he would be counting on her from that moment on. Elaine looked at his outstretched hand in momentary surprise before gazing up at his kind expression. Her confusion melted away, and a bright, warm smile appeared as she clasped her hands together and eagerly accepted his proposal. From a distance, hidden among the trees, the Tower Master Lich observed the scene as it unfolded. He noted the sudden shift in the group's dynamic and realized that they had grown closer in a way he had not anticipated. Using his magical eye of observation, he watched them carefully, frustrated that he could not hear anything they were saying. Even so, he reflected that Kane's assessment had been accurate. Ketal was undeniably an unusual individual. The Lich found himself deeply perplexed, wondering what in the White Wasteland could have produced a barbarian like Ketal. It struck him as extremely strange, especially since Ketal appeared far more refined and civilized than the barbarian tribes outside the wasteland. His curiosity intensifying, the Lich decided he needed to move a little closer to understand more. The moment he took a single step forward, Ketal's head snapped toward him, locking onto his hiding spot with unnerving precision. The Lich froze, a cold sweat forming beneath his magical disguise. He could hardly believe what had just happened, questioning in disbelief whether Ketal had truly looked straight at him. Elaine, noticing Ketal's sudden tension, asked him with concern if anything was wrong. Ketal, still staring into the forest with a grim expression, stated plainly that someone was there. Elena gasped in surprise. He then held up a hand and instructed them to wait for a moment. Still confused by the abrupt change in atmosphere, Elaine watched as he added that he would be right back. Before anyone could react, he pushed off the ground with immense force, cracking the earth beneath his feet as he launched himself forward like a cannonball. He vanished into the forest in the blink of an eye, leaving Aaron and Alan stunned. The Tower Master Lich, still trying to process the situation from his hiding place, had no time to react before Ketal was suddenly upon him. In an instant, Ketal descended from above, his body tensed for a devastating strike. The Lich, stunned by the impossible speed, could only stare up in disbelief as he tried to comprehend what was happening. His mind reeled with shock, insisting that such a thing was impossible. In the brief moment before the attack connected, he reacted purely on instinct, raising a fiery magical barrier to shield himself. When Ketal's fist collided with the barrier, a massive explosion erupted, tearing through the forest and sending shockwaves through the trees. As the dust cleared, the Lich stared in utter disbelief, struggling to understand the sheer power behind the blow. He was certain he had used a defensive spell strong enough to withstand a ballista, yet it had been shattered effortlessly. Ketal landed with quiet grace, kneeling over the Lich's fallen, disguised body. He remained silent, his expression unreadable as he looked down at the defeated figure, the ground around them fractured from the overwhelming force of his strike. Ketal leaned over the defeated man with a low, menacing air, warning him not to attempt anything foolish and implying that even the slightest suspicious movement would make him snap the man's neck on the spot. To his surprise, the Lich offered no resistance. Instead, he panicked and hastily expressed admiration for Ketal, a declaration that left Ketal utterly baffled. Ketal stared down at him, his once aggressive posture melting into confusion as he wondered aloud why he would be admired. The Lich, speaking from the ground, confirmed his supposed admiration. Still trying to comprehend the absurd shift in tone, Ketal asked for his name, and the man, wearing a strained and nervous expression, introduced himself as Patrick. A short while later, Ketal returned to Aaron and Alan, carrying the unconscious Patrick by the scruff of his collar and presenting him to his equally confused companions. As Patrick lay defeated, a single thought ran through his mind, comparing Ketal's overwhelming power to someone else he knew, Kane, and wondering if that man had been similar. Back with the group, Alan observed the unconscious figure and asked who the man was. Kettle, glancing at the captive with a puzzled look, responded casually that he had no idea. He explained that the man had been tailing them and had suddenly declared his admiration when confronted. Ellen, hearing this, was completely bewildered and asked what he meant. At that moment, Patrick spoke up to confirm Kettle's account. He explained that he had always aspired to become a strong adventurer and that someone like Kettle, who was known for helping the Inquisitors defeat demons, had become both his goal and his role model. As Aaron and Alan watched, the Lich, still pretending to be Patrick, internally admitted that most of his story was a bluff. However, since his true goal had always been to get close to Kettle, he considered this unexpected situation a partial success. Kettle then looked at him skeptically and asked whether he was truly claiming to have followed him for that reason. Patrick eagerly insisted that he had, and added, with a bashful demeanor, that he had admired Kettle so much he simply couldn't help himself. Kettle listened, stroking his chin thoughtfully, but maintained that he still couldn't easily let him go. Internally, he acknowledged that there was still no concrete evidence proving the man was harmless. He continued to contemplate the situation, unsure of what to do with his strange and sudden admirer. Suddenly, an idea seemed to occur to him. His expression darkened dramatically, shadows falling across his face while his eyes glowed with a menacing purple light. Looking down at the bewildered Patrick, he declared that this should solve the issue. The Lich, still trapped in his disguise, swallowed nervously, completely taken aback by the sudden shift in Kettle's demeanor. His mind raced as he tried to understand what Kettle was planning, the only coherent thought left in his head a stunned sense of confusion. One of the world's greatest mages, the head of the magic tower who occupied the body of a lich, decided to disguise himself in human skin. His goal was single-minded, to observe Kettle. For this purpose, he had already prepared the identity of a man named Patrick. However, after assuming this guise, the Tower Master Lich soon found himself tightly bound with ropes, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Kettle pulled the rope taut with a satisfied smirk, remarking that the restraints were sufficient. Standing before Aaron and Aline with his new captive, he announced that they would be departing. As Kettle began leading him away by the rope, the Tower Master Lich fell into stunned silence, overwhelmed by the shock and humiliation of his situation. While the group traveled through the forest, Kettle continued leading them with his captive in tow. The Tower Master Lich, forced to walk behind him while bound, internally lamented the disgrace he was suffering, thinking that it was the first time he had ever been in such a pitiful state. Despite this humiliation, he realized there was one benefit. His original objective had become easier. He now had the ideal opportunity to observe Kettle up close. As they walked, another thought crossed his mind. Watching Kettle's steady pace and powerful presence, he finally began to understand what his associate Kane had been trying to tell him. He recalled the descriptions of Kettle's abilities, an incomprehensible speed that defied logic. He continued assessing the Barbarian internally, remembering Kane's claim that Kettle possessed the power to destroy magic through sheer physical force. He concluded that the Barbarian was indeed both incredibly fast and overwhelmingly strong. Reflecting on his own abilities, he noted that even while using a mere homunculus as a vessel, he could easily handle most individuals of superhuman level. Yet the power emanating from Kettle felt different, deeper, more profound. As he stared at the Barbarian's back, he found himself wondering whether Kettle might actually be of hero class. The group eventually came to a stop when Aline spoke up, her voice carrying a tone of resolve as she addressed Kettle and said she had something to tell him. Kettle turned to her with an expression that suggested he had been expecting this moment and commented that she was finally ready to speak. His knowing response startled Aline, who reacted in confusion and asked whether he had already known something. She went on to explain their actions, how they had left in the dead of night to avoid being seen, and had even taken a detour away from the main road. Kettle calmly affirmed her suspicion, saying that it had been obvious she was hiding something. Flustered, Aline responded awkwardly, acknowledging his point. Kettle, however, reassured her, telling her that he understood and that it must have been difficult for her to place her trust in someone she had only just met. Upon hearing his words, Celine looked down, feeling the weight of the secret she had been keeping. She offered a sincere apology for her guardedness and, taking a deep breath, met his gaze with renewed determination. She told him that, if it was all right, she would reveal everything now, but she added that he should let her know if he felt he could no longer fulfill her request after hearing the full story. Before she could begin, Kettle suddenly interrupted, stating that they had an uninvited guest. His gaze sharpened as he scanned their surroundings. Ellen was left confused by Kettle's sudden and serious declaration. Moments later, a distinct rustling from the dense bushes at the edge of the path caught her attention. As she turned toward the sound, a sense of dread dawned on her, and she whispered in disbelief that it could not be. From the shadows of the forest, armored figures began to emerge, their heavy plate mail clanking with each step. More knights quickly appeared, surrounding the small group on the path in a tight and disciplined formation. Kettle assessed the situation and then remarked to Elaine that it seemed the knights had come looking for her. Faced with the sight of the knights who had cornered them, Elaine's face paled and she stammered in disbelief. She recognized the lead knight and spoke his name with shock. The knight, flanked by his men, formally introduced himself as Lucento Edenheimer, captain of the Blue-Green Knights, and greeted Princess Ayla Mavroy Lutane, the first princess of the Lutane Kingdom. Observing from the side, the bound Tower Master Lich processed this new information silently, pondering the significance of the Lutane Kingdom. Lucento then stepped forward, softening his tone as he addressed the princess. He explained that they had no idea of her whereabouts and had been searching for her for a long time, urging her to come with them, adding that His Majesty, the King, was also very worried. Despite his plea, Elaine remained completely silent, her eyes widening with a dark and unreadable intensity. The captain then turned his attention to Kettle, sizing him up and assuming that he must be a mercenary. He proceeded to inform Kettle of Alan's identity, clarifying that she was the first princess of their kingdom. Playing the part of an uninformed guard, Catal asked why the princess was there. Lucento explained that the princess had run away not long ago and glanced at Kettle, noting that she had even brought along a loyal retainer. The comment immediately caused Kettle's eye to twitch in annoyance, a vein popping on his forehead as he realized he had been mistaken for a mere servant. Captain Lucento dismissed Catal and authoritatively stated that, regardless, they would take over from that point on. His command, however, was met with a sharp and unexpected refusal. From behind him, Alan firmly said no. The captain turned, clearly confused, and questioned her, addressing her as princess. He was met with a cold, shadowed expression he did not recognize. Elaine looked directly at him, her voice devoid of warmth, and asked who he was. Baffled by her question, Lucento could only stammer, struggling to make sense of her words. Her hand clenched into a tight fist at her side. The fear that had once been in her eyes had been replaced by a chilling fury. Her narrowed gaze pinned the knight captain in place as she repeated her question with venomous intensity, demanding to know who he really was. Lucento, sweating and utterly speechless, nervously reintroduced himself as Lucento Edenheimer of the kingdom's Blue-Green Knights. Before he could continue, Alan shouted furiously, dismissing his claim with disbelief. She accused him of being an imposter, insisting that she did not know him and that she knew Rukento Edenheimer, but he was not Rukento. Her voice rose as she claimed that, at some point, he and others like him had taken over the royal castle, impersonating her friends and family, even though they looked identical. Her rage boiled over as she demanded to know what they were, her accusation growing more desperate. She then cried out, asking what had happened to her real family and where her father, mother, and everyone else had gone. Observing Alan's intense emotional outburst, the Tower Master Lich's interest was piqued. An intrigued hum crossed his mind, and his crimson eyes gleamed faintly as he subtly flexed his fingers. Dark, magical energy began to swirl around his bound hands while he took in the unfolding drama. Unnoticed by the others, a dark and sinister aura emanated from the Tower Master Lich, enveloping the stunned knight captain. He watched the scene with newfound curiosity, surprised by the raw power of Alan's emotions, noting silently that she was human. Alan turned her back on the knights, her body trembling with a mixture of grief and fury. She accused them of wanting to devour her and completely take over the kingdom, her shadowed, tear-streaked face reflecting grim determination. Despite tears streaming down her face, her eyes burned with unwavering resolve. She vowed that she would never let things go their way and promised to avenge everyone who had disappeared. Her declaration hung in the tense silence, a clear declaration of war against the impostors before her. Aaron, witnessing her pain and determination, remained speechless, his expression a mixture of sorrow and concern. Facing the group in silence, Lucento could only stand there, unable to respond, as the princess's words lingered in the air. After a long moment, a heavy sigh escaped him, filled with resignation and weariness. Turning to his men, Captain Lucento dismissively remarked that the princess was delusional. His words immediately provoked Elena, who angrily denied being delusional and insisted that he should not speak nonsense. The captain, maintaining his calm and condescending demeanor, urged her to think rationally, suggesting that it was impossible for everyone except the princess to have changed. The question seemed to shake Elena's conviction, and she stammered uncertainly in response. Seizing the opportunity, Lucento insisted that Her Highness needed immediate treatment, stepping forward and extending a hand in a gesture of false gentleness, urging her to stop resisting and come with them. Seeing his hand approach, Alan recoiled in terror and whispered a desperate refusal, her mind racing with panic. She clasped her hands tightly together, silently pleading that it could not end there and hoping for someone to intervene. Just as her hope began to fade, Elaine was startled by a sudden movement. She asked in confusion what was happening as Kettle stepped in front of her, placing his body squarely between her and the approaching Knight Captain. Aline was left stunned by his protective gesture. The Knight Captain glared at the Barbarian blocking his path and, in a low, threatening voice, commanded him to step aside. Kettle, turning his head slightly with a confident smirk, calmly refused to comply. Witnessing his defiance, Alan looked up at the broad back of the man shielding her, a bead of sweat rolling down her temple as she was rendered completely speechless by his intervention. The captain of the Blue-Green Knights, Lucento Edenheimeimer, fixed a piercing glare on the Barbarian and ordered him to step aside. Kettle, however, remained firmly in place, standing as a shield before Princess Celine, who watched with clear concern on her face. With a faint smirk, he responded coolly that he could not comply with the order. Lucento's expression darkened beneath his helmet as he warned that if Kettle refused to move, he would have no choice but to use force. In the next instant, a vivid red aura erupted around him as he rocketed forward with incredible speed. He launched a devastating punch, his armored fist aimed squarely at Kettle's face. Yet just as the strike was about to land, Kettle lifted his hand and intercepted it with what seemed like minimal effort. He halted the attack completely, his grip stopping the knight in midair, absorbing all of the captain's momentum. Lucento stared in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend how his full-powered assault had been stopped so easily. Still holding the knight, Kettle twisted his body with precise control and redirected Lucento's own speed against him. With a powerful motion, he swung the armored captain around and flung him through the air. Lucento crashed into the forest with a thunderous impact, his body thrown far by the force of the throw. The other knights looked on in stunned silence, beads of sweat forming on their brows as they absorbed the shocking display of raw strength. One of them shouted in disbelief, calling out to his commander. Another turned toward Kettle, asking in a shaking voice what he thought he was doing. Kettle glanced back slightly, his expression calm and unchanged, and stated that they had attacked first. Without another word, he turned his back to them again and positioned himself in front of Alan, explaining that his job was to drive off threats approaching his employer. Meanwhile, Captain Lucento struggled to his feet, clutching his side and groaning as he stumbled upright. Gritting his teeth, he said that the princess was unwell. Still catching his breath, he leveled a hard stare at Kettle and demanded to know whether he truly believed all of the princess's delusions were real, insisting that Kettle was speaking nonsense. Without turning around, Kettle answered in a composed tone that it was only natural for a mercenary to believe their employer. Standing behind him, Alan's eyes widened slightly at those words. She gazed at his back with a mixture of surprise and quiet gratitude, letting out a small sound of astonishment. The captain's patience finally snapped as he growled that all of them were insane. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Kettle's lips as he remarked that such a judgment was not for Lucento to make. Then his demeanor shifted abruptly, his eyes narrowed and his tone turned sharp and serious. He asked the princess for confirmation. Startled by the sudden change, Ellen answered softly that she understood. His gaze grew focused as he scanned the surroundings, noting that the enemies had appeared without any detectable presence. He spoke in a low, measured voice, prompting Elaine to look at him in confusion as she asked what he meant. Kettle replied by explaining, while glancing over his shoulder at the knights, that those men had appeared out of nowhere. The princess recoiled in shock at the revelation, gasping internally as the weight of the moment struck her. Her elder also reflected silently, acknowledging that the detail now seemed suspicious. With his sense of caution sharpened, Kettle focused entirely on the knights, faced them directly, and demanded to know how they had appeared so suddenly. Captain Lento and his men remained frozen and silent, refusing to answer. Eventually, Lento broke the silence with growing irritation, dismissing the concern and insisting that their only purpose was to find the princess, implying that Kettle was obsessing over meaningless details. Kettle narrowed his eyes at their evasiveness and quietly remarked that they clearly had no intention of answering. With his suspicion now confirmed, he made his decision and declared that he would personally escort the princess to the kingdom of Denian. Overwhelmed with emotion, Alan felt a soft blue glow shimmer around her as she reflected on her long-endured pain, thinking that no one had ever believed her. The standoff escalated when one of the knights began to draw his sword, signaling that their patience had worn thin. The knights fanned out and surrounded the group. Lucento flatly stated that there was no point in continuing the discussion. Kettle, maintaining his composure, told the others to step back for a moment. With her hands clasped tightly, Elaine watched him anxiously and internally pleaded for him to be careful, knowing these were the strongest knights in the kingdom. Lucento raised his voice and issued a firm order for all units to draw their swords. In perfect synchronization, the knights unsheathed their glowing green blades and fell into battle formation. Observing their stance, Kettle allowed a slight smirk to form as he murmured that it was interesting. Meanwhile, the bound Tower Master Lich silently watched the rising tension. A faint red glow pulsed in his eye as he inwardly scoffed at the knights, deeming them second-rate while noting that they were capable of manipulating mystic arts. His gaze drifted to their leader, whom he found particularly frustrating. Captain Lucento then pointed his glowing sword at Kettle and commanded his men to take down the barbarian, saying they were permitted to kill him. On cue, the knights launched a coordinated attack, surrounding Kettle from all sides with their enchanted blades ready to strike. But just as their weapons were about to make contact, a tremendous burst of energy erupted from Kettle's unmoving body. The shockwave hurled the knights backward, completely shattering their unified assault. Kettle remained exactly where he stood, untouched, as a radiant ring of light slowly faded around him. Without giving them time to recover, he instantly closed the distance. He effortlessly evaded a kick from one knight and countered with a swift, powerful strike that sent the armored man flying. Almost simultaneously, he shifted his focus to the others. His eyes glowed faintly purple as he extended his palm and released a burst of blue energy that struck two knights directly in the chest. In a blur, Kettle pressed the advantage, dispatching the remaining knights with ruthless efficiency. His attacks were fast, precise, and devastating. Within seconds, the entire squad lay defeated across the forest floor. One of the knights let out a pained groan. Standing amidst the wreckage, Kettle remained cold and unwavering as he confirmed the princess's fears about the true nature of the knights. Watching the others regroup, he muttered that group attacks were troublesome. Seeing their hesitation, Captain Lento shouted for his men not to stop and to attack all at once. The knights responded immediately, launching another coordinated assault as they leapt from all directions, their green capes fluttering behind them while they converged on Kettle. Just as their blades were about to strike, Kettle moved with blinding speed. He intercepted one of the knights midair, seizing him by the helmet, and before the others could react, he spun into a violent whirlwind. Using the armored knight as a human weapon, he slammed the man into his comrades with explosive force. The clash of metal echoed through the clearing as the knights were brutally scattered. The assault ended as quickly as it began. Kettle now stood in the center of a small crater formed by the sheer force of his spin. Surrounded by the battered remains of the knight squad, another groan escaped from one of the fallen men. Among the wreckage, only Captain Lucento remained standing. His sword glowed brightly, pulsing with concentrated green energy, and rage twisted his features. Lucento shouted that Kettle was a monster and charged forward in desperation. With everything he had, he swung his enchanted blade in a vicious arc aimed straight at Kettle's neck, screaming for Kettle to die. On the sidelines, Ellen's eyes widened in horror as she cried out internally that it was dangerous and that Kettle needed to be careful. Just as the glowing edge of the sword was about to connect, Kettle's hand snapped up. Gritting his teeth from the force of the impact, he caught the flat of the blade mere inches from his skin. The energy crackled wildly, but the weapon was completely halted. Lucento stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his deadliest strike had been stopped so effortlessly. Kettle's eyes burned with intensity as he tightened his grip on the blade and, in a breathtaking display of raw power, bit down on it. The enchanted sword shattered between his teeth, splintering into fragments. The bound Tower Master Lich watched in astonishment, thinking in disbelief that Kettle had actually taken the weapon into his jaws. The shock of the broken blade sent Lucento stumbling backward until he crashed onto the forest floor. Kettle stepped toward him and gazed down at the fallen captain, his expression calm yet intimidating. Kettle then asked whether Lucento wanted to continue. Lucento looked around the battlefield at his defeated knights, some unconscious, others barely able to rise, and a grim realization settled over him. He muttered that everyone had been defeated, and, trembling, gave the only order left to him. He commanded his men to fall back. At once, the captain and the few knights still conscious scrambled to their feet and retreated into the depths of the forest. With the threat gone, Ellen called out to Kettle, her voice filled with concern. As she hurried to him, she asked if he was all right. Kettle reassured her that he wasn't hurt and that there was no need to worry. His expression then grew more serious as he told her that he would fulfill her request as promised, but that he wanted to hear the full story. Ellen blinked, momentarily caught off guard, then exhaled quietly before gathering herself. She nodded with resolve and said that she understood and would tell him everything. Catal had swung his sword, releasing a dense, five-colored aura, and it was said that aura was the consummation of mystery itself, that it tore through steel as though it were cloth and even severed sorcery. Recalling the moment when he had used his teeth to bite the blade of a general from the Danian kingdom, he thought that no substance of that age could countermand aura, and yet he himself had clamped down upon that aura with his teeth, unmarked and unshaken, even biting the sword apart. In the present, the Lich's red eyes were fixed upon Catal. In the human guise named Patrick, the Lich observed Catal's back and, sensing the immense energy emanating from him, inwardly remarked that it was a physique capable of dismissing mystery and wondered whether the boy's very body was a mystery made manifest. By the crackling fire, Someone asked what had transpired, yet the 4 people seated on either side of the fire remained silent. After a moment, Eren sorrowfully said that their kingdom had been supplanted. Catal folded his arms and listened in silence as Eren continued, explaining that by the time the princess and he had perceived it, the kingdom had already fallen to ruin. Thinking of the castle bathed in a crimson hue, Catal cut in, concluding that they had fled. Eren firmly replied that had they remained, they too would surely have been replaced. Eren then admitted that the warping had begun approximately a year prior. Hearing this, Catal was inwardly startled, questioning whether it had truly been a year, and, breaking into a cold sweat, he shut his eyes and analyzed the matter, wondering if it was merely a coincidence in timing. He recalled that Aquaz had once said something similar, remembering that the white-haired sorceress had explained that the demon realm, which ought to have remained sealed, was exerting its influence upon the world, that the rhythm of dungeon emergence had grown aberrant, and that innumerable malign entities were slowly stepping into the open. She had emphasized with widened eyes that all of this had been occurring, curiously, since a year ago. Remembering the image of the great wolf lying in a pool of blood, Catal thought that he had dismissed it at the time, yet the timing was identical. He then recalled that a certain strange individual he had met during his final quest had also muttered something odd. At the time, as he carried his axe and looked at the motionless beast, he had considered it the ravings of a dying creature, but now he was no longer certain. He was suddenly brought back to the present when Eren stated that they had been unable to determine its origin. Eren continued, looking into the fire, that he and the princess had sensed something amiss and had sought counsel from magi and mystics, yet none had discerned the cause, and soon even those individuals had been replaced. Hearing this, Kettle let out a low hum of contemplation before abruptly asking how the 2 of them had uncovered the truth. Eren, sweating, admitted that he could not articulate it clearly. He explained that the atmosphere had been different wherever those beings gathered, and that although they spoke and moved as they always had, the dissonance had gnawed at him. Catal stared intently at Eren and surmised that it had perhaps been a matter of simple intuition. Eren then expressed that he had not believed the princess's words at first, but unexplainable events had begun to occur. Recalling his time as a butler standing beside the fountain, he explained that he had overseen the palace servants. Among them had been a timid girl named Cassie, the sort who could not sleep after hearing ghost stories and would yawn her way through the following day, and he admitted that he had often teased her with such stories for his own amusement. However, gradually, Cassie had ceased reacting. Eren remarked that at first he had thought little of it, assuming she had outgrown childish fears, but the true problem had come afterward. He recalled that Cassie had been responsible for maintaining the palace statues, which were massive and unwieldy, and that she had often worried about being crushed. Then one day, that fear had become reality, and a statue had toppled onto her. By fortune, her injuries had been light, though death had nearly claimed her. Yet, he noted, Cassie had felt no horror at that near-death moment, only anxiety over potential punishment. Eren stated that it was then that he had realized something was wrong. With furrowed brows and a sense of loss in his eyes, he declared that the girl before him had not been Cassie. Catal, hearing this, let out a sound of impressed contemplation, while Eren added that a gentle, trembling child had suddenly become unafraid of death. He recalled that her mannerisms had remained unchanged, that she had smiled, chattered, and lived as usual, yet that very smile had become eerie and sinister, to the point that he could no longer recognize her as Cassie. Eren concluded that after that he had begun testing others within the palace, hiding behind walls and observing them cautiously. Eren's pupils suddenly contracted as he realized in fear that most of them had already undergone the same change. Observing Eren's solemn expression, Kettle asked whether he had escaped, and Eren confirmed that he had feared he would soon follow their fate. Confused, Kettle questioned why he insisted on Denian, adding that if protection was what he needed, many places could offer it. Clenching the hand resting on his knee, Eren explained that only the king of Denian could proclaim the human declaration. This statement made Catal suspicious, and he asked what the human declaration was. At that moment, Elaine spoke up, explaining that long ago humankind had lived alongside other races, but one man had yearned for a kingdom of humans alone. She described how the man had sought an unknown god and entreated his desire, and that the god had bestowed upon him a single authority, the power to discern human from non-human. Catal then continued that afterward, the man had forged a kingdom which became the Denian kingdom, and Elena confirmed that this was precisely so. Sweating nervously and unable to meet his gaze, she added that those of Denian's royal blood could invoke the human declaration. This information intrigued Kettle, who remarked that it was extraordinary. Closing his eyes, he thought that this world never ceased to surprise him, and then stated aloud that they hoped to uncover evidence using that power, calling it a sound strategy. Elena frowned and, with sorrowful eyes, asked whether he was truly all right. Smiling brightly, Catal affirmed that nothing had changed and declared that he would continue his guard as promised. Deeply moved, Elena clasped her hands and expressed her sincere gratitude. Blushing, she further stated that once the request concluded, she would grant anything he asked, anything at all. Catal calmly replied that he would hold her to that, while Aaron, shocked, rolled his eyes and turned abruptly toward Elaine, inwardly calling out to the princess in alarm. As time passed and night fell, everything grew quiet except for the crackling fire. Catal was slightly startled when Lich asked whether he trusted her words. Now unbound and seated before him, Lich listened as Catal, noticing his serious expression, responded that he did not place full faith in them, but believed they might hold some truth. He emphasized that the Azure Knights were human, yet Lich remained concerned, remarking that Catal, who had crossed blades with them, would know best. After a moment of silence, Catal admitted that he agreed. Lich then pointed out that Catal had now set himself against an entire kingdom, warning that even if her words were true, that alone was perilous, as they would seek to kill him to conceal such knowledge. With a serious gaze, Lich asked whether Catal had truly accepted the escort solely for the sake of fulfilling the contract. Catal remained silent, staring into the fire in thought. After a while, he slowly rose and said that it was part of the reason, but above all, his words causing Lich's eyes to widen in surprise, he added with a smile that a tale this captivating was not something he could possibly abandon. As Catal's gray eyes widened and fixed coldly on him, Lich broke into a cold sweat and inwardly questioned what nonsense the barbarian was uttering, wondering if all of this was merely for entertainment. Suddenly, Catal's eyes shifted to a violet hue, and he asked with excitement what more one could possibly need. Lich looked at Catal in confusion and inwardly remarked that it sounded fun, while Catal, stroking his chin with an amused smile, commented that a being capable of replacing others without anyone noticing was peculiar and that it was bound to be fun, even wondering to himself whether that mindset was also a trait of barbarians from the White Wastelands. Feeling as though he were bound by invisible chains, Lich was astonished and inwardly admitted that he wanted to study him, particularly that physique, and as he observed Catal's relaxed demeanor, he further resolved that he wanted to dissect the entity known as Ketal piece by piece to understand how he functioned. The next day, as the sun rose high and the four of them set out together, Lich once again steeled his resolve while looking at Ketal's back, repeating inwardly that he wanted to dissect the entity known as Ketal piece by piece and uncover how he worked, though he frowned with sweat running down his cheek and reminded himself that, although Ketal seemed like a being from the demonic realm who sought only his own amusement and there was much he wanted to know, he would hold himself back for now. Suddenly, an arrow shot down from above, aimed directly at Ketal, but with a swift motion, Ketal caught it effortlessly in his hand, astonishing Lich, while Elaine gaped in horror and Aaron frowned in alarm. Ketal smirked and stated that, for now, he was merely an ordinary citizen who admired Ketal, and upon noticing numerous soldiers emerging from hiding, he cheerfully snapped the arrow and remarked that it seemed to be guerrilla tactics this time. As another volley of arrows rained down, Ketal casually glanced upward and commented that it was not a bad strategy, then waved his hand and unleashed magic that struck the soldiers, sending them flying backward as their armor simultaneously shattered with holes punched through it. The soldiers coughed up blood and crashed to the ground alongside their weapons, crying out in pain before scrambling to their feet, supporting one another as they fled in terror, shouting that they should retreat for now and calling him a monster. Unbothered, Ketal simply sighed, and after they had gone, Aline exclaimed in amazement that those soldiers were certainly not weak, though Ketal questioned her assumption, leaving her at a loss for words. When she asked why he had let them live, she nervously suggested that perhaps he had done so out of consideration for them, but Ketal widened his eyes in surprise and denied that it was for their sake, causing Elaine to grow embarrassed and awkwardly acknowledge his response. Ketal then turned his gaze in a certain direction and explained that there was something he needed to check, referring to the swords left behind by the soldiers, which were glinting in the sunlight. Sometime later, with the sun still high, 3 soldiers appeared again and shouted for the barbarian to hand over the princess. Observing them from afar, Ketal remarked that they just kept coming, while one of the soldiers angrily demanded that he release the princess at once. Ketal responded with a faint, indifferent sound, and moments later, that same soldier was being strangled, groaning in pain. After subduing the others, Ketal lifted him by the neck and, examining the scratches on his armor, pointed out that he had destroyed that very armor only a few hours earlier. Hearing this, Aline and Aaron expressed confusion, but under the sunlight, as the marks became clearer, Ketal explained that he recognized the scratches and that they matched exactly. After dropping the soldier, he remarked that it was interesting, and as the soldiers once again fled into the forest, Elaine hurried to question him, asking what he meant. Ketal turned back and explained that it meant they were not simply being resupplied. adding that their shattered armor and weapons were being completely restored, and he questioned whether such a thing was even possible with magic. Aaron, sweating nervously, replied that it was possible but required substantial equipment and at least a full day. Recalling how he had pierced the armor of the earlier soldiers, Catal crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and reasoned that since he had broken that armor only 5 hours earlier, that explanation could not be correct, though inwardly he admitted that he was beginning to understand the situation. Observing them as if from above, he analyzed that once he drove them off, their presence disappeared completely, after reaching a certain distance, and then reappeared, almost as if they were resetting, and after finishing his reasoning, he smiled to himself and concluded that there was only one last thing left to confirm. After a while, the 3 soldiers appeared once more, repeating their demand for the barbarian to hand over the princess. Catal scrutinized them carefully, then called out to Elaine, who nodded with determination. Immediately, Catal drew his weapon, his gaze turning cold, and in an instant his axe was drenched in blood as the soldier lay motionless in a pool of it. Standing beside the body, Catal admitted that he was somewhat hesitant to do this since they looked human, but stated that this would confirm everything and that he would see whether his theory was correct, leaving Aaron and Elaine stunned. That afternoon, as the sun began to set, they continued along the path, with Elaine walking heavily. Noticing this, Catal asked whether she had known the soldier, causing her to flinch. Lowering her head, she sadly confirmed that she had, recalling how she used to see him training in the palace courtyard when she passed by. She remembered his bright expression and the sweat running down his face as he practiced diligently, and with her eyes closed in sorrow, she admitted that although she knew he was no longer the person she once knew, witnessing someone she recognized die right before her was deeply painful. Suddenly, a shout rang out, startling her, as 3 soldiers appeared again and repeated their demand to hand over the princess. Seeing the same familiar face twisted with anger, Elaine was stunned, while Lich and Catal remained calm and Aaron stood in disbelief. Trembling in fear, Elaine stammered that the man was definitely the same person, to which Catal replied with a bright smile that he had known it. That night, under the full moon with a fire blazing brightly, Catal declared firmly that the man had definitely been dead, repeating the statement as he looked at the others. As he imagined the 3 soldiers with demonic eyes grinning in the darkness, Elaine trembled and, pale-faced, questioned what kind of beings they had been living among. In response, Catal looked at her meaningfully and, while stirring the pot over the fire, explained that Aaron had previously mentioned how the child Cassie had shown no fear of death even when a statue had nearly crushed her, adding that although he had his suspicions, perhaps it was because they were immortal. Elaine fell silent at his words, clutching her arm in distress, and when Catal handed her a bowl of soup and stated that whatever they were certainly not human, he asked whether she had any idea what they might be. Holding the warm bowl with both hands, Elaine replied that she was not sure and added sorrowfully that at least they did not appear in any records she knew. Looking at her own troubled reflection in the soup, she lamented that beings who could return from death were not even truly living. Amid the stillness, Elaine concluded that the most likely possibility was that they were beings from the demonic realm, a statement that left Catal momentarily thoughtful. Catal looked at Elaine as if he had misheard and wondered whether she was referring to the demonic realm. From beneath the water, where the chain linking the regions echoed faintly, she confirmed that it was indeed a realm beyond human comprehension and a truly twisted place. Thinking of something lying at the bottom of the ocean, she added that if those entities had come from there, it would make perfect sense, while clenching her hand and frowning as she recounted such unbelievable matters. At the same time, Catal recalled the system notification about the 785th quest to escort the target to the kingdom of Denian, and, folding his arms and closing his eyes, he quietly wondered if that was why the quest had appeared. He then opened his eyes again, questioning internally whether it only triggered when the demonic realm was involved. Suddenly, Aaron spoke up, insisting that it was impossible in addressing her as princess. Frowning, he challenged her by reminding her that he had already explained that beings from the demonic realm could not cross over into their world. This left Catal puzzled, prompting him to ask what he meant. Aaron replied that he meant exactly what he had said, explaining that such beings had never once stepped outside their realm since its formation in the distant past. Catal responded lightly that it sounded like a deduction based on history and experience. However, Elaine turned to her retainer and argued that, as he knew, the world had been acting strangely lately. Aaron hesitated, admitting that it was true, but before he could continue, Catal interrupted, asking if they were referring to the distortion that had begun a year ago and whether they believed it had affected the demonic realm as well. Elaine silently nodded. Catal then remarked that he understood and that it was certainly a possibility, adding that if those horrifying entities were crossing over, it would not be good. Sitting nearby, Lich carefully observed his attitude as Ketal continued, while inwardly thinking with irritation that it was most likely him. The next day, as the sun rose high again, the same 3 soldiers blocked their path and shouted for the barbarian to return the princess. This time, however, the group showed no surprise and simply watched them in silence. Ketal bared his teeth in a cheerful grin and remarked that they were back. Soon after, the soldiers lay motionless in pools of blood. Walking coldly in another direction, Ketal commented that this made the 3rd time they had died, noting that they had returned perfectly fine each time. Walking behind him, Elaine anxiously exclaimed about those disgusting monsters, but Ketal instead raised another point, saying that at this stage he was genuinely curious about their goal. Imagining the castle she once lived in, Elaine replied that they must be planning to devour the kingdom and quietly expand their numbers, even asserting that they likely intended to use them as a stepping stone to conquer the entire continent. Ketal fell into thought upon hearing this, but then broke the silence by saying that he was not so sure, and that he did not think it was that simple. At that moment, arrows struck Ketal, yet he casually blocked them with his hand and explained that if their goal had truly been to swallow the kingdom, they would have killed her already instead of trying so hard to take her back alive. He added that they had had plenty of opportunities to kill her over the past year. Looking at the 3 soldiers charging toward him, he further pointed out that they never attacked at night and rested just like humans. As he finished speaking, his gaze grew colder. He knocked the soldiers away and stated that their hit-and-run tactics made little sense. Watching them collapse onto the ground, he questioned whether there was any reason for immortal monsters to attack in such small groups, noting that they could simply swarm them all at once and revive if killed. Elaine grew even more astonished as he concluded that they were not acting like monsters at all. Ketal then turned to her and explained that their words and actions were far too human, almost as if they firmly believed themselves to be human, which led him to an idea. Smiling confidently, he declared that he had a great idea, leaving both Aaron and Elaine staring at him in shock. The bound soldier shouted angrily, demanding to be untied immediately, while Aaron and Elaine looked at him in fear and disbelief, and Lich simply observed calmly from nearby. Suddenly, Ketal clapped his hands together and cheerfully announced that they were going to have a little chat. He added that being hostile without even knowing what the other side wanted was a tragedy, which left Lich inwardly speechless as he thought that Ketal was an absolute lunatic. Aaron, startled, asked what Ketal was doing. Ketal turned to him with a smile and explained that, as he had said, they were going to have a nice and honest conversation with the man. Aaron frowned and shouted that he expected him to converse with a monster like that, questioning whether he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, the soldier knelt with sweat running down his face, confused. After a moment, he stammered uncertainly as he addressed Aaron, asking what he was saying. He then grew furious and insisted that he was human, reminding them that they knew him and that he was not a monster. Suddenly, Aline shut her eyes tightly and shouted at him to be quiet. Frowning, she rebuked him for daring to mimic that person, calling him a disgusting beast. With tears welling up in frustration, she continued that she had already watched him die and come back to life multiple times with her own eyes, and questioned how he could expect her to believe he was human. The soldier, looking stunned, hurriedly argued that that was not what was important right now, insisting again that they were not monsters but truly human, and that she was gravely mistaken. However, Elaine's eyes shifted from sorrow to anger as she waved him off and shouted for him not to treat her like she was crazy, asking whether he really thought she would not figure out his ulterior motives. Images of her parents flashed through her mind, and she cried out in rage that they had devoured her father and mother and now planned to turn her into a monster as well, accusing them of intending to replace everyone in the kingdom and conquer the continent. The soldier frowned, clearly wronged, and quickly denied it, insisting that it was not true at all, and that she would remain exactly as she was. Elaine coldly asked what that was supposed to mean. Lich observed quietly from the side, while Ketal also remained silent, waiting for the soldier's answer. After a moment, the soldier admitted that he did not know the exact details himself, but insisted that what he did know for certain was that both of them had to return to the kingdom. Elaine turned away and coldly declared that it was enough, saying there was no point in talking to him further and that he was only spouting nonsense, concluding that, as she had suspected, there was no reasoning with monsters. Suddenly, she glanced upward in suspicion. Noticing that Ketal was stroking his chin and staring at her, she hesitantly asked what was wrong. He cleared his throat and replied that now he understood and that this was interesting. Then, looking at both her and the soldier, he asked Elaine whether she considered herself human. The question struck her like a bolt from the blue, and she responded in shock, asking if it was not obvious. Ketal's eyes suddenly emitted a dark glow as he pressed further, questioning whether it truly was. However, Elaine lowered her gaze slightly and replied that if he thought she had turned into one of them, Before she could finish, her pupils widened as blood and flesh scattered. She broke into a cold sweat and looked down, only to see Keitel's hand thrust forward into her abdomen. His gaze was icy, even carrying killing intent. Staring at his hand piercing through her stomach, Elaine cried out in shock. In a hazy state, Elaine thought she heard someone calling her Princess Elaine, which made her jolt awake in fear. She found herself lying on a bed, her face pale, drenched in sweat, and breathing heavily. When she sat up, Aaron immediately stood up in alarm and called out to her, asking if she was awake. Still disoriented, Elaine questioned whether it was Aaron and asked where she was. Suddenly, realization struck her. Her pupils shrank as she hurriedly touched her abdomen and muttered that she had clearly remembered something happening. However, upon finding her body completely unharmed, she stared in shock, unable to comprehend it. At that moment, a voice remarked that she was finally awake, startling her. Outside the tent, Keitel pulled aside the curtain and peered in with a cold gaze. Seeing him, Elaine frowned warily. After a brief silence, she cried out in fear, demanding to know what had happened and insisting that he had clearly done something. Keitel calmly affirmed her suspicion and stepped into the tent, explaining that she had suffered a fatal wound that would have killed any normal human. Hearing this, Elaine turned pale, her mouth agape in horror as he pointed out that she was nonetheless alive. She stammered in confusion and asked what he meant. Still seated on the bed, Elaine pressed him further, asking what he was talking about. Keitel, his demeanor as cold as a ghost, clarified that she had been restored as though nothing had ever occurred. He added that it was just like the nights, and mentioned that while she had been unconscious, he had confirmed that Aaron was in the same state. This revelation made Elaine tremble as she hugged herself and denied it, insisting there was no way. Her expression darkened as she began to realize the implication, muttering that it meant she had already become something else. Observing her reaction, Keitel remained silent. After a while, he quietly left the tent. As he stepped outside, Lich noticed him and asked about Elaine's condition. Keitel replied that she was fine, as expected, though mentally shaken. Watching him approach the campfire, Lich grew curious and asked when Keitel had realized that she was one of them. Keitel closed his eyes in thought and responded that, if he had to pinpoint it, it was from the very beginning. This answer left Lich stunned. Recalling their first encounter with Elaine and Aaron, Keitel explained that he had sensed a strange yet familiar energy surrounding them, though he had not been certain of its nature at first. He added that seeing the knights chasing them had confirmed his suspicions. Lich frowned, sweat trickling down his face as he wondered how that was possible, noting that even with the eye of contemplation, he had sensed nothing, and speculating whether there was some kind of resonance between beings from the same abyss. Keitel narrowed his eyes and added that this was not the only anomaly. He recalled how Elaine had initially been terrified of him and refused his food, yet later had been seen drooling while watching him eat. He went on to explain that, if he remembered correctly, she had survived for 3 days on a single palm-sized piece of jerky while enduring a forced march that would break even the toughest men. Crossing his arms, Keitel reasoned that for a princess raised in luxury, such endurance could not be explained by sheer willpower alone. Hearing this, Lich could not help but think that Keitel had been observing her far more closely than expected. Watching the towering man before him, Lich reflected that the more he saw, the harder it was to believe Keitel was merely a barbarian. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them, addressing Keitel. Both he and Lich turned in curiosity. Elaine stood at the entrance of the tent and declared firmly that they should move out, stating their destination as the Dinian Kingdom. Keitel smiled and remarked that it seemed she had finally sorted out her thoughts. However, his gaze shifted elsewhere as he added that before that, there was something to address. Standing before Elaine, he suggested that whoever was hiding should reveal themselves. Confused, Elaine did not understand his meaning. At the same time, an unusual sound echoed from the forest. Keitel thought to himself that he had not sensed any magic, yet he trusted his instinct. As a faint blue light flickered among the bushes, he casually attributed it to instinct. From that blue energy, a mage gradually revealed himself. With a sharp gaze, the man questioned whether it was truly instinct. Elaine stared in shock upon seeing him, while Lich observed cautiously. Meanwhile, Keitel showed amusement, recognizing it as invisibility magic. The mage struck his staff against the ground and introduced himself as Adamant Lagesh, the chief mage of the Lutein Kingdom and a member of the Polychromatic Orb School. With a stern expression, he stated that he had come to talk. This puzzled Keitel, who questioned whether he was not there to fight. Adamant Lagesh slightly bowed his head, closing his eyes as he replied that it would not be necessary. He added that it seemed Elaine had already been informed. Extending his hand toward them, he addressed Elaine as a runaway princess and urged her to return home. He warned that crossing the border would create a diplomatic nightmare. Elaine frowned, her hands clenched as she nervously asked what any of that mattered now. With tears welling in her eyes and her body trembling, she lamented that she was nothing more than a monster wearing Elaine's skin. Hearing this, Adamant Lagesh scoffed and questioned her use of the word monster. He acknowledged that they had indeed changed, but insisted that it did not mean he was no longer himself. With unwavering conviction, he declared that he was still Adamant Lagesh, the chief mage of the Lutine kingdom. As Elaine stared at him, he continued, arguing that if anything had changed, it was only that they had become more perfect. His words, accompanied by an eerie sound echoing from the depths of the forest, left her shaken. Finally, he stated firmly that she was still the princess of Lutane and declared, without room for argument, that she was destined to become their perfected queen. The narration explained the concept of the ship of Theseus, stating that the people of Athens had carefully preserved the ship of the hero Theseus for generations, replacing each decayed plank with a new one, and it questioned whether, after every part had been replaced over time, it could still truly be called the same ship. Resting his chin on his hand, Kettle pondered this idea and thought that at that very moment, the kingdom of Lutane was like a giant ship of Theseus. Observing Elena's demeanor, he internally concluded that the kingdom itself had undergone such transformation. Meanwhile, Adamant Lagesh stepped forward and attempted to persuade Elaine to return, insisting that the kingdom of Lutane was the only place she belonged. Overwhelmed by his pressure, Elaine hesitated and stammered that she did not know what to say. At that moment, a voice suddenly asked her what she wanted to do, startling her. Katal, who had appeared beside her, reassured her that if she did not want to go, he would drive Adamant Lagesh away. Hearing this, Adamant Lagesh was shocked, then angrily warned Katal to step aside, claiming they were the same kind and that there was no reason for him to interfere. However, Katal calmly questioned what his point was and stated that he did not care what Adamant Lagesh was. He then declared that his only reason for stopping him was to protect his employer. This brought tears to Elena's eyes, and she faltered as she admitted that she was not truly Elaine. Clenching her hand in pain, she began to confess that she was merely something else, but Katal interrupted and told her that, to him, she was Elaine. He explained that he did not know the Elaine who had existed before, and that the one who had hired him and stayed with him all this time, the one he intended to protect, was the Elaine standing right in front of him. Shocked and confused, Elena looked up at him, and Katal, glancing at her, asked again what she wanted to do, addressing her sincerely as Elaine. After a long moment of silent contemplation, though still in tears, she finally gathered her resolve and declared that she did not want to go back. Understanding her decision, Katal sighed in relief, smiled, and told Adamant Lagesh that he had heard his employer's answer. This caused Adamant Lagesh to frown in dissatisfaction before letting out a cold laugh. Suddenly, his demeanor changed as killing intent surged, and he declared that it had come to this. Katal glanced behind him and instructed Patrick to take care of Elena. Immediately, Lich escorted Elena and Aaron away to a safer distance. Seeing this, Adamant Lagesh angrily remarked that Katal seemed to be enjoying himself, to which Kettle cheerfully admitted that he actually was. Concealing his gaze beneath his hat, Adamant Lagesh thought that Kettle exuded the aura of an extraordinary mage, while Kettle wondered what kind of magic his opponent would show him. Adamant Lagesh then unleashed a surge of blue energy and warned that Katal would regret standing in his way. Raising his hand, he began chanting ancient spells, but before he could finish, Katal suddenly charged forward and struck him in the face with a powerful punch. This left Adamant Lagesh utterly shocked as blood splattered from the impact. Katal raised his fist and declared that the first rule of fighting a mage was to kill them before they could cast a spell. However, the blood on Katal's fist suddenly evaporated and transformed into glowing particles that drifted away. Realizing this, Katal remarked that it was just as he had thought. The red particles gathered and reformed Adamant Lagesh's body, prompting Katal to observe that normal methods did not seem to kill him. Having been revived, Adamant Lagesh was bewildered and questioned what had just happened, internally noting that Katal had been so fast that he could not even react. Meanwhile, Katal probed him, wondering whether there was no limit to his regeneration. At that moment, the ground near Katal cracked, and two massive stone structures rose up beside him, forming towering figures. Surprised, Katal exclaimed that Adamant Lagesh could do such things as well. Immediately after, the two massive structures slammed together, trapping him between them. With glowing red eyes, Adamant Lagesh raised his fist in fury. Suddenly, a thick root burst through the stone and shot outward before whipping back and binding his earthen arm. Startled, Adamant Lagesh shouted for it to turn to ash, and flames instantly engulfed the root, burning it fiercely. Witnessing this, Elaine cried out in fear for Catal, while Lich calmly analyzed that Adamant Lagesh was repeatedly casting spells that consumed enormous amounts of mana, speculating that his mana might be restoring itself to its original state. Observing further, Lich concluded that a mage with infinite mana would cause a massive uproar if revealed, but also noted that Adamant Lagesh had chosen the wrong opponent. At that moment, something burst out from the blazing flames, shocking Adamant Lagesh, who realized that Catal was an immeasurable monster. Unbeknownst to him, Catal had already appeared beside him and mockingly questioned whether mages were truly supposed to be this strong, adding that this was fun. In the next instant, Catal struck again, shattering Adamant Lagesh's head and sending blood flying. Standing beside him, Catal withdrew his fist and watched closely to confirm whether his opponent was truly dead. Once more, the blood on his hand turned into red particles and drifted away, prompting Catal to remark in confusion that this was indeed strange, even as Adamant Lagesh's voice called him a monster. The particles gathered again and reformed Adamant Lagesh, who furiously demanded to know what Catal was. Catal casually replied that he was just an ordinary barbarian, which caused Adamant Lagesh to grind his teeth in anger and accuse him of making pathetic jokes. Rising into the air, Adamant Lagesh declared that the probing was over and that he would now fight with his full power. At the same time, streams of blue energy rose from the forest and converged toward him as he announced that he would attack with everything he had. Looking up from the ground, Catal responded with excitement that he was now truly looking forward to it. As Adamant Lagesh unleashed his magic, the wind was said to have swept the leaves into the sky, while below, Lich was described as erecting a protective barrier for Eileen, Aaron, and a soldier. Catal was described as tilting his head back in astonishment, thinking that an experienced mage could even conjure natural disasters. As he faced the Vishal vortex created by Adamant Lagesh, he was said to have inwardly marveled that such magic was impressive. He then smiled brightly and expressed his gratitude, saying that thanks to him, he had gotten to witness something interesting. It was then described that Catal lifted his foot and stomped down violently, causing the ground to explode as mana energy roared and tore through the earth, sending a shockwave toward Adamant Lagesh, who was said to have crossed his arms to block it. Under the blinding light of the mana, Adamant Lagesh's pupils were described as shrinking in shock. After a while, white smoke spread everywhere, and Eileen was said to have fallen to the ground in fear despite being protected by Lich's barrier. Lich himself was described as frowning in astonishment, thinking that he had not sensed any mystical energy at all and questioning whether that destruction was merely the result of Catal stomping his foot. On the other side, Adamant Lagesh was described as coughing heavily and thinking in disbelief that it was nonsense and that his magic had been defeated by a barbarian like him. He was said to have gritted his teeth, declaring that it was absolutely impossible, yet before he could react, Catal had already rushed toward him. Adamant Lagesh was described as widening his eyes in alarm, just as Catal struck him with a powerful blow. Amid the red dust, Catal was said to have opened his eyes in doubt when Adamant Lagesh admitted that he was strong, but insisted that he could not be defeated. Catal acknowledged that this was true and that normal methods would not be enough. Looking at a torn piece of cloth in his palm, he was described as considering his next move before asking, "What about this?" Adamant Lagesh was said to have been confused and irritated by the question. Suddenly, Catal clenched the cloth, and a burst of mana energy erupted around him, sending shockwaves in all directions. He then observed that the cloth had turned into multicolored powder, which astonished him. Adamant Lagesh was described as staring in horror as Catal remarked that he understood, then showed him the powder and asked whether that was his true nature. Enraged, Adamant Lagesh shouted that Catal would pay for it, while Catal calmly asked if he wished to continue, warning that from that point onward, he would also be risking his life. Adamant Lagesh was said to have been sweating and speechless as his body gradually disintegrated into red sand. In fury, he declared that Catal would pay the price before vanishing completely. Catal was then described as silently watching the remaining particles. The following day, Catal was said to have set off with the bound soldier along with Elena and Aaron, while Aaron followed behind, visibly worried. Catal curiously wondered whether that was it as they arrived before the gates, which were identified as the Kingdom of Denian. Lich then stated that this was as far as he would go, explaining that since it was a foreign country, it would be awkward for him to enter. Catal responded with understanding and apologized, but Lich reassured him that he had expected this from the beginning and that traveling together had been enjoyable enough. Catal expressed that he was glad to hear that and hoped they would meet again, to which Lich replied that they likely would and that it would not be long before they did. Catal was described as watching Lich's departing figure for a long time, while Elena and Aaron also looked on with regret. Later, inside the city, a soldier was said to have shouted for Catal to halt, warning that he was at the border of the Kingdom of Denian and ordering him to step back. Catal found this reaction unsurprising, thinking that it was the usual response, but before he could reply, Elena stepped forward and demanded that the gates be opened. She was described as presenting herself with authority, introducing herself as the first princess of the kingdom of Lutane, Elena Mavrochi, and declaring that she had come to see King Barbosa Dinian. Hearing this, the soldier was said to have been shocked. Inside the royal castle, Catal was described as lying comfortably on a large bed, thinking that he had unexpectedly been granted a guest room thanks to Elaine. He remarked that it was not bad and noted that, for now, he had cleared the quest. A system message then appeared, stating that the 758th quest had been completed and that rewards would be distributed. Catal wondered seriously what the reward could be, noting that he did not recall ever receiving anything directly before. At that moment, a knock on the door drew his attention, and Elaine entered in luxurious attire, asking whether he had a moment. Catal sat up, welcomed her, and invited her to sit. After some time, as they sat across from each other, Catal asked how it had gone. Elena looked down sadly and said that it had been decided that she would have an audience with King Barbosa the next day, adding that once that happened, everything would be over. Catal responded thoughtfully that it might instead be just the beginning. Elena acknowledged that this could be true before calling his name. She then asked whether he knew what had taken over their kingdom. Catal replied that he had his suspicions. Finally, Elena, visibly anxious, asked him to tell her what exactly had happened to their kingdom and what she herself had become. Catal extended his hand and revealed what lay in his palm, and when Elaine saw it, she asked with suspicion what it was. Catal explained that it was the true form of the things that had replaced her people. Hearing that, Elaine broke into a cold sweat and reacted in shock, saying she had never seen anything like it. Catal then stated that he had forcibly compressed and clumped them together, adding that they were usually so small they could not be seen with the naked eye. His words caused Elaine to fall into deep thought, and seeing her like that, Catal wondered to himself whether she would understand. He reflected that although this might be a fantasy world, it still followed a strictly medieval setting, and he doubted they possessed any concept of a microscopic world in an era without microscopes. Suddenly, Catal became puzzled when Elaine said that she understood. Closing her eyes, she explained that mana and aura were also invisible to the naked eye but could be seen once concentrated, and she supposed it was a similar concept. Hearing that, Catal was inwardly astonished, realizing she had grasped it, and he thought that rather than science, this world operated on magic. Looking down with concern, Elaine continued hesitantly, and Catal told her that she could think of it as her entire existence being converted into a collection of those tiny particles from head to toe. As he continued, saying that it extended from her heart to her brain and from her bones to her blood, Elaine became increasingly horrified. She clutched her arms, trembling and stammering in fear, as though engulfed by a shadow. Noticing her state, Catal asked if she was all right, which startled Elaine back to her senses. She apologized nervously, and Catal reassured her that he understood and that it was not a pleasant thought. Observing the glowing powder, Elaine then asked whether those particles were dangerous. Catal calmly replied that they were fine, explaining that their functions were currently suspended and that they seemed to break down when exposed to strong physical force. He then suggested that, for simplicity, they should be called nanos, explaining that each nano was an independent entity, and that rather than a single organism, countless entities gathered to form the shape of a human. He added that this was why they did not die even when their bodies were damaged, comparing it to how water does not die when a lake is slashed with a sword. This made Elena uneasy, and she asked if that meant they were immortal. Catal responded calmly that one could say that, and that it might explain why they had no concept of death. Suddenly, Elaine exclaimed that something did not make sense, arguing that unlike them, she was afraid of dying. She reasoned that if what Catal said was true, she should also be unable to comprehend death. Catal acknowledged that she made a good point, and after a brief pause, he concluded that she was probably a mutation. His words left Elaine stunned and sweating. Time passed, and sunlight shone upon the magnificent castle. Catal lay leisurely on a bed with his legs crossed, wondering whether they were speaking to the king at that moment. Closing his eyes, he pondered the idea of the king, imagining a ruler of a fantasy world who supposedly received mystical powers from a god, and he found himself curious about what such a person would be like, thinking he would like to meet him. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and someone entered. Catal looked over in confusion as the man addressed him as a barbarian and informed him that His Majesty wished to see him. The man, introduced as the Sword of Dinian, Maximus, stared at Catal with an unfriendly gaze. Shortly afterward, Maximus led Catal along and warned him that although His Majesty might have permitted it, he should still show basic respect for the sake of his own life. Catal replied with a smile that he would keep that in mind. After a while, Maximus announced that he had brought the barbarian before His Majesty. and the man on the throne ordered that he be sent in. As Ketil entered the grand hall, what he saw caused him to widen his eyes in surprise. Elena was already present, standing before the king. The king of the kingdom of Denian, Barbosa Denian, asked if he was the barbarian who had escorted Princess Elaine. Ketil bowed politely and said it was a pleasure, introducing himself as Ketil the Barbarian. His words shocked Maximus, and even the king himself was taken aback before quickly composing himself. Barbosa then remarked that just as Elaine had said, Ketil was quite different from ordinary barbarians. Ketil smiled casually and replied that he had heard that before, while inwardly noting that barbarians here were no different from those in the White Wasteland. At that moment, something caught his attention, and he looked curiously at the figure in a black and red robe beside the king, calling out the name Patrick. Elaine reacted in surprise, while the figure, Lich, was startled as the king introduced him as Ketil, the tower master and ruler of the Great Magic Tower. Ketil pointed out that Patrick had been a citizen of the Barcan territory and questioned why the man was now being introduced differently. The Lich hurriedly bowed and insisted that he was indeed the tower master and had never heard the name Patrick before, claiming that Ketil must have mistaken him for someone else, though inwardly he panicked about how Ketil had figured it out. While the Lich broke into a cold sweat, Ketil appeared confused before eventually bowing and admitting that he must have been mistaken and apologizing. The Lich forced a smile and said it was fine, thinking to himself that Ketil had likely only been testing him. He reasoned that the puppets he controlled did not merely look different, their mana patterns and even their personalities were completely distinct, so there was no way Ketil could have deduced the truth at a glance. Even so, the Lich remained wary as he observed Ketil, thinking that even if he were an entity from the demonic realm, he should not have been able to see through such perfect magic. Meanwhile, Ketil noticed the man's evasive gaze and concluded that he clearly did not want to be exposed, deciding to let it slide. Ketil then turned to Elaine and asked how the human declaration had gone, and she hesitated before answering. At that moment, a voice rang out in the hall, declaring that they were human. Barbosa solemnly stated that their ancestors believed that if one considered oneself human, then one was human, and he affirmed that Elaine, Aaron, and the knight she had captured were all undeniably human. Hearing this, Elaine lowered her head in silence. Observing her, Ketil reflected that although she had called herself a monster, she had truly wanted to remain human in the end. He then expressed his relief and asked why he had been summoned. Barbosa stared at him for a moment before speaking, saying that Elena had told him about the entities Ketil called nanos. Elena quietly acknowledged this, adding that although it was a tragedy, she had already lost a dear friend and his child to them. Standing nearby, the Lich remained silent as Barbosa explained that the Tower Master was currently containing them, but only as a temporary measure, and that at this rate, the entire continent would soon be replaced by them. Finally, Barbosa stated his purpose, saying that he had heard Ketil knew a way to eliminate them. At that point, Ketil responded indifferently that he understood, then looked up at the king with a probing gaze. With a faint smile and cold eyes, he concluded that the king's goal was subjugation. At the same time, a system notification appeared, announcing the 786th quest, to respond to the entity from the demonic realm. The soldier was brought in and made to kneel anxiously in the middle of the great hall while Barbosa sat upon his throne and looked down at him with scrutiny. Below, Ketil, Aaron, and Elaine stood in a line, watching. Lich spoke first, stating that it would be best to gather as much information as possible before facing their enemies, adding that he had tried several methods himself, but the captive had refused to reveal his true form. He continued that since Ketil had direct contact with them, he might be able to succeed. Ketil glanced back at him, then shifted his gaze toward the bound soldier as Lich reassured the man not to worry about safety, explaining that he had erected a barrier to keep them completely isolated. Hearing this, Elena looked at the soldier with suspicion. Suddenly, the soldier cried out in panic, demanding to know why they were doing this to him and insisting that he was human. At that, Ketil closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh, then stared straight into the soldier's eyes while wondering what the best way to handle the situation would be. His eye suddenly turned purple, and he decided to himself that this approach would suffice. At the same moment, a gigantic shadow with demonic eyes appeared before the soldier. The man immediately rolled his eyes back in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Manifesting a grotesque demon, Ketil reasoned inwardly that for a being that had never known death, he would show him its terror. Witnessing this, Barbosa abruptly rose from his throne in shock and demanded to know what he was seeing. The overwhelming pressure released by Ketil left Aaron and Elaine stunned, while Lich forced a strained smile, his pupils shrinking as he marveled inwardly that such intensity could come from mere killing intent. Meanwhile, the soldier was crushed under Ketil's aura, sobbing uncontrollably in sheer horror. Observing this, Lich reflected that they were only feeling a fragment of the bloodlust directed at the man and that he could not imagine the pressure the soldier was enduring. The soldier's eyes bulged as his body seemed to melt under the force, and he screamed in terror. In the air, shimmering lights appeared interwoven with grains of red sand. Seeing this, Katal remarked inwardly that it was finally happening. At that moment, the soldier transformed into a red and black energy being with glowing eyes. Katal observed with interest that the creature had finally revealed its true form. The red demon-like entity facing him demanded to know the meaning of this. Elaine stood frozen, trying to steady herself as she realized that this must be the true form of a nano. Katal calmly greeted the being, stating that it was a pleasure to meet it and that he wished to speak, asking whether that would be acceptable. Barbossa stood dumbfounded, while Maximus frowned in astonishment, and Lich quietly observed everything. The being mockingly questioned the idea of speaking, then agreed and demanded to know why Aaron and Elaine rejected them. Elaine immediately snapped back angrily, arguing that they had to be joking and that the reason was obvious. They had been devouring and slaughtering humans. The being replied that it did not understand, claiming that they were merely making humans perfect and questioning why that would provoke anger. Hearing this, Katal realized the situation and concluded that this was how the creature perceived things. He then asked whether the reason it wanted Elena back was to understand why she was rejecting them. The being responded that it had no reason to answer. Katal urged it not to be like that, explaining that humans never acted without reason and suggesting that depending on its answer, Elaine might even choose to go with them. The being looked at him as he elaborated that although it wanted Elaine, she clearly would not move under the current circumstances, but if it explained things in detail, she might change her mind. Hearing this, the being finally explained that their goal was replication, stating that their numbers were very few and that they required replication to increase them. It added that for efficient replication, as many individuals as possible needed to gather. Aaron and Aline frowned as it continued that for some reason the two of them were rejecting their call, implying that an error had occurred. Katal crossed his arms and questioned what they intended to do once their numbers increased. The being hesitated briefly before declaring that they would grant perfection to this imperfect world. Katal responded with a mocking smile, interpreting that as meaning they intended to replace everyone. The being openly admitted that there was no reason to refuse and insisted that the two of them must also become one with them to aid the world. Katal then turned to Alina and asked what she thought. She met his gaze sharply, thought for a moment, and firmly declared that she refused, stating that she had no intention of joining such beings. This angered the entity, which accused Katal of deceiving it. Katal denied this, asserting that he had never tricked it. Enraged, the being threatened to devour all of them. It suddenly launched a red and black energy attack toward Katal, only for it to be stopped by an invisible barrier, leaving it confused. Lich calmly mocked it, pointing out that they had not come unprepared. Realizing the situation, the being cursed them in fury. Lich then snapped his fingers and declared that it was enough. A blue cube appeared in his hand, expanded, and trapped the entity inside. He stated that he had gathered all the information he needed and added that they would finish the rest of the discussion in his laboratory as he retracted the cube. Barbossa then voiced concern that if they allowed the creatures to act freely, something irreversible might occur, and asked Katal whether he could take them down. Katal replied without hesitation that it would not be a problem and asked if they should depart immediately. However, he then noted that the location was quite far and that even if they left now, it would take time. He glanced at Lich, who reassured him not to worry and said that he would assist. Lich instructed them to gather close, explaining that he would transport them instantly using teleportation. Katal expressed surprise that he could do that as well. Lich gave a slight bow and said he intended to accompany them anyway, noting that they would need measures to prevent their enemies from escaping. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, telling them to wait. Katal widened his eyes in surprise as Elena stepped forward, clenched her hands, and pleaded to be taken along. Aaron quickly protested, but she firmly insisted that she had to know. Barbossa frowned anxiously as she explained that she wanted to find out whether she would lose her sense of self when facing death like those beings. Aaron listened uneasily as she declared that she needed to know whether they were truly different and whether she could remain herself. Her resolve caused both Katal and Lich to stare at her intently. Breaking the silence, Lich stated that he had no reason to stop her, and Katal agreed casually. Elena reacted with surprise and hope, asking if they were serious. Suddenly, Aaron shouted that if the princess was going, he would go too. Lich then conjured a magical sphere and warned him to make sure he did not act recklessly. A turquoise light reflected in Elaine's eyes as she flinched. Shortly after, a circular magic formation appeared beneath the four of them, prompting Catal to express amazement. After some time, Aaron supported Elaine as she slowly opened her eyes while Catal stared in astonishment. Lich cheerfully led them along an open-air path, signaling that it was time. Stopping before the massive gates of Lutane Royal Castle, he asked if they were ready to begin. Before entering, Catal carefully confirmed once more by asking whether they were truly sure about this. He expressed concern that a commotion like that would draw a great deal of attention. Lich merely shrugged and confidently assured him not to worry, explaining that he would set up a barrier around the castle to block both sight and sound. Upon hearing that, Ketal's eyes lit up as he excitedly exclaimed in disbelief that such a thing was actually possible, while inwardly marveling that magic truly was incredible. Meanwhile, Lich focused intensely, half closing his eyes as he prepared to cast the spell. In the very next instant, a crimson glow shone from deep within his eyes before he calmly announced that it was done. Whereas Catal had been thrilled moments earlier, he now stood there blankly and asked in confusion whether Lich had actually done something. Seeing his bewildered expression, Lich explained that he had already enveloped the entire castle grounds in a barrier, adding that not even an ant could leave the place without his permission and that a spell of that level only took a moment for him to cast. Hearing such reassurance, Catal could only praise the feat as impressive. Lich's imposing figure reminded him of what a true tower master was like, and he quietly reflected that this was the power of a hero-class mage. At that thought, the corner of Catal's mouth slowly curled upward as he admitted to himself that he truly never grew tired of this world. Catal then slowly stepped forward and declared expectantly that there would be no problems now. Curious about his intentions, Lich asked what he planned to do. Staring at the enormous sealed gate before them, Catal boldly suggested that since they were visiting someone else's home, they should start by knocking. Those words caused Elena Mavrochi to hesitantly question what he meant, but before anyone could say another word, Catal immediately activated his magic. He concentrated all the pressure into his legs, causing deep cracks to form in the ground beneath him. In the next instant, he shot forward at terrifying speed, prompting Princess Aline Mavrochi to scream in fear. Immediately afterward, the only sound remaining in the air was the violent shriek of splitting wind as Catal charged directly toward the massive castle gate ahead. As he rushed forward, he loudly chanted, "Knock, knock," before raising his fist high with a savage, murderous glare. The moment Catal's punch struck, a deafening explosion erupted. The force was so overwhelming that the castle guards and chunks of stone from the wall were blasted into the air. Looking at the destruction he had caused, Catal smirked in satisfaction and casually excused himself. The horrifying spectacle left everyone else pale with shock, each of them inwardly cursing that insane barbarian. As the smoke from Catal's devastating punch gradually cleared, the castle gate had completely vanished. The ground was littered with the corpses of guards and shattered debris, while the most noticeable sight was the enormous trench stretching from the gate deep into the inner courtyard. Facing the chaos before him, Ketal merely clenched his fist calmly. Across from him, a silent gaze observed the entire scene. Suddenly, Adamant Lagesh shouted in outrage, calling the whole thing absurd and accusing Ketal of being completely out of his mind for doing something like that. Recognizing him, Ketal cheerfully greeted Adamant, saying it was good to see him again. However, before he could finish, Adamant furiously roared as powerful magic gathered around his staff. Yet before the attack could be unleashed, Ketal smirked meaningfully and remarked that it was too bad. With a mere snap of his fingers, he immobilized Adamant Lagesh, leaving the man horrified. Although Ketal still wore a smile, his voice turned cold as he warned that he had not come there to see him today. The instant those words ended, a tremendous explosion rang out. Adamant took the hit directly and was hurled backward as blood sprayed through the air. Within seconds, his entire body was burned to ashes. Recovering from the shockwave, the surviving guards stared in terror with widened eyes. Looking toward the opposite side, Ketal slowly spoke as though addressing someone unseen, warning them that they had better show themselves soon. At that moment, the ground began radiating intense heat as fragments of stone floated upward into the air. Even the living bodies of the guards gradually dissolved into crimson smoke, causing one of them to scream desperately in terror. Not far away, Lich silently observed everything. Sensing the distortion in the surrounding space, he quietly warned that it was finally revealing its true form. The entire castle itself was slowly disintegrating within the crimson current, prompting Lich to murmur suspiciously that this was the entity of the demonic realm which had replaced the entire castle. He wondered aloud what exactly it was. Strangely, neither Elena Mavrochi nor Aaron seemed affected by the crimson smoke at all. This caused Lich to silently wonder whether the princess and Aaron were somehow safe because they were not reacting to the collective consciousness. He eventually concluded that the princess's fears had not come true and that, just as Ketal had hoped, they seemed different from the others. He added that if they had not been different, both she and Aaron would already have become part of that thing. As soon as Nanos appeared, it angrily demanded how Catal dared interfere with what it called their mercy in such a manner. Completely unfazed by the threat, Catal simply laughed and remarked that mercy was certainly an interesting interpretation. Nanos hissed furiously that they had never intended to reveal themselves and that they had only wanted to respect humanity's will and grant them freedom, insisting that they had shown mercy so people could live the lives they desired. Hearing this, Catal gradually understood its intentions, but calmly questioned what any of it actually mattered. He openly declared that all that remained now was a monster mimicking the dead. Catal's fearless words left Nanos speechless with rage, its fists trembling in fury. After a long moment spent regaining composure, it challenged him by vowing to erase his very existence from the world. Rather than showing fear, Catal casually replied that such a thing might be a little difficult. At that exact moment, a dagger overflowing with sinister energy quietly emerged from the darkness. Nanos roared for him to die and launched its attack. The instant the eye at the center of its body flashed, countless daggers shot forward toward Catal. Within the dense smoke, a white figure burst out at terrifying speed. It was Catal, who effortlessly dodged the attack with a simple sidestep. Seeing him completely unharmed, Nanos froze briefly in disbelief before immediately charging forward again. In contrast to Nanos' urgency, Catal calmly lowered himself into a fighting stance while concentrating magical power into his left arm. Less than 3 seconds later, Nanos unleashed a second attack, hurling countless fireballs that densely filled the space ahead. Catal widened his eyes and carefully tracked the trajectory of every flaming projectile. The moment he pinpointed Nanos' position, he decisively unleashed a devastating punch directly toward it, catching the creature completely off guard. The strike flew forward at arrow-like speed, though it only grazed the left side of Nanos' body. Catal regretfully remarked that he had missed slightly. After narrowly surviving the attack, Nanos could only glare at him furiously. Despite expending an overwhelming amount of energy on its previous assault, Catal remained completely unharmed, causing Nanos to curse him as a monster. Catal simply raised his head and mockingly replied that such words sounded rather rich coming from a real monster. Without any self-awareness, Nanos continued spewing hatred, calling him a loathsome creature and declaring that, for the sake of the world, he had to be eliminated. It vowed to tear his body to shreds. As Catal watched the entirety of Nanos' transformation process, he found himself unable to look away. Rather than showing fear, he excitedly shouted in delight at what he called Phase 2. After completing his transformation, Nanos charged straight at Catal in a frenzy and launched an attack. Catal perfectly dodged by slipping aside, causing Nanos' claws to slam heavily into the dry ground. Regaining his composure, Nanos slowly swept his gaze around in search of his target. The moment he spotted Catal, he stomped the ground, spun around in a full circle, and leapt high into the air before mercilessly kicking Catal away. Catal was sent crashing into the rock wall behind him and was momentarily dazed. However, as soon as he heard the disturbance caused by Nanos, he widened his eyes and focused intensely in preparation for a counterattack. The instant he looked up, Nanos had already closed the distance and appeared right before him. Barely inches away, Nanos slashed through the air with his sharp claws. The scythe-like blade mutated from those icy claws narrowly grazed Catal's body, but fortunately, he managed to evade it in time. Even though he had been pushed into a passive position, Catal kept his eyes fixed on his opponent as though he were analyzing something. A strange gurgling sound suddenly echoed out, and something slowly emerged from Nanos' waist. Before Catal could even catch his breath, Nanos decisively fired a long, razor-sharp blade straight at him. The blade tore through the air at a terrifying speed and pierced directly into Catal's abdomen, forcing him backward. A thunderous explosion erupted as the attack blasted Catal through layers of earth and stone, sending clouds of dust soaring everywhere. Yet in the very next moment, Catal forcefully planted his feet into the ground to halt himself. Nanos refused to relent and immediately rushed forward again, surrounding Catal from every side. Sensing something strange, Catal quickly turned toward the source of the sound. At that moment, Nanos had already finished casting a spell, and the gigantic head of a monstrous beast opened its jaws wide as it lunged forward. Its savage fangs snapped shut violently, swallowing Catal's massive body whole. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Elena Mavrochi screamed in terror that Sir Catal had been swallowed. Meanwhile, Lich merely stood to the side, silently evaluating the battle, remarking that the creature's strength and speed were at least superhuman level, and that its ability to shapeshift at will made it an incredibly difficult opponent to deal with. He further admitted that what surprised him even more was the fact that the Barbarian was facing such a monster without relying on any mystery or magic. Although it seemed as though the battle would end easily, Catal merely smirked from within the beast and praised Nanos by saying that he had a lot of tricks and that it was fun to watch. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed his power. In less than 3 seconds, Catal tore apart the monster's head and burst straight out from inside. Calmly, he adjusted his clothes as though nothing had happened, leaving Nanos visibly irritated. Nanos swept his gaze around and locked onto his target, only to realize that Catal had vanished from sight. In the very next instant, Catal suddenly appeared behind him, spun around, and raised his fist high. Before Nanos could even notice the movement, Catal's punch smashed directly into his jaw with overwhelming force. After taking the full blow, Nanos collapsed heavily onto the ground in agony, unable to utter a single word. The sheer impact scattered the crystal fragments covering his body in every direction, and before they even touched the ground, they dissolved into smoke and vanished into the air. Nanos struggled to stand back up and forced himself to continue fighting. Seeing his miserable condition, Catal mockingly asked if that was all he had got. Instead of replying immediately, Nanos silently observed him for a while before growling that it seemed he would have to use his full power to take Catal down, even if most of them had to be sacrificed in order to erase him from the world. Watching Nanos desperately pour out the last remnants of his magic power, Catal indifferently wondered to himself whether this was merely a desperate final attack and questioned if this was truly all the beings of the demonic realm could do. He even remarked inwardly that it was nothing compared to the White Wasteland. Nanos then roared loudly and unleashed his ultimate attack with tremendous momentum. Completely unfazed, Catal instead praised the fight by saying that it had actually been pretty fun. As soon as he finished speaking, the axe in his hand carved a massive slash through the air. Both attacks hurtled toward one another and collided mid-air, producing a gigantic explosion that shook the surrounding space itself. When the dense smoke finally cleared, only Ketel's imposing figure remained standing proudly. The sight left Princess Elena Mavrochi utterly horrified, and she could do nothing but stare at him in fear. Even Lich, a holy mage, was deeply shaken by what he had witnessed. The remnants of Nanos weakly muttered that Catal should never have existed in this world, and with those final words, the last traces of his body faded into nothingness. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a new notification announcing that the 786th quest had been completed and that rewards would be distributed. Approaching Catal, Lich coldly remarked that he had certainly made quite a mess of things. Slightly surprised, Catal turned back toward him. Looking at the now silent surroundings, Elena Mavrochi hesitantly asked whether it was finally over, and Catal nodded, replying that it certainly seemed so. Worried, she quietly asked whether he was all right. Catal laughed confidently and answered that he was perfectly fine before asking if she herself was all right, noting that her barrier appeared to have broken at the end. Although events had strayed slightly from the original course, Lich considered the outcome more than satisfactory and let out a sigh of relief while admitting that the barrier had indeed been destroyed. Internally, he could not help but laugh bitterly at the thought that his magic had been shattered by a single swing of an axe. Setting the small talk aside, he informed them that although the shockwave had spread, he had managed to handle the situation for the time being. Surprised, Ketel curiously asked how he had managed it. Lich calmly explained that everyone in the Lutane royal capital had been put to sleep. Hearing this, both the princess and the royal butler were rendered speechless. Ketel himself was stunned and blankly repeated whether such a thing was even possible. In the next instant, his eyes sparkled with admiration as he enthusiastically declared that Lich truly was incredible. However, Lich inwardly felt conflicted, thinking that such praise coming from Catal of all people was rather absurd. Turning back around, Lich reminded everyone that although things were over for now, cleaning up the aftermath would be a major headache, and suggested that they return for the time being. Suddenly, Catal leaned close to Lich's ear and whispered for him to wait. Startled, Lich panicked and shouted, asking what it was all of a sudden. Catal then pointed toward the pile of slime left behind, which was the item remaining after Nano's true body had disappeared, and eagerly asked if he could have it. As he spoke, he even put on the cutest expression possible to beg for it, leaving Lich with no choice but to helplessly tell him to do as he wished. Barbosa Denian held his head and let out a weary sigh, saying that he had a terrible headache. A moment later, he heard someone beside him remark that he seemed to have quite the headache. Upon recognizing the person before him, Barbosa Denian hurriedly greeted the Tower Master and admitted that everything had become complete chaos. He explained tiredly that even after giving explanations, the people refused to accept the truth. According to him, the nobles had gone beyond political pressure and were now slandering him as a murderer. Lich calmly folded his arms and commented that such a reaction had been inevitable. He stated that it would never be easy for anyone to accept that the entire royal castle had been replaced by beings from the demon realm. Shifting the topic, Lich then asked about the girl's condition. Barbosa Denian hesitated briefly before clarifying that Lich was referring to Aline. He explained that she seemed to be in better condition than expected. He recounted that despite all the persuasion and threats from the remaining Lutane nobles, she had managed to hold herself together remarkably well. He pointed out that she was both the last surviving royal bloodline and also a being of the demon realm. Barbosa Denian sighed in admiration and remarked that although she herself must have been confused, she possessed an unexpectedly strong will. After hearing this, Lich speculated that many things must have happened to her, or perhaps something was supporting her from within. Lowering his gaze, he quietly muttered that it was truly strange. Hearing Lich's words, Barbosa Denian asked what exactly he meant. Lich glanced elsewhere and answered that he was referring to the beings of the demon realm. Confused, Barbosa Denian repeated the phrase before suddenly recalling someone and wondering just how strong that barbarian truly was. Silence immediately filled the surroundings after the question was asked. Lich looked away with a troubled expression and remained silent for a while before murmuring about the concept of strength itself. In the end, he admitted that even he could not grasp the limits of that man's power. Meanwhile, out in the garden, Elena Mavrochi lowered her head and hesitantly asked whether Catal was leaving already. Catal smiled and explained that he knew someone in the Denian kingdom and intended to meet them. Elena quietly acknowledged his answer before suddenly apologizing sincerely. She confessed that although she had promised to grant him any reward he desired, she currently possessed nothing she could offer him. Catal stared at her in surprise for a moment before suggesting that they simply leave the reward pending for the time being. Elena looked up blankly in confusion and asked what he meant. Catal cheerfully explained that he had heard the Lutane kingdom was currently in chaos, but because the royal bloodline still survived, it would likely stabilize soon enough. He added that he would receive his reward at that time instead. Elena became flustered and tried to protest, but Catal interrupted her directly by reminding her that he had already told her before that he did not consider her a monster. His words caused Elena Mavrochi's eyes to widen in shock. She remained silent for a long time before finally understanding his feelings and smiling warmly. Filled with happiness, she swore upon the name of Elena Mavrochi that she would repay his kindness someday. Satisfied by her response, Catal smiled back at her. Sometime later, Catal received a seal-like token. Looking at the object in confusion, he asked what it was. Barbosa Denian straightforwardly explained that it was a king's identification token. He casually stated that it should be considered the reward for Catal's request. Barbosa Denian further explained that with the token, Catal could enter almost anywhere except special places such as the imperial capital or the church's holy grounds. Since Catal intended to travel the world, Barbosa Denian believed it would be extremely useful to him. Upon hearing the explanation, Catal's face brightened immediately. He enthusiastically thanked Barbosa Denian, while inwardly rejoicing that the item would make his fantasy world journey much easier. Afterward, Catal departed and soon found himself amazed by the scenery surrounding him. He repeatedly exclaimed in admiration at the impressive sights before happily observing that the capital of the Denian kingdom was far larger and cleaner than the Barcan territory where he had stayed previously. Suddenly, someone from behind shouted for him to stop. Catal quickly turned around and saw guards approaching aggressively while demanding to know who he was and ordering him to state his identity. Catal stood there in confusion, unable to understand what was happening, while the two guards maintained extremely serious expressions. After a brief silence, Catal remarked inwardly that the situation could not be helped. He confidently presented the identification token, which emitted a bright flash of light that dazzled the guards. The two soldiers immediately bowed their heads and apologized nervously. Catal excitedly sniffed in satisfaction and commented that the effect was certainly impressive. As he continued walking, he wondered where the place he was searching for might be located. At another location, someone slammed a table in irritation and concluded that the other party was essentially saying they had no money to repay the debt. The person across from them confidently admitted that this was correct. The other party helplessly remarked that this meant repayment was currently impossible. Milena of the Akasha family sternly questioned why the man was acting so proudly despite the situation. The head of the Great Diablos family arrogantly crossed his arms and declared that he was the head of the Great Diablos family and would never become pathetic over mere money. Milena narrowed her eyes in annoyance and coldly pointed out that the Diablos family was already on the verge of collapse because of that mere money. Hearing this, the head of the Great Diablos family immediately became enraged and accused her of being rude. Unwilling to back down, Milena sharply replied that she should have been the one saying that instead. She bluntly criticized the Diablos family, explaining that because they could not bear the expenses of their consecutive banquets, they had borrowed a considerable amount of money from her. However, according to her, even that money had been squandered on gambling and betting. She further questioned whether it was true that he had beaten and driven away his servants when they attempted to stop him, asking if such behavior was truly fitting for the great head of the Diablos family. The head of the great Diablos. Family furiously shouted in outrage and demanded to know how she dared insult him. Melina calmly replied that insults only applied to people who still possessed honor worth tarnishing. Her words left the man completely speechless in shock. Melina then presented the debt contract and firmly declared that he had exactly 1 month. She warned him that if he failed to repay the debt within that time, he would be forced to surrender not only the Diablos family's lands and assets but also his title itself. She concluded by coldly advising him to take care to ensure such a fate did not come to pass. In response, the head of the great Diablos family could do nothing except lower his head in fear. Melina of the Akasha family slammed her hand onto the table and declared that the deadline was 1 month. Her expression darkened as she warned that if they could not repay the debt within that time, they would have to surrender not only the Diablos family's lands and assets, but also their title, and she told them to keep that firmly in mind to ensure such a thing would not happen. Hearing this, the head of the great Diablos family immediately protested, asking if she truly believed such tyranny would be tolerated. In the next instant, soldiers rushed forward and shackled him. Shocked, he turned around in disbelief, unable to understand what was happening. Realizing he had already been restrained, he no longer dared to say anything further. Melina of the Akasha family calmly stated that she had merely informed him in advance of the lawful procedures according to the laws of the Denian kingdom, and that if anyone was committing tyranny, it was him for refusing to repay his debts. The head of the great Diablos family could only stand there blankly and accept it. She then turned and gave a slight nod to the guards, causing one of them to tense up immediately in response. As the head of the great Diablos family was dragged away by the guards, he shouted frantically, demanding to know if they truly would not let this go. In great frustration, he screamed that the rumors about Melina Akasha losing her honor because of her obsession with money had apparently been true, and that there had to be a reason she had abandoned her parents, siblings, and even the retainers who had gone through the demon realm with her. Upon hearing those words, Melina Akasha's expression darkened. The door closed behind them, leaving her alone inside the room. A voice suddenly called out to her, addressing her as "my lady," and asking if she was all right. A servant cautiously peeked through the door with a face full of concern. Melina Akasha lowered her gaze slightly before tiredly replying that she was fine. After letting out a sigh, she asked what was next on the schedule. The servant awkwardly reported that the next task was inspecting the mansion being held as collateral, which was about a 20-minute walk away. Melina Akasha quickly decided that they should inspect it immediately and ordered them to move out. From the bright morning until dusk, time passed steadily. Outside a large mansion, Katal stood admiring the sight before him and remarked that this was the place. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he proudly placed his hands on his hips and commented that it was huge, adding that it seemed she had truly succeeded. Suddenly, a loud and agitated shout came from behind him, demanding to know who he was. A guard sternly ordered him to leave at once, declaring that this was the Akasha family estate and no place for a savage like him. Those words caused Katal to stare blankly for a moment before he calmly replied that he had come to the right place because he was an invited guest. The guard became even more confused and asked who had invited him. Katal answered directly that Melina Akasha had invited him and told him to visit sometime after he came outside. The guard was stunned by the response and questioned him in disbelief. Pointing angrily at him, the guard shouted that it was ridiculous and demanded to know why the Iron Lady Melina would invite some barbarian. Confused, Katal repeated the title Iron Lady in question. Thinking back to Melina Akasha's face, he wondered inwardly that she had not seemed like that to him. He then placed an item into the guard's hand and explained that she had given it to him and told him to come visit. Seeing the object in his hand, the guard became speechless. The stone emitted a sparkling light as the guard's expression turned serious and contemplative. After a moment, the guard suddenly let out a laugh and remarked that Katal had presented it so confidently that he had assumed it was something important. Then, becoming strangely enthusiastic, he loudly announced that an honored guest had arrived and ordered everyone to move aside. Meanwhile, Melina Akasha sat quietly inside her room. A guard knocked and entered, reporting that a guest had arrived. The sound of her pen scratching across the paper continued without pause as she coldly responded that she did not recall having any appointments that day. The guard became even more bewildered and hesitantly tried to explain, but she quickly cut him off and stated that it would have to wait until tomorrow. Calmly, she reminded him that she was busy and instructed him to tell the guest to return the next day. The guard stammered again, trying to protest, but Melina Akasha became irritated and asked if her words had somehow been difficult to understand. Frightened, the guard immediately bowed and assured her that he understood, saying he would tell the guest to wait until tomorrow. With that, he hurriedly closed the door and left in fear. Melina Akasha set her pen down and let out a long, weary sigh. After leaving, the guard lowered his head apologetically and explained to Katal that he would have to wait until tomorrow. He cautiously added that the basement room was the only space left. Katal casually replied that it was fine. Looking around with admiration, he remarked that a basement was nice. Inwardly, Katal thought that it felt like the kind of room where secret meetings would take place, and even wondered if there might be a hidden chamber somewhere. As time slipped by, night eventually fell. A glass of wine sat on the table, while Melina Akasha lowered her head sadly and murmured that being an outcast abandoned by both family and retainers was not entirely inaccurate. Covering her face as though she might burst into tears, she quietly admitted that it was not completely wrong. Eventually, dawn began to break. Melina Akasha had already prepared herself and walked down the corridor alongside her servant. The guard stood upright seriously, while even the nursemaid appeared tense. Suddenly recalling something, Melina Akasha asked whether someone had come the previous day and questioned if it had been a debtor. The guard cautiously answered that it had not been a debtor, but rather a barbarian. Hearing that, Melina Akasha widened her eyes slightly in shock and turned around in confusion, asking what he had just said. Her entire expression showed disbelief. Her footsteps quickly became hurried as she muttered that there was no way it could possibly be him. This reaction greatly shocked the guard, who anxiously called out to her. Without hesitation, Melina Akasha burst through the door and rushed inside. Her eyes widened in overwhelming shock. Katal casually turned his head toward her and uttered a simple sound of acknowledgement before cheerfully exclaiming that it was Melina. Smiling warmly, he told her it was nice to see her again. Melina Akasha stared at him in astonishment and cried out Katal's name in disbelief. Katal had been examining the wall when he heard Melina Akasha cheerfully exclaim that it was Melina and that it was good to see him again. Her face had turned red from running too fast as she hesitantly called out to Katalnim. Immediately afterward, she bowed deeply and apologized to Katalnim, saying that she could not believe she had dared to bring him to such a shabby room. Katal smiled faintly and replied that it was a perfectly fine room, though he then added that it would have been a good room if only it had contained a secret room. As he lightly touched the wall beside him and said this, Melina Akasha became confused and asked for pardon. Sometime later, the two of them moved to the tea room. Katal softly remarked that it was good. Beside them, the servant appeared somewhat anxious. Melina Akasha cautiously lowered her head once again and apologized again, but Katal smiled and told her that she did not need to worry about it. Hearing this, Melina Akasha let out a relieved sigh and remarked that it truly had been a long time since they had last met. Katal happily agreed and wondered how many years it had been. Melina Akasha immediately answered that she thought it had been 5 years. Katal closed his eyes and reflected that it had already been that long, and that time truly flew. Melina Akasha's eyes brightened as she asked whether the problem Katal had once said prevented him from leaving had been resolved properly. Katal explained that it had been solved perfectly, and that, thanks to that, he had been able to escape that horrible place. Melina Akasha happily responded that she was glad things had worked out for him and commented that he himself seemed to have become quite successful. Outside, the brilliant sunlight streamed into the room. Katal suddenly brought up the topic of how, while staying in the basement, he had heard a rough explanation from the guards that the trading caravan from back then had become a huge success and had rebuilt her family in an instant. Melina Akasha lowered her head shyly and answered that it was all thanks to Kettlenim because if he had not helped her back then, she would never have crossed the snowfield. Katal smiled and nodded, replying that she had been the one who risked her life to challenge it and therefore deserved the reward. However, Katal's expression suddenly became serious as he asked whether the butler had changed. He stared at the servant standing behind her while the servant frowned back at him unpleasantly. Looking at the saddened Melina Akasha beside him, Katal remarked that it was not the old man he had seen in the snowfield. Melina Akasha darkened and quietly answered that he had left in order to serve her family members. Katal understood at once and commented that there seemed to have been certain circumstances involved. Melina Akasha regretfully admitted that it was because she had been lacking. She then added that, more importantly, things had been so hectic that she had been unable to greet him properly. Placing her hand over her chest in a solemn manner, Melina Akasha formally introduced herself once again as Melina Akasha, the 22nd head of the Akasha family. Katal stared at her blankly for a moment. She then stood up, lifted her skirt respectfully, and declared that she would warmly welcome Katal-Nim, the benefactor of both herself and her family, as their honored guest. With a polite smile, she welcomed him once again. Afterward, Katal was guided to another guest room. On the table sat a plate of freshly washed grapes. Katal plucked one grape from the bunch and, while eating it, looked around the room and remarked that it was truly luxurious. He then looked upward and commented that, although it was not as grand as a room in the royal castle, it was still very splendid and that sometimes such a place was not bad either. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Katal raised his head in slight surprise and wondered what it was. It turned out to be Milena Akasha peeking through the door as she softly called out to Katalnim and asked whether she was disturbing his rest. Katal smiled and assured her that it was fine before asking what she needed. Milena Akasha then produced a bottle of alcohol and shyly asked whether having a drink would be all right. Sometime later, Milena Akasha blushed and let out a long breath before lowering her head and confessing that, more importantly, she had not known he liked alcohol. Katal thought of his military unit and laughed as he replied that he was used to it, then added that he also had not known she liked alcohol. Hearing this, Milena Akasha fell silent for a moment. Lowering her gaze, she admitted that rather than liking it, she drank in order to sleep. Looking at the empty bottles scattered across the table, Katal commented that it seemed she had worries weighing on her mind. Milena Akasha remained silent with a troubled expression. After a while, she finally asked whether Kettlenim knew what she had done after leaving the snowfield. Kettle calmly replied that he only knew she had engaged in various investments and businesses. Milena Akasha then explained that she had succeeded with a trading caravan crossing the White Snowfield, and that, just as Kettle had predicted, she had gained real authority. Using that authority, she had attempted many different investments. Perhaps luck had been on her side, but most of the caravans had succeeded, allowing her to quickly earn a great fortune. However, as she continued speaking, her voice gradually grew quieter as she admitted that those trading caravans had carried enormous risks and that if even a single thing had gone wrong, it would only have been a matter of time before the family collapsed. Milena Akasha explained that she had started thinking about investment methods with lower risk and that the conclusion she had reached was buying and selling money. She said that, thanks to that, her family had achieved great success, but that her family members had all left her one by one, claiming that she had gone crazy over money and thrown away her honor. Having been abandoned by everyone, she sorrowfully admitted that she had firmly believed she had been making choices for the sake of the family, and asked whether all of those choices had truly been wrong. At that moment, Katal denied it, saying that he did not think so. He asked in confusion how it could be wrong when she merely lent money to those who needed it and kept it safe for them. He further explained that he had heard she had received the country's permission, so there should not have been any problem at all. Inwardly, Cadel reflected on the concept of finance and thought that, considering the era, he could understand why she had been treated that way, though in modern times it would have been considered completely normal. Milena Akasha looked astonished and asked whether he truly thought that way and whether he did not see it as dirty work. Katal calmly confirmed that of course he did not, explaining that she had not broken any laws, so there was no reason to call it dirty. Instead, he added that one could even say she had raised her family's name even higher by accumulating such wealth. Blushing with embarrassment, Milena Akasha softly called out Katal's name as she recalled the moment one of her servants had tried to leave. Back then, she had desperately told the servant to wait and tearfully asked whether he was leaving her too and why. However, the servant had apologized and admitted that he thought it would be difficult to continue serving her any longer. As tears fell into her wine glass, Milena Akasha sadly murmured that she now understood and that perhaps she had not been wrong after all. Crying with happiness, she confessed that, in the past 5 years, Keitel had been the first person to ever say such words to her. Meanwhile, outside in the silent hallway, a maid paced back and forth anxiously. Earlier, Milena Akasha had instructed her not to disturb them because she had important matters to discuss with her guest that day. Even so, the maid remained uneasy, thinking that although the family head had ordered her not to interrupt tonight, she honestly wondered whether the family head even understood her own position. She believed it was already bad enough for a noble lady to bring a barbarian into the mansion, and now they were together so late at night as well. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the corridor, prompting the maid to rush over and fling the door open while calling out to the family head. However, when she realized nothing serious had happened, her voice gradually softened. Inside the room, Milena Akasha was sobbing as she insisted that she had done everything for the family. She complained that those people could not even repay their debts, yet they still kept talking about honor, which made them truly shameless. Katal smiled and agreed, remarking that they really were shameless people. At the same time, however, he secretly felt somewhat impatient and wondered how long he would have to keep listening to all of this. Growing even more irritated, Milena Akasha exclaimed that it was true and continued ranting that there had also been another person who had behaved the same way. From outside the room, the maid witnessed the entire exchange. Quietly stepping back, she gently closed the door again to leave the two of them alone, while inwardly telling herself to forget everything she had seen that day. Milena Akasha glanced up and cheerfully welcomed the visitor, addressing the man seated across from her as the great swordmaster, Lord Maximus, with the utmost sincerity. However, Maximus replied without any warmth, saying that there was no need to be so formal because he had come unofficially that day. Still smiling, Melina said that she understood, though inwardly she was stunned and wondered what could have brought him there. As she observed the serious aura surrounding Maximus, an answer gradually formed in her mind, and she realized that the Sword of Denian, the Swordmaster himself, had come to their family. She could not understand why a superhuman who had transcended the realm of humanity would visit them. After giving her a moment to process the information, Maximus began questioning her, asking whether a barbarian had come there. Slightly surprised, Melina cautiously confirmed that it was true. As she nervously toyed with the edge of her skirt, she wondered whether he knew Lord Kettle and feared that he might have come to expel him because he was a barbarian. To her surprise, Maximus sighed and explained that she seemed to be misunderstanding something. He clarified that it was not the case. After a brief pause, his gaze sharpened as he instructed her to treat the barbarian well, adding that it was His Majesty's command. Shocked, Melina could only ask what he meant. Once she regained her composure, she carefully inquired about the reason. Maximus, however, firmly apologized and stated that he could tell her nothing beyond the fact that it was His Majesty's order. Although somewhat disappointed, Melina replied that she understood. As the atmosphere became increasingly awkward, Maximus suddenly pointed to himself and remarked that he was not asking for free, suggesting that she could use his name instead. The bold proposal caused Melina to unconsciously raise her voice as she asked whether he truly meant Lord Maximus's name. Confidently gesturing with his hand, Maximus stated that he roughly understood what was happening and asked whether those foolish nobles were causing her trouble. Struck right at the heart of the matter, Melina awkwardly admitted that they were and acknowledged that he knew about it. Maximus then painted a promising picture for her, asserting in a tone that allowed no rebuttal that if she mentioned his name, even those fools would quiet down. Left speechless, Melina could only laugh awkwardly. While maintaining a pleasant smile outwardly, she inwardly screamed in confusion, wondering exactly what that man had been doing. Elsewhere, Kettle was standing absent-mindedly by a window when he heard approaching footsteps. The newcomer respectfully addressed him as Lord Kettle, drawing his attention. He instinctively turned around and responded with a questioning hum. Upon recognizing the visitor, he carefully asked whether it was Melina and what she wanted. Before getting to the main topic, Melina cautiously confirmed whether he had said that he worked as a mercenary. Kettle straightforwardly replied that it was true. Her next question, however, caught him slightly off guard as she asked what kind of work he had actually done. Even so, Kettle tried to choose his words carefully and explained that it had been mercenary work, such as escorting people. As he spoke, vivid memories flooded his mind, ranging from blasting apart people's territories with his fists to eliminating notorious villains. Yet when explaining his past to Melina, he reduced everything to a vague statement, saying that he had patrolled villages. The clearest impression he gave while describing his work came from the bright expression on his face as he added that he had also spent time beating up various things. Melina politely responded that she understood, but inwardly she developed a major misunderstanding. She became convinced that there was no way a swordmaster would personally come over for something as trivial as that. Frustrated by her own speculation, she decided to drop the matter, feeling that she should not dig any deeper. Quickly brushing aside her disappointment, she cheerfully explained that she had only been curious. Since the matter was settled, she offered to show him around and asked whether there was anything he would like to see. Kettle slowed his response as though carefully considering the question and repeated that he was thinking about something he wanted to see. After a few moments, he curiously asked whether her family was involved in many different kinds of business. Although she did not quite understand his intention, Melina acknowledged that they were a merchant family. That was all Kettle needed to hear before giving his answer. Not long afterward, the two arrived at the Akasha Trading Company. Amid the bustling scene of people constantly coming and going, Melina proudly introduced the establishment as their trading company. Acting as a capable host, she explained that even commoners could borrow or deposit money there, though not everyone qualified to do so. Kettle listened with great interest and could only utter an impressed sound. In reality, however, his mind was filled with thoughts. He observed that the basic structure was similar to that of a modern bank. More than anything else, what fascinated him was the appearance of the customers entering and leaving the building. He found it amusing to see people dressed in medieval clothing and thought that the place felt like a perfect blend of modernity and fantasy. Melina Akasha interrupted Kettle's train of thought by asking what he thought. Without hesitation, Kettle gave her a thumbs up and said that it was fairly enjoyable. The unfamiliar description made Melina wonder to herself whether that could really be considered enjoyable. Setting aside her lingering doubts, Melina led him to another location. As soon as they stepped through the door, Kettle excitedly exclaimed that it was the armory. Melina proudly explained that the weapon trade was what had saved the Akasha family, and that afterward, they had focused heavily on weapon production and sales. She added that the place stored some of their most special weapons. At that moment, however, Katal's attention was drawn elsewhere. After staring at a sword displayed on a rack for a long time, he cautiously asked whether he could hold it for a moment. Melina immediately granted permission and told him to do as he pleased. Unable to wait any longer, Kettle gripped the sword's hilt tightly. He lifted it from its stand and casually swung it downward. To his surprise, flames suddenly flickered at the tip of the blade. The small flame rapidly spread across the entire sword. The sight left Melina wide-eyed with amazement as she remarked that it was a sword made with enchantment. The word itself shocked Katal. He repeated to himself that it was an enchantment and watched the blazing flames with deep emotion, thinking that this was what enchantment truly was. The feeling overwhelmed him so much that tears appeared in his eyes as he reflected on how attractive the word sounded. Seeing his reaction, Melina kindly asked whether he would like to have the sword. Katal looked at her with tearful eyes and asked if she truly meant it. Instead of answering immediately, Melina smiled and said that, more importantly, there was something she wanted to ask him. Staring at the burning sword in his hand, she awkwardly wondered whether it was not hot. Katal froze for several seconds before awkwardly claiming that he was fine. Now calmer, he admitted that he was not sure whether it was acceptable for him to accept something so valuable. Melina casually assured him that it was fine and confessed that the weapon had no practical use at all. She explained that she had commissioned an alchemist to create a flaming sword, but the flames had spread even to the handle, making it impossible to use. Recalling her past efforts to salvage the weapon, Melina said that she had complained to the alchemist, only for him to look confused and ask whether she had ever requested a safety mechanism. Among everything she had said, the term alchemist caught Katal's attention. In surprise, he asked whether alchemists also existed. Melina admitted with some frustration that they did and explained that the family had hired one for an enormous sum of money, though she regretted it somewhat. Unbeknownst to her, those words opened up a new possibility in Katal's mind. Thinking that an alchemist sounded extremely interesting, he asked what kind of person the alchemist was. Though slightly startled, Melina politely replied that the man's personality was strange but that his skill was unmatched. She went on to explain that he was the alchemist who had transformed someone completely ignorant of mystic power into a superhuman-class warrior. The revelation shocked Katal so much that he became visibly flustered. He immediately asked whether that was really true. Melina answered without hesitation that it was, although it was a story known only among those who were well-informed. Trying to recall the details, she explained that the Empire had once posted a notice seeking superhuman-class warriors to serve it. Her tone became more serious as she pointed out that such warriors did not simply appear out of nowhere. Even entire kingdoms possessed only one or two at most, and they were treated with special privilege. As a result, there was no reason for them to join the Empire. In her view, the notice had effectively been meaningless. However, she continued by saying that one day an alchemist had appeared. According to him, he could create a superhuman-class warrior in exchange for a single favor. After a brief pause for dramatic effect, she explained that under normal circumstances, he would have been dismissed as a lunatic. Yet, perhaps acting on a whim, the Emperor had ordered him to turn his son into a superhuman. The absurdity of the idea made Katal frown as he asked whether the Emperor had truly placed his own son on the experimental table. Melina nodded immediately and confirmed that he had. She added that, in only 1 year, the prince had become a superhuman. The corners of Katal's lips unconsciously curved upward as anticipation began to fill his mind. He kept thinking about the alchemist who had transformed someone ignorant of mystic power into a superhuman-class warrior. At last, he turned to Melina and said that he had a request. She promptly replied that he could ask anything. To her confusion, Katal requested permission to meet the alchemist she had mentioned. After several seconds of trying to process the request, the only response Melina could manage was a bewildered expression and a confused sound. The scene then shifted to a picturesque house hidden within a forest. The owner of the house was carefully stirring a steaming cauldron. Despite being focused on her work, her keen ears picked up the sound of someone approaching. The alchemist immediately turned around and remarked that she could sense something extraordinary about him. Katal and Melina Akasha finally found the wooden cabin hidden among countless trees. After a few seconds of silence, Katal cautiously expressed his doubts by asking whether she was staying in the forest. Melina Akasha suppressed a sigh and explained that its owner had said the place was comfortable to live in, although it made things inconvenient whenever she had to come and go. Having said that, she stepped forward and knocked on the wooden door. The owner of the cabin cautiously called out, asking who it was. Melina Akasha immediately replied in a familiar tone that it was her, Artemis. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Artemis instantly relaxed and invited her to come in. With permission granted, Melina Akasha leisurely pushed open the wooden door, which had never been locked. The first thing she saw was the beautiful alchemist Archimus waving at her and greeting her. Archimus then mentioned that she had run out of clothes and asked whether Melina could get her a few new sets. Before Melina Akasha could even say anything, she found herself being asked for favors and was momentarily speechless. She asked whether she had not already given Archimus clothes before. Embarrassed, Archimus scratched her head and honestly explained that chemicals had splashed all over them and ruined them. Only then did Melina Akasha take a closer look at her. The more she looked, the more bewildered she became, remarking that even so, those clothes looked like rags. Archimus yawned until tears formed in her eyes from the scolding, yet stubbornly defended her choice, saying that it did not matter because she was the only one living there. Not wanting to continue that topic, she shifted the conversation elsewhere and asked her employer what had brought her there. She added that she had completed the previous request properly, had she not? The moment the subject was raised, Melina Akasha became furious again and repeated the word properly with obvious irritation. She then launched into a lengthy complaint, reminding Archimus that she had asked for a shield capable of repelling anything. Keeping a perfectly calm expression, Archimus argued that she had indeed made exactly that. She explained that she had even made sure the handle would not repel anything, just as requested. Although Melina Akasha desperately wanted to teach the troublesome alchemist a lesson, she could only reply bitterly that the result had been a cursed item which could never be released once someone grabbed it. With that shocking revelation hanging in the air, the atmosphere between the two women became tense. However, operating on a wavelength unlike ordinary people, Archimus immediately tried to defend herself, pointing out that Melina had never specified anything about being able to let go of it. Halfway through her defense, however, Archimus noticed that Melina Akasha looked ready to explode. She immediately panicked, apologized repeatedly, and insisted that she had only been joking. Under the oppressive pressure of her employer, Archimus finally admitted the truth. She confessed that she had been working all night, had been extremely tired, and had therefore messed up the adjustments. Wanting to extinguish Melina's anger completely, she further emphasized that she genuinely had not done it on purpose. Melina Akasha had never intended to make life difficult for the only alchemist she possessed, so she let out a long sigh and allowed her anger to fade. She told Archimus that she knew it had not been intentional and merely asked her to be more careful next time. Archimus had not expected to get off so easily and happily promised that she would remember that. After several rounds of bickering, Archimus finally remembered the existence of a third person. She asked who the individual accompanying Melina was. She added that she had sensed an incredible presence even before Melina arrived and remarked that the person was standing right outside the door, was he not? While Melina Akasha was still stunned by such sharp perception, Archimus suddenly came up with her own explanation and asked whether Melina had hired a new bodyguard. Deep down, Melina Akasha could not suppress the anxiety beginning to surface. She wondered how Archimus had sensed Lord Catal and questioned whether it was some kind of elven intuition. Since she had never intended to hide him, she cautiously explained that Archimus was a rather unique person and that she had thought the encounter might come as a surprise. Far from being intimidated, Archimus reacted with suspicious excitement and asked what was so special about it. Then, to Melina Akasha's astonishment, she suddenly clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. After laughing to her heart's content, she wiped away her tears and explained that she had met plenty of powerful people before. She insisted that no matter how strong someone was, there was no reason to worry. Archimus continued rambling without noticing the increasingly awkward expression on Melina Akasha's face. She even remarked that the fact Melina had worried she might be surprised was itself the truly surprising thing. Deciding that actions would be more convincing than words, Melina Akasha turned toward the door and loudly announced that, according to Archimus, there was nothing to worry about, addressing Lord Catal directly. Catal did not answer immediately. Instead, he merely cleared his throat softly before humming an acknowledgement. Deliberately opening the door only slightly so that part of his face was visible, he spoke in a voice so dark and ominous that it sounded as though it had emerged from the depths of hell. He politely asked whether he might come in now. Only moments earlier, Archimus had been boasting confidently. Yet after hearing that simple question, all the color drained from her face. Catal did not let the homeowner off the hook and coldly greeted him once again, introducing himself as Catal and saying that it was nice to meet him. He even stepped closer before deliberately emphasizing his own name. Archimus, by that point trembling uncontrollably, could only let out a series of meaningless sounds. Taking advantage of the situation, Catal continued by saying that he had heard much about Archimus's reputation from Melina. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly froze. Confused, he turned toward Melina Akasha and asked whether this was truly the person they were looking for. Without even needing to hear the entire question, Melina immediately confirmed that it was. An awkward silence filled the room as the two visitors stared at the homeowner, who had been frightened into unconsciousness. After observing the situation for a moment, Melina helplessly concluded that Archimus had fainted. Once Archimus recovered, he was so embarrassed that he could not even lift his head. He admitted that after speaking so confidently earlier, the situation was extremely humiliating. Catal kindly tried to ease his embarrassment, assuring him that such things could happen. Having no desire to continue dwelling on the matter, Archimus quickly asked whether they had wanted to meet him. Catal enthusiastically confirmed that they had and explained that he was interested in alchemy. He then asked whether Archimus would be willing to teach him. Caught off guard, Archimus instinctively repeated the word alchemy in disbelief. Even Melina, who had been quietly listening until then, asked whether Lord Catal truly wished to learn alchemy. Despite their surprise, Catal firmly confirmed that he did, adding that it was only one of several things he wished to learn. Naturally, he kept his real reasons to himself. Internally, he reflected that although he was interested in alchemy because it might lead to an understanding of mysticism, it was also a fantasy art in its own right, and he could not allow such an opportunity to pass him by. Having already made up his mind, he inwardly vowed that he would learn alchemy and eventually awaken to mysticism. With that thought, he asked whether a person who had not awakened to mysticism was incapable of learning alchemy. Archimus immediately denied that assumption and explained that it was not the case. Fearing that Catal might misunderstand, Archimus carefully elaborated that swordsmanship and magic drew upon and manipulated the mysteries contained within one's own body. To avoid confusion regarding his profession, he added that alchemy instead borrowed and manipulated mysteries from external sources. As he spoke, he held a small sphere between two fingers and remarked that there were many objects in the world that contained mystical power. The moment he finished speaking, he flicked the sphere toward the stove. The flames that had been dancing inside were instantly frozen solid. Witnessing the spectacle, Kettle's eyes sparkled with excitement. He exclaimed in amazement and internally marveled at the fact that Archimus had frozen fire itself. Seizing the opportunity to restore some of his dignity, Archimus proudly explained that it was a technique that used catalysts and that he had not used mana at all. He was about to ask whether it was impressive when Catal suddenly grabbed both of his hands and enthusiastically declared that Archimus's skill was truly incredible. Startled by the overwhelming reaction, Archimus could only stammer in confusion. Catal paid no attention to his discomfort and continued showering him with praise, saying that producing such a result using only materials was practically a miracle and that he was genuinely impressed. Bathed in the torrent of compliments, Archimus began to feel rather proud of himself. Nevertheless, he cautiously asked whether Catal truly meant it. Catal immediately confirmed that he did and declared that this was exactly the kind of skill he had been searching for. At that moment, Archimus felt as though he might float into the sky. Internally, he was ecstatic that such a terrifying being was praising and admiring him. His ears twitched repeatedly as he silently wished for even more praise directed toward both himself and his alchemy. Unfortunately, Catal had no ability to read minds, and instead returned to his original purpose, politely asking Archimus to teach him alchemy as well. Now that Archimus had become considerably more receptive toward him, he agreed without hesitation, saying that it would be easy enough. Melina then joined the conversation and expressed her gratitude that Archimus had accepted Lord Catal's request. Archimus responded with a puzzled sound, only for Melina to remind him that the catalyst he had just casually used for that little demonstration was the very item she had recently spent a fortune obtaining for him. Unable to argue against that point, Archimus could only awkwardly laugh the matter off. While the two were occupied with settling that score, Catal calmly organized his thoughts. He reflected that he had not expected the alchemist to be an elf. His mind drifted back to previous encounters with elves, and he remembered that they had always been especially afraid of him. This led him to wonder whether he appeared particularly frightening to elves. Meanwhile, Archimus found himself unable to withstand Melina's criticism and reluctantly apologized once more. Watching Archimus's somewhat carefree behavior, Catal felt reassured. He concluded that even elves seemed to stop being afraid of him once they became accustomed to his presence. As the visit came to an end, Catal confirmed that he would return the following day to begin learning alchemy. Despite carrying a sizable lump on his head, Archimus cheerfully saw them off and replied that he would see him tomorrow. After the guests had disappeared from sight, Archimus immediately slammed the door shut. He then leaned against it for quite some time. Though he appeared calm on the outside, an intense struggle was raging within him. He mentally screamed at himself, asking what he had done. His thoughts replayed Catal's flattering words about him being amazing and the best. Grabbing his head in frustration, he berated himself for falling for such smooth talk and insisted that he should have come to his senses and refused. Even so, he quickly found excuses to justify his decision. More than anything else, he concluded that Catal was not truly a barbarian. Recalling Catal's presence, Archimus reaffirmed his belief that Melina, being human, could not perceive it, but that Catal's very nature was fundamentally twisted. Even so, he remained puzzled as to why a being like Catal would want to learn alchemy of all things. Halfway through that train of thought, however, he abruptly rejected the concern. He convinced himself that someone like Catal would never seriously devote himself to studying alchemy, and would surely grow bored and quit before long. After reinforcing that belief, Archimus silently asked himself one final, uncertain question about whether that assumption was really correct. Because he had resolved to study diligently, Catal carried out his first lesson with great seriousness. Archimus was slightly taken aback that she had unexpectedly taken on such a capable student, but she still fulfilled her duty as an instructor, and remarked that if she controlled the process slowly in that way, it should succeed. At that moment, however, Catal suddenly frowned in suspicion as what she had described actually came to fruition, and he could not hold back an excited shout, declaring that it had worked. Overcome with excitement, he even turned to high-five the person beside him to celebrate his achievement, saying that he had done it and addressing Archimus directly in celebration. Archimus went along with the moment and congratulated him, calling it awesome. However, as soon as she said it aloud, her inner thoughts began to harden in disbelief as she questioned what she meant by awesome. She realized that although she had carefully planned everything in advance, reality had clearly gone against her expectations. She internally admitted that she had never expected him to learn that much in just 3 days, especially since she had deliberately taught him in the most boring, difficult, and complicated way possible. While Catal happily celebrated beside her, Archimus remained entangled in confusion, wondering if a so-called barbarian could truly be that intelligent. Meanwhile, Catal, regardless of her mixed emotions, remained focused on the object in his hands and contemplated it deeply. He reflected that he had not truly been a barbarian to begin with, and as he continued to gaze at the bead-like creation, he felt increasingly emotional, realizing that it was his first alchemical creation and that he had finally achieved, for the first time, the magical result he had once only dreamed of in a fantasy-like world. Thinking this, Catal suddenly turned to Archimus and expressed his gratitude, saying that he thanked her. Archimus was so startled by his sincerity that she repeatedly waved her hands in denial, insisting that it was nothing. However, she then honestly admitted that she had not expected him to learn so well, and that she had become unusually enthusiastic halfway through and ended up teaching more seriously than usual. Catal asked for confirmation of this, and without waiting for much response, he shifted to another matter, stating that there was still something he wanted to learn. Archimus, still in high spirits, confidently told him that she would teach him anything. However, her smile froze when he asked whether she could teach him how to awaken to mysticism. Archimus awkwardly brought her fingers together and explained that teaching the method itself was not difficult, but the real problem lay in the materials required. Catal immediately asked what she meant by materials, prompting her to explain further that it required a high-grade catalyst infused with mystic power, and that even the Empire had taken an entire year just to gather those materials. Hearing this, Catal reasoned that this must have been why it took a year to turn a prince into a superhuman. Archimus, still carried by her excitement, inadvertently revealed more than intended, insisting that the story had become distorted and that a genius like her would never spend an entire year struggling with such a thing. Seizing the opportunity, Catal then asked whether a catalyst of that kind was what she meant, and whether something like what he had could be used instead. Archimus asked what it was, and he showed her the bag of items he was carrying, explaining that he thought it might be useful as material and wanted her to take a look. The moment he opened the bag, the contents emitted a dazzling light that nearly blinded the viewer. Holding the items carefully, Archimus remarked in shock that it was surprising he possessed such an artifact, but then immediately demanded to know where he had obtained it, stating that it was practically equivalent to a philosopher's stone. Catal, instead of being intimidated, calmly clarified that he remembered the philosopher's stone as something that could become any material. Archimus, overwhelmed with professional enthusiasm, pleaded to know where he had gotten it as well. However, Catal coldly replied that it was impossible to disclose. Archimus awkwardly tried to rationalize his refusal, saying that it made sense since something so valuable could not simply be revealed. But Catal interrupted her, denying that this was the reason. As fragmented memories surfaced in his mind, he stated in a detached tone that he had already used it all up and that it would now be difficult to create more. Upon hearing this, Archimus fell silent, staring in shock at the glowing materials in her hands without being able to respond. In the end, Catal left the lesson with a rather satisfactory outcome. As he walked away, he continued to reflect on his own question about whether he could awaken to mysticism immediately. At that earlier moment, Arcamus had enthusiastically told him that the amount he had was more than enough, though she had also carefully added that she was still lacking some of the other materials and suggested that he ask Melina for them. It turned out that Arcamus himself felt somewhat insecure when facing his own capital-related affairs, thinking that if he were to ask, she definitely would not listen. Therefore, he placed this responsibility on Katal's shoulders. Katal, however, did not seem to feel much pressure, thinking that things were going smoothly. In his exhilaration, he even imagined a bright future ahead, believing that with this, he would soon awaken to mysticism as well. However, reality soon revealed something literally burning. Flames were radiating fiercely and illuminating Kettle's face. The fire, as if it had a will of its own, danced along the windows and rooftops, and the entire building turned into a massive torch despite the surrounding people's panicked screams that there was a fire. It took Katal a moment to locate someone familiar and ask what was happening. Milena Akasha immediately greeted him respectfully and addressed him as Lord Kettle before explaining that someone had set the warehouse on fire, and unfortunately it was the place where lumber was stored. Kettle, seeing an unexpected opportunity in a troubling situation, decided to act immediately, stating that he understood and told everyone to stand back. Melina Akasha reacted with confusion, but Kettle did not intend to hide his plan and explained that he would try to extinguish the fire using alchemy. After saying this, he quickly brought out an artifact he had created in class. He held it briefly before activating it, sending it upward. Once the bead stabilized above his head, he concentrated his strength into his right arm. When the bead dropped onto his fist, it resonated with the power he had been accumulating, and he directed the resulting force toward the blaze ahead. Those nearby were affected by the shockwave and covered their faces while screaming in panic, unable to comprehend what was happening. Even Melina Akasha was not spared from the violent gust sweeping across her face. After finishing his action, Katal proudly asked Melina how it was, declaring that the fire had died down and that this was the power of alchemy, asking whether it was not amazing. Melina, still stunned by how quickly the sky had cleared, could only respond incoherently and hesitantly. After a few moments of regaining her composure, she began to remark that what she had just witnessed seemed less like alchemy and more like something else, but she was unable to finish her sentence. Katal, however, did not allow her to continue and suddenly shifted focus, stating that the arsonist was still nearby and that he would return in a moment. Immediately after saying this, he vanished from Melina Akasha's sight, leaving behind a cloud of dust. He moved at extreme speed, rushing in a direction as if being chased. Melina remained frozen in place, her hair completely disheveled after enduring 2 waves of impact. Meanwhile, Katal quickly made his presence known to the fleeing arsonist. When the man noticed Katal behind him, he was shocked and wondered whether Katal had somehow detected his location. The arsonist further questioned how someone who looked so unintelligent could track him without magic, yet despite his confusion, he still expressed arrogance, believing that before his great magic, Katal was nothing more than a powerless human. As Katal charged forward, he noticed something unusual and observed his surroundings carefully before realizing that fog had enveloped the area. He hesitantly concluded that it might be magical fog. His gaze then locked onto the arsonist standing confidently on a tree branch, where the man declared that the magic did not merely obscure vision, but also confused the senses. Katal, however, remained unfazed and stated that in that case, there was an alchemical method suitable for the situation. He immediately took out another bead and crushed it without hesitation before the opponent could react. The arsonist, noticing Katal's movements, questioned what he was doing, but before he could receive an answer, Katal had already struck the ground with his fist. With a single powerful blow, the ground beneath him shattered, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. The resulting shockwave confused the arsonist further, and he realized that Katal was dispersing the fog. However, he had no time to dwell on this as he struggled to shield himself from the violent wind pressure. Once he adjusted, he attempted to mockingly challenge Katal again, declaring that this alone would not be enough to stop him, and that he would reveal an even stronger fog spell. However, he failed to notice that Katal had already moved behind him. Meanwhile, Melina Akasha, growing impatient from waiting, suddenly heard her name being called. When she turned around, she saw Kettle returning while carrying the captured arsonist. Kettle stated that he had caught the one responsible for the fire, while Melina responded in shock and confusion, struggling to understand how this had happened. Kettle then attributed the success to Arcamus, smiling brightly as he claimed that if he had not learned alchemy, he would not have been able to capture the culprit, thereby crediting his teacher. After the fire, everyone quickly returned to the main manor. Katal was standing absent-mindedly when someone called his name. As soon as he recognized the familiar figure, he asked Melina what had happened to the mage. Melina Akasha let out a weary sigh before explaining that, after questioning him, they had learned he had been hired by a noble who bore a grudge against her. Curious, Katal asked whether it was truly a grudge-holding noble. As the memories of the noble's aggressive behavior resurfaced, Milena Akasha admitted that it was indeed the case. She explained that the noble had borrowed money and failed to repay it, adding that both the mage and the noble would pay for their crimes. Having said that, she suddenly lifted the hem of her dress and offered Katal a formal bow, expressing that, if it had not been for him, they would never have caught the culprit and sincerely thanking him. Katal enthusiastically dismissed the credit, saying that he was simply happy to finally have a chance to use the alchemy he had learned. Milena Akasha curiously repeated the word alchemy, but before answering, Katal remembered the real reason he had come and said that he had one more favor to ask. Milena Akasha readily agreed and encouraged him to ask for anything. When Artemis saw what Katal had brought back, he could not help exclaiming that he had expected Milena to grant Katal's request, but never imagined she would provide such a high-quality catalyst. Growing increasingly excited, he lamented that no matter how much he had begged in the past, she had never given him anything of that caliber. Painfully recalling what Milena would always say whenever he pleaded for materials, he remembered her remark that it was because he would only use them for another prank anyway. Even in his imagination, that response left him speechless, making him protest that Milena was treating people rather unfairly. Katal paid no attention to that exchange and instead asked Artemis whether all the preparations had been completed. Artemis quickly composed himself before enthusiastically declaring that everything was more than ready and suggesting they begin immediately. Katal became so excited that his face flushed. Before long, he had removed the clothing from his upper body and sat in the center of the magic circle. Standing outside the circle with a book in hand, Artemis said he would briefly explain the method. He first directed Katal's attention to the stones, explaining that they would grind the particles into a magic circle and use the catalyst to alter their properties. He then elaborated that those altered properties would settle into Katal's body and create a path to mysticism. After finishing the explanation, Artemis warned that the sensation of a path to mysticism forming within the body would be rather strange and asked whether Katal could endure it. Tilting his head confidently, Katal replied that of course he could and added that he was genuinely looking forward to it. Even so, Artemis continued with another warning, explaining that, if the alchemy succeeded properly, Katal would no longer need the particles and cautiously implying that he hoped to use the leftovers. Before he could finish, Katal interrupted, saying that Artemis could use whatever remained however he wished. Artemis was so moved that his cheeks turned bright red. Barely able to contain his excitement, he asked whether Katal truly meant it. Katal firmly assured him that he did, and urged him to hurry and begin. No longer hesitating, Artemis agreed and announced the start of the ritual. Even so, Artemis could not suppress the emotions welling up inside him. He reflected that, when they had first met, he had even fainted because of Katal's monstrous presence, but after spending several days together, he felt he had come to understand him a little. As the image of Katal's imposing physique came to mind, Artemis admitted to himself that, although it was impossible to say Katal was not terrifying, his desire to become stronger was no different from that of an ordinary barbarian. The thought made him secretly smile, as he concluded that, viewed that way, Katal might even seem a little cute. Still wearing that faint smile, Artemis silently called Katal's name. Those thoughts only strengthened his determination, and he vowed inwardly that he would make the alchemy succeed no matter what. Setting aside his private feelings, Artemis immediately adopted a solemn tone and addressed the catalysts, calling upon the meaningless catalysts that had been created with clear form. Spiritual power surged from his hands as he quietly chanted for the shapeless beings that existed without wills of their own to listen to him. Focusing all of his power on Katal's back, he declared that he would become their master. Once every stone began to glow with his own magic, Artemis changed to the next incantation and commanded them to move according to his will. After that, Artemis shifted his concentration to the flickering candles and chanted for them to move again, and change their form and structure according to their master's will so that they would become tools. Katal remained completely absorbed, seemingly oblivious to everything except Artemis's voice echoing in his ears. At that moment, an enormous surge of power bestowed by Artemis erupted around Katal. It coursed through his entire body, causing even his hair to flutter wildly. Sensing the dramatic transformation taking place within himself, Katal suddenly opened his eyes. Outside, every candle had already gone out, leaving behind only faint trails of smoke. The stones surrounding the magic circle had lost their original color and cracked apart, while Artemis himself had slumped to the ground beside it, utterly drained. After taking several seconds to steady his breathing, Artemis finally raised his head and weakly asked whether it had worked. When Katal remained silent, Artemis called his name again. Only after a long pause did Katal finally let out a deep breath before suddenly springing to his feet and bursting into excited laughter. Every cell in his body seemed to be celebrating as he realized that he could feel an entirely new sensation unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Even though the answer was already obvious, he could not help wondering to himself if this was what mysticism truly felt like. Watching his reaction, Artemis finally sighed in relief and remarked with a laugh that, judging by Katal's response, the ritual appeared to have succeeded. Overcome with excitement, Katal suddenly rushed forward and lifted Artemis into the air, declaring that it had definitely worked. The unexpected gesture left Artemis completely frozen in shock. As soon as he realized how awkward their position was, his face turned bright red, and he shouted for Ketil to wait. Ketil, however, paid no attention to etiquette and continued holding him aloft while enthusiastically thanking Artemis, insisting that it was all thanks to him. Despite all of Ketil's heartfelt gratitude, Artemis could only stammer for Ketil to put him down. Once the embarrassing moment had finally passed, Artemis asked seriously how Ketil was feeling and whether he sensed any instability. Ketil clenched his fist and firmly replied that he felt none at all and that the ritual seemed to have succeeded perfectly. Hearing that answer, Artemis expressed his relief, admitting that he had been a little worried. Ketil immediately asked whether that meant he could now use mysticism. Artemis raised a finger and instructed him to focus his mind inward and examine the power within his body. Ketil nodded obediently and decided to give it a try. As soon as he closed both eyes, a tremendous green aura rapidly enveloped his entire body. Yet, moments later, he frowned slightly before quietly remarking that something felt strange and called out to Artemis. Not understanding the situation, Artemis asked what was wrong. Ketil slowly lowered his hands and hesitantly explained that he could clearly sense the mysticism inside his body. However, after contemplating it for several moments, he admitted that whenever he tried to draw the power out, it immediately faded away before asking what they should do. The instant Artemis heard that, he cried out in complete shock, unable to believe what he had just heard. Leaving their predicament behind for the moment, the scene shifted to the city gate, where two guards stood watch with great vigilance. Suddenly, one of them let out a puzzled murmur as both soldiers fixed their eyes on a glowing figure approaching from the distance. Around the mysterious traveler, several bronze pillars spun rapidly like whirling tops. The younger guard could not help exclaiming that the figure looked familiar before the older guard finished the thought, stating with certainty that there was no doubt. It was the wandering merchant. As the wandering merchant drew closer, he politely asked whether they could open the gate. The younger guard immediately agreed and hurriedly replied that he would open it right away. Although satisfied with the response, the wandering merchant unexpectedly suggested that they make a deal first. The older guard cautiously pointed to himself and nervously volunteered to go first. Understanding immediately, the wandering merchant interrupted him and simply asked what he wanted. He then confidently declared that he possessed anything they could desire and told the guard to name it. As the swirling vortex surrounding him expanded, he added that, as long as the proper price was paid, he could obtain whatever they requested.